more. It was almost as if the massive structure had been made of cardboard. A fist-sized chunk of the Echo's propeller was lodged in the tower's upper hatch, which was bent and crammed back into its housing. One of the sub's 2 periscopes was hopelessly bent. Most of Taog's antenna and electronic masts were jammed inside the damaged sail and useless. That was going to make it tough to send a message back home, but it was very definitely time to let Pacific Command know what had happened. The crew strung a makeshift antenna, little more than a wire, across the top of the submarine. Then they flashed the bad news. There had been a severe collision, a Soviet submarine was involved, and Taog was ending her operations 2 months early. Commanders on shore flashed back. Taog was to bypass all closer ports and return directly to Pearl Harbor. Later, the instructions would become more detailed. The submarine was to remain away from port until the dead of night. Then she was to creep in, all lights out. On the way back, Balderston ordered the crew to gather in shifts on the mess deck. As if anyone really needed to be reminded, he told them that any discussion of the collision outside of an official inquiry was definitely out. Taog's arrival at Pearl Harbor was logged late on July 1st. She was maneuvered into a shipyard dry dock where a huge shroud was draped over her sail. No one without authorization would be able to see the damage, not even her crew. The men were to be kept aboard for another 24 hours, until the damage was well hidden, and they had signed formal secrecy oaths. One man tried to hold on to a piece of the Echo's hull as a souvenir, stashing it in a locker on board behind some cleaning fluids and alcohol. Some months later, he was discovered, and security officials insisted that he turn the piece over. Rear Admiral Walter Small, commander of submarines in the Pacific, met Taog at the pier and was among the first to learn the details. Also briefed was Admiral Moore, who was just being promoted from CNO to chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It was either Moorer or a top Pentagon intelligence official who carried the bad news to Melvin Laird, Nixon's Secretary of Defense. These reports were made verbally. No one wanted to leave a paper trail. Laird briefed Nixon himself, telling the president that there had been a collision and it looked like the Soviet sub had sunk. Nixon's reaction, Laird recalls, was inscrutable. It was clear that the United States would not tell the Soviet Union about the unmarked underwater grave officials believed existed, perhaps only 50 miles off the coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Given the secrecy that surrounded all submarine operations, it went without saying that the White House was not going to announce that 2 nuclear-powered submarines, both carrying nuclear weapons, had met in one violent, possibly fatal moment. Besides, the Soviets were suffering so many at-sea accidents at the time. Nixon and his advisers decided the Soviets would likely blame another lost submarine on their own jinxed technology. A court of inquiry was convened, although just about everyone involved was already certain that the Soviet boat was lost. Indeed, Small, Moore, and Laird all say they remember specifically being told that the Echo had sunk. Other former senior Navy officers, including one who heard the sonar tapes, say that conclusion was based largely on the terrifying sounds captured on the recordings. But officials say that without more definitive evidence, a formal declaration that a Soviet sub had sunk would not have been made part of the Navy's official records. Shortly after the accident, James Bradley rushed out to Pearl Harbor to try to determine a cause. As best as anyone could guess, the Echo's captain had just made an unlucky and sudden maneuver. That in itself raised another issue. Bradley realized that U.S. captains were going to have to alter their techniques. As things stood now, The danger was too great that two subs would meet head-on at flank speed. If that happened, both subs would be lost. So Bradley wrote some new rules for trailing, one institutionalizing a favorite Whitey Mac technique. Subs would now trail slightly to port or starboard of the enemy. That would leave the Americans more maneuvering room, while still allowing them to hide in the wash of noise coming from the hunted sub. There was another rule, however, that ran directly counter to Mac's style. Subs would now try to trail from safer distances. Bradley didn't blame Balderston for the incident, and Balderston, who had already been scheduled to leave Taog, became commander of a division of 4 submarines that included her. Still, he had been right about making admiral. It would never happen. He retired 7 years later and became a Baptist minister, his heart weakened by his childhood rheumatic fever. He died in 1984. He never told his wife or children about the collision. Balderston's silence was typical. Bound to secrecy, submariners could not seek the kind of emotional solace that most men get from their wives and children when something goes wrong on the job. It was not for him to tell, Irene L. Balderston says, and I would never have dreamed of questioning him or of prying anything out of him. Just about the only ongoing discourse about the incident took place among members of Tautog's crew, who passed the story on to new members as they joined the boat. They whispered to one another about what had bent their crooked sail, and crew after crew of sonar men passed along a hidden bootleg recording, the sonar tapes made during the collision. Off the boat, the tapes were played in sonar school as an anonymous example of a Soviet sub sinking. Then, 2 decades later, the fate of the Echo II came surprisingly into question. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Boris Bagdasarian, a former Soviet submarine commander, stepped forward to say that he was the captain of the Echo II that collided with Tautog, and that he was very much alive. With so few people in either the Soviet Union or the United States aware that their governments had long hidden a terrible accident, his account got little attention. But Bagdasarian tells a story that has been supported by high officials of the Russian Navy, and his tale meshes with many of the details provided by Tautog crew members, although there are a few small discrepancies. Sitting in his Moscow apartment, cigarette in hand, Bagdasarian's slight build and graying hair make him look more like an aging professor than a Soviet sea captain. But he had been a commander for more than a decade before he took the Echo II submarine, the Soviets called the Black Lila, out on a 3-day training run in June 1970. Bagdasarian had survived early experiments on Soviet diesel subs, staying underwater on one of the boats the Americans called Whiskey for 30 days, despite a design flaw that allowed exhaust gas to be sucked back into the sub through its snorkel. By the end of the month, the crew was so poisoned that their legs and hands were swollen to nearly twice their normal size. The Soviet Union chalked up the voyage as proof of the superiority of Soviet manhood. No wonder Bagdasarian had such a well-developed sense of political cynicism and was so willing to speak out. He especially despised the Zampolits, the Kremlin's political officers, who were assigned to every submarine. Ostensibly, they were there to ensure that crews remained communistically correct, but Bagdasarian thought them drunks, pests, and inept nags, and let them know it. He roared at one, "You have been as useful as a suitcase on my submarine for 2 months." After the man accused Bagdasarian of playing outlaws' music when he put on a tape of a new popular singer to inspire his men. Nor was Bagdasarian afraid of the Americans. As he put it, he had once attacked the American battleship USS New Jersey, stalking her as she headed full speed for Vietnam's Gulf of Tonkin. Had he been given the order, he could have sunk her. He also had gone inside U.S. waters to try to trail an American ballistic missile submarine as it left Guam, later falsifying his patrol reports, as some U.S. commanders did. He never did manage to keep tail of a U.S. sub longer than 18 hours, a mere wink in comparison to the feats of Whitey Mack, but that was long enough to win him a reputation as one of the most daring commanders in the Soviet fleet. Yet through all this, he always remained superstitious and fearful of disaster. He once delayed deployment rather than leave without his crew's lucky mascot, Mashka, the rat. To buy time, he told an admiral that much of the meat in the ship's refrigerator was dated 1939. "Rat flight is a well-known sign," Bagdasarian says. "It was necessary to delay our departure." Black Lila, however, had no such good luck charm on that fateful day in 1970. Perhaps she should have. Bagdasarian says that he was moving Black Lila, formally identified as K-108, through a series of exercises, a set of planned revolutions through the water similar to angles and dangles, much as Taog's crew had guessed. By early in the morning of June 24th, his submarine was running circles at a depth of 40 meters and a constant speed of 5 knots. She came to periscope depth to scan for messages from shore. Then she went back to 40 meters and began to turn 90 degrees to her right. The idea was to practice checking for sounds in the area that had been shielded by the din of Black Lila's own propellers, just as the Americans had thought. As Bagdasarian tells it, his sonar men soon heard sounds that they identified not as an American submarine, but as a submarine imitator, an exercise device that looks like a torpedo and creates the same kinds of noises as a trailing submarine. 4 minutes later, they lost the contact. 2 minutes later, there was a crash. What happened next inside Black Lila was very much like what Taog sailors say they heard, and very much like what they say they imagined. Black Lila's deck began to slant forward, first by 20 degrees, then by 30 degrees. The submarine was starting to slide out of control. "We had 2,500 meters below us," Bagdasarian says. "I announced the emergency alarm, ordered to blow the main ballast bow part. No change. We started to blow the entire ballast. Useless again. The sub kept sinking. Gave an order, lock in compartments." Silence in response. His crew was apparently in shock. "Truth to tell, I began to doubt at that moment a possibility of successful surfacing," Bagdasarian says. He shouted at his stunned men. Finally, they began to report in. "I hear air being slackened," sonar said. By then the commander realized that they had collided with another submarine. The noise of slackened air could have meant that the other sub was sinking along with the Soviets, or it might have been surfacing. Bagdasarian's chief engineer, Volodya Dibsky, crawled into the control room, literally pulling himself by his arms. His legs were paralyzed with fear and shock. The engineer continued to give orders, lying down. Meanwhile, Black Lila continued to fall for what seemed like several minutes. Bagdasarian shouted what he thought would be his last order ever. "Reverse!" It was a desperation move. If his crew could reverse the engines, their sub just might drive herself to the surface. But descending this steeply, Bagdasarian knew the reverse clutch was likely to fail. Black Lila began to vibrate. Inside the sub, the depthometer's hand shook, then stopped near 70 meters.
Then it moved back to 50 meters, to 25 meters. From the depth of about 25 meters, we went like a shot from the gun to the surface," he said. "Suddenly we appeared on the surface, like a cork from the champagne bottle."
After that dive, he added, referring to his men,
"They have a toast to the engines."
As soon as Black Lila hit the surface, her men opened a hatch. The sun was shining. They could see no other boat for miles around, and they feared the worst for the American sub.
"I thought for a second, I have sunk a brother submariner," Bagdasarian says. "It was hard to have realized it."
The Soviets were reporting the incident to their shore commanders when they caught the sound of what Bagdasarian now believes was Taog, moving away from the scene of the accident at 15 knots. Bagdasarian says his submarine limped back to port with only one propeller still working. Her right propeller shaft was hopelessly bent, and there was a large hole in her outer hull. The sounds of that outer hull cracking up could have created the popcorn effect recorded in Taog's sonar room. But the Echo had a second, reinforced inner hull. American submariners used to joke that the Soviets used a two-hull design because their metallurgy was, well, Soviet metallurgy. But it was very likely that the second layer of steel held back the crushing ocean and kept Black Lila's men alive. The hole in the outer hull
was so big that a trolley bus with antennas up could drive into it, Bagdasarian recalls. "Truth to tell, if the Taog had run into our sub a few meters closer to the center, we would have been very unlucky. The American submarine's speed was fairly high, and she would undoubtedly thrash both the light hull and the pressure hull of our sub."
Crammed into the hole between the inner and outer hulls, Bagdasarian believes, were pieces of Taog. He says he was certain that the crash had completely sheared off Taog's sail. Like the men on Taog who had tried to hold onto pieces of the Echo, Black Lila crew members tried to keep pieces of the American sub for themselves, but the chunks of HY-80 were confiscated by the KGB. Only Bagdasarian, who refused to give his up, still has a souvenir. After that, Bagdasarian's story departs from the tale told by Taog's crew. He insists that it was Taog that rammed Black Lila, not the other way around, and he says that the Soviets tracked Taog heading back to Japan. He also says Soviet intelligence sources reported that once there, Taog remained to undergo a long overhaul. But Taog never went to Japan. She returned directly to Pearl Harbor. When Bagdasarian returned to the Soviet Union, he faced a torturous hearing before a Communist Party commission. He says his squadron commander gave him advice. "Don't fly into a rage. Drop some tears on dusty boots." A severe reprimand was registered on his service card. The transgression meant that he would no longer be allowed to teach at the Naval Academy. Instead, his boat was overhauled, then sent to spend 2.5 months hiding outside of San Francisco. This combat service, Bagdasarian says, was meant to make amends for his failure to wash out the fault with blood. After the crash, a new joke began to make the rounds among Soviet submariners, although the facts it was based on were altered somewhat, as no one wanted to be caught referring directly to a classified incident. With such constraints, it's little wonder that the humor is somewhat strained. The joke went like this. An American nuclear sub collided with an iceberg in the ocean. The iceberg's crew had no casualties. After about 6 months, Bagdasarian's superiors decided to rescind the reprimand. Somehow it wasn't erased from party documents until many years later, and by then Bagdasarian wanted to hold onto his unique blemish. His reason?
It would be hard to find a communist whose service card would say, "Severely reprimanded by the party for the collision with an American nuclear-powered submarine in underwater position."
As Bagdasarian spoke, he paused and wondered aloud whether he might meet Commander Balderston, perhaps to
have a drink and think together how to avoid similar collisions in the future.
Told that Balderston had died, the former Soviet commander seemed crestfallen.
"It's too bad about the commander," he said. "I guess this incident did not pass easily for him."
Chapter 8. Oshkosh Bagosh. It was after 3 a.m., and even the Pentagon seemed almost still. Official Washington wouldn't start to churn for hours, not until the sun began baking the asphalt and concrete moat that surrounded the 34 acres taken up by the building. James Bradley sat beyond that moat, deep within the long cream-colored corridors, still on the 5th floor of the Pentagon's E-ring, behind 3 sets of locked doors, his suite of offices empty but for him. It was late 1970, Bradley's 4th year as the Director of Undersea Warfare at the Office of Naval Intelligence, and it was in these early morning hours that he could dream best, immersed in the quiet of his office and in the deep oceans beyond. He was preoccupied with notions bordering on the fantastic, plans for a new mission for Halibut, one that would shake the intelligence community even more than the photographs of the Soviet Golf submarine that had so caught the imagination of President Nixon and, unfortunately for the Navy, the CIA. Bradley wanted to send Halibut into the heart of a Soviet-claimed sea after a quarry that was living, practically breathing, and beyond almost anything U.S. intelligence had attempted to grab before. Closing his eyes for a moment, he could almost see his target. It was a telephone cable, a bundle of wires no wider than 5 inches. But what a bundle of wires! Bradley imagined the cable as it ran from the Soviet Union's missile submarine base at Petropavlovsk, under the Sea of Okhotsk, and then on to join land cables going to Pacific Fleet headquarters near Vladivostok, and then to Moscow. If Halibut's camera-toting fish could find that cable, if her crew could tap it, then the United States would violate the very soul of Soviet secrecy. Here could be an open ear to the plans and frustrations of Soviet leaders, intelligence unmatched by any human spy or even the newest surveillance satellites floating high over the Kremlin. Bradley could almost hear the words flowing through the line. Technical analysis clear of propaganda, measures of the abilities and problems of Soviet submarines, information that might make them easier to trail, tactical plans for patrols that would take those submarines and their missiles near U.S. shores. If he was right, maybe the Americans could even grab the Soviets' own assessments of the test flights of ICBMs and sea-based missiles that smacked down on the Kamchatka Peninsula in the northern Pacific. That cable might provide entry inside the minds of Soviet commanders themselves. Of course, the Soviets would probably see Halibut's intrusion into Okhotsk as an act of piracy. If she were detected, they might try to board or destroy her, forcing an international incident that might end the delicate dance toward détente. And there was another hitch, a big one. Bradley had no proof that this cable existed at all. Even if it did, There was no way to tell where it lay beneath the 611,000 square mile expanse of Okhotsk. Even Bradley could see the humor in his predicament. How could he present this idea to the cadre of White House, military, intelligence, and State Department officials who were supposed to have final say over an operation as dangerous as this one? How could he say that he wanted to send Halibut out on a hunch in search of an ethereal strand? Still, as far as Bradley was concerned, it was a pretty good hunch. After all these years of watching the Soviets, American intelligence knew that Soviet defense officials insisted on constant reports from the men in the field, and that the Soviets painstakingly coded most communications sent through the air to thwart interception. If Bradley's intuition was right, Soviet admirals and generals would be far too imperious and impatient to suffer an ocean of cryptographers already overwhelmed by the sheer bulk of their work. Top Soviet officers would insist upon, an immediate and simple communications method, and the only simple and secure way to talk was through a hard-wired telephone system. Any telephone line the Soviets set up between the mainland and the submarine base at Petropavlovsk would have to run beneath the sea of Okhotsk. Petropavlovsk was, after all, a tiny, desolate port across that sea, isolated on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and nearly hidden among ancient volcanoes and primeval birch forests. Okhotsk itself was almost empty, save for a few fishing trawlers and occasional submarines engaged in missile tests. The Soviets had to consider the sea secure, given that it was nestled into the crook of Kamchatka and the east coast of the Soviet Union, as neatly as the Chesapeake Bay fits into the U.S. eastern seaboard. The way in for an enemy submarine or ship was through narrow, shallow channels that sliced through the Soviet-controlled Kuriil Islands. Those channels could be easily blocked in an alert. But even if the cable was out there, where was it? Where, in all those miles and miles of water, lay a strand that couldn't be more than 5 inches wide? Bradley cleared his mind of charts and maps, freed himself from official assessments, from the meetings, memos, and briefings that swamped the business of intelligence in Washington. He let his eyes close, and his thoughts wandered to simpler journeys taken in simpler times, before the Cold War, before World War II, back to the waters of his childhood. There he found an answer that was beguilingly simple, and just strange enough to be true. It was buried in his memories of St. Louis in the 1930s, when he was a boy and his mother packed him up to escape the summer's heat on riverboat rides along the Mississippi River. From the point where the Mississippi meets the Missouri River through Alton, Illinois, the boats steamed through water dyed with brown silt and banked by miles of floodplains painted with wild upward strokes of grasses until the green gave itself up abruptly to towering gray barrier bluffs. Eagles traced circles above, while sand cranes left leggy tracks along the shore. It was this scenery that captured most people riding the river, that and the riverboat orchestra and social scene on board. But for a boy, there were other sights that marked the trip. The young Bradley had taken to passing time with the steamer captains in the pilot house, and from there he could see a series of black and white signs placed discreetly along the shore. Most of the signs marked mileage and location, but there were a few, he remembered now, that declared, "Cable crossing, do not anchor." These signs were there to keep some idiot in a boat from snaring and snapping a phone or utility cable in the shallows. Bradley's eyes snapped open as he realized that what was true of the Mississippi just might be true of Okhotsk. That's how they would find the cable, he thought. That's how they would engineer one of the most daring acts of telepiracy of the Cold War. Halibut would be led directly to her quarry by signs placed somewhere on a lonesome beach in the Soviet Union declaring, "Watch out, cable here." This wasn't the way intelligence operations were normally crafted in Washington, but Bradley's imagination had always been vast, sometimes too vast for the rigidity that often ruled much of the military crowd. He had been dreaming about a possible cable tap almost from the moment he had gotten the job and control of Halibut. He and his staff had spent hours talking about the possibilities for Halibut and that mythical communications cable. They scanned maps and pored over charts of Soviet seas and bases, and they soon came to realize that there were 3 spots that held special promise. 3 places on the maps where Soviet naval bases were separated from Moscow by miles of water: the Baltic Sea, the Barents Sea, and the Sea of Okhotsk. Of these, only Okhotsk was truly desolate. Covered with a layer of ice 9 months of the year, the sea was as dreary and cold as Petropavlovsk, where nuclear submarines and missile arsenals were secreted among buildings that had been decaying for a century or more. Soviet naval officers made dingy homes in these cheap squares of concrete built among civil defense shelters and radar receivers. The more Bradley thought about Okhotsk and the sub-base on Kamchatka, the more he knew that Halibut was destined to go there. But throughout his first 3, even 4 years of directing her missions, there had been no safe way to allow men to leave a submarine, walk the sand 300 to 400 feet under the sea, and reach out and tap a cable. Bradley had to wait for the technology to catch up with his vision, and that had finally happened. The same post-Thresher panic that had prompted the Navy to put money into underwater research, the same push that had given birth to a redesigned Halibut, had also paid for a program to create new ways for divers to survive in the deep. Bradley's old friend John Craven had overseen much of this work until he retired from the Navy. Under Craven's direction, the ability of divers to work in the depths had progressed at an incredible pace. The problem had been daunting. What is life-giving air on the surface can kill divers down deep. By 300 feet down, air compresses so much that a single lungful contains about 10 times the surface amounts of oxygen and nitrogen. At these concentrations, oxygen becomes poisonous, and nitrogen has a drug-like effect, nitrogen narcosis, that makes divers go squirrely. Specially trained Navy divers and scientists had been experimenting with recipes for a new underwater atmosphere that replaced much of the oxygen and all of the nitrogen with helium, which is non-toxic. On ascent, those gases could be remixed to fulfill the diver's increasing need for oxygen in shallower waters. Animal experiments had given way to human underwater habitats called sea labs. Placed 200 feet down off La Jolla, California, the living was dangerous and uncomfortable. At one point, the plumbing failed on one, and the habitat tilted, but 4 divers inside survived on the new gas mixtures. Everything was progressing well until one of the sea labs developed leaks in 1969. A diver was killed while trying to make repairs. Not at all the kind of publicity the Navy was looking for just a year after Scorpion had been lost. The Sea Lab program was unceremoniously canceled, and to outsiders it seemed as though the Navy had abandoned the effort altogether. But development quietly continued, and Bradley and Craven prepared to put the new gas mixture and the new saturation diving techniques to use for divers on Halibut. The sub was now at the Mare Island Naval Shipyard outside San Francisco, being fitted with a portable version of Sea Lab, a pressurized chamber to support the divers as they acclimated to the water pressure they would find if they walked the seafloor to tap the Soviet cable. But before Halibut could navigate the bottom of Okhotsk, Bradley had to win the funding and political support that the mission would require. Bradley's office was still the clearinghouse for all submarine spy missions. He and his staff collected wish lists from top policymakers within the National Security Agency, the Pentagon, and the White House. It was up to Bradley to come up with the operations that could fulfill those requests: the submarine trailings, the observations of missile tests, the gathering of electronic signals. Some of those missions were almost as far off the usual track as Bradley's imagined underwater cable, and not all of them were successful. In the early 1970s, a series of subs were sent to the Strait of Sicily to investigate what U.S. intelligence believed was a Soviet effort to plant an underwater system that would operate like SOSUS, one that seemed even more sophisticated than the sonobuoys that the British had destroyed a few years before. First, the USS Tullabee, SSN 597, was sent in and found a suspicious cable suspended high above the seabed. Then Lapon was sent in to try to snag the cable, but failed. After that, the USS Seahorse, SSN 669, and Rickover's NR-1 were sent in. Seahorse used her sonar to find the cable, then guided the small crew of NR-1 to the spot for what may well have been the first intelligence mission for the minisub. Finally, NR-1 got close enough to discover the Navy had been turning underwater backflips to check out a sunken Italian telephone cable left over from World War II. After that, Bradley had to sell those missions to the fleet commanders, who still had the final word on whether any of their submarines went out and where. Bradley had already made dozens of trips to Pearl Harbor, Norfolk, and Yokosuka, Japan, to brief and debrief submarine captains, and he had earned their respect and trust. Besides, the daring of the cable tap mission would make it an easy sell to these men. Navigating through Washington required more finesse. Still, Bradley knew how to court the crowd in this town where information was currency and was jealously distributed under the amorphous guideline of need to know. This was a place where power was measured by access, and Bradley traded access for approvals, packaging facts with a romantic haze of deep ocean wonders. His briefings drew on the storyteller's art that he had picked up decades earlier listening to his father weave wondrous yarns of wine, women, and sea. In fact, Bradley's idea to search for a Soviet cable was inspired almost as much by its dramatic impact as it was by its potential intelligence value. If that cable did exist, finding it and tapping it would do more to bring his office high-level exposure and funding than just about any mission he could think of. Bradley was already counting his successes in dollars and in enemies. His bounty usually came straight from the zipped pockets of other Navy departments. After he nearly decimated one project headed by a naval aviator, the man was ready to punch Bradley in the nose, right there in the Pentagon. "You son of a bitch," swore the burly aviator, pouncing on the captain in the corridor. Bradley didn't blame him a bit. But Bradley was also unapologetic. He felt completely sincere in believing that his group was doing better work than anyone else. As long as his program had money, Bradley had power, and more of it than any four-striped Navy captain had a right to expect. He still reported to Rear Admiral Fritz Harlfinger, the Director of Naval Intelligence, and through him to Admiral Elmo R. Zumwalt, Jr., who was now the Chief of Naval Operations. But power or not, Bradley was still a captain in a town full of admirals, and a mere naval intelligence officer in a town where the top spooks reported to the president. There also were more than a few admirals who resented his refusal to take them into his confidence. One man, especially powerful within the Pentagon, insisted that he had to approve every operation before Bradley could send a spy submarine out. It was a directive Bradley found impossible to comply with. "You gave me an order that was not legal," Bradley answered when the irate admiral confronted him. Then he added, "By the way, I don't work for you." The admiral stared Bradley down for what seemed like a long time. Finally he intoned, "All right, you can get away with this time. But I'll tell you one thing, Bradley. You're never going to make admiral." "So be it." Bradley stood his ground. "So be it." Then, with a soldier's flourish, he did an about-face and walked away, the drama of his departure filling him with satisfaction. There would be time enough later to realize that the admiral might just make good on his threat. At the moment, Bradley was more concerned with his battle with the CIA over control of halibut. The agency had already snatched command of all salvage operations surrounding the sunken Gulf and was still waiting for Howard Hughes to finish building the monolithic salvage craft that would attempt to tear the entire sub from its ocean grave. Most of that was being engineered through the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office, the top-secret Navy CIA office that was still being run mainly by the CIA. Worse, the CIA seemed hell-bent on broadcasting news of all the Navy's best submarine missions and taking credit for them. When those missions were still entirely under Bradley's watch, fewer than a dozen top officials in Washington knew of the Soviets' lost submarine and halibut's find. Now Bradley saw CIA officers assigned to Neuro handing out clearances like candy corn on Halloween. The velvet fist photographs, halibut's abilities, and even other submarine spying missions were fast becoming the main attraction in a circus where having a ticket to the show was more important than the performance, where the labels Top Secret and Need to Know made the spectacle irresistible. Bradley saw every briefing as a potential leak. He wanted to be the one to go to Kissinger or his top deputy, General Alexander Haig, Kissinger's chief liaison to the military, and then only when the time was right. Bradley had worked hard to earn his access to the two powerful men. The captain played on his realization that Kissinger was the ultimate bureaucratic infighter, someone who wanted to control everything about foreign policy and covert actions affecting foreign policy. Bradley knew that more than anything else, Kissinger wanted to choose what would be presented to Nixon, and wanted to make those presentations personally. As long as Bradley's missions reaped key intelligence, he knew the door would be open to Kissinger and to Haig. That had been clear the last time Bradley went to see Kissinger about halibut's exploits. Kissinger was half an hour late. He walked in, leaned back in a chair, put one foot on a table in front of him, and pointed the other foot at Bradley. "Well," he began, his trademark German accent evident in every word. "You have got 10 minutes. Go ahead and start." Bradley knew better than to cower. "Dr. Kissinger, I can't do this in 10 minutes. If 10 minutes is all you've got, we ought to go away and come back and do this another time. Because with 10 minutes, we're just going to waste your time and mine." Well, you start, and I'll tell you when to stop." More than 45 minutes later, they were still talking. It seemed a crucial victory to Bradley. Now the captain knew that news of the hunt for a sunken Soviet communications cable would be just the sort of exclusive that Haig would want to bring to Kissinger, and that the National Security Advisor would relish bringing to Nixon. Bradley had no intention of being scooped before he was ready to present his plan, so he told only the people who absolutely had to know: the Pacific Submarine Fleet Commander and Harlfinger. Normally, Bradley also would have marched his plan before a national oversight group known as the 40 Committee. Chaired by Kissinger, its ranks were filled with the country's highest national security officials, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the director of the CIA. It was the committee's job to evaluate all international covert operations, everything from CIA interventions in third world countries to eavesdropping operations aimed at the Kremlin. Other presidents had had similar oversight committees, and since the Pueblo incident, routine missions such as the usual submarine forays into Soviet coastal waters or sorties flown by spy planes were included in a monthly list for review. Committee members usually just provided a final glance before checking off boxes marked approved. But more dangerous operations, presumably any effort that carried as much risk as a plan to tap into a crucial Soviet communications line, were, in theory, subject to far more detailed hearings, where the operations were supposed to pass the most basic of all tests: are the potential payoffs worth the risk? The riskiest missions were then supposed to be presented to the President for final approval. That was the primary job of the 40 Committee, to provide a test of common sense, a dispassionate analysis of what otherwise might be a no-holds-barred quest to gather intelligence. The committee was, in short, a layer of oversight designed to rise above parochial concerns, interagency rivalries, machismo, and the ever-present temptation to venture from the daring into the stupid. But that ideal was often little more than fantasy. The committee almost never marked any mission disapproved, and members of the intelligence agencies and the armed forces knew they could bypass the rest of the group as long as they didn't bypass Kissinger, who treated the committee as something to be utilized or ignored as he saw fit. Sometimes, after he okayed missions on his own authority, he would poll the committee by telephone, seeking backdoor approvals. Sometimes he didn't even bother to do that. The message Kissinger sent was clear. The only oversight that mattered was his. That suited Bradley and Harlfinger, who in the spring of 1971 were happy to avoid a formal committee hearing. It wasn't hard for them to imagine what such a hearing would be like. Where were those signs? Along the Mississippi, you say? So, Captain Bradley, you say you came up with this sitting alone in your office at 3 a.m.? No. It would make so much more sense, Bradley reasoned, to try to get quiet approvals from the top, and to wait to tell the full committee about the plan once he knew for sure that the cable was there, to come in saying, "Look what we've done." Any step into Okhotsk, from the Soviets' point of view, was blatantly illegal, although the United States considered most of that sea to be open to international traffic, and a search for signs on a Soviet beach would have to take place at least partly inside the Soviets' 3-mile coastal limit, recognized internationally as sovereign territory. No one would see Halibut's jaunt inside as anything less than trespassing. Bradley hoped Kissinger would look past that, as much as he hoped Kissinger would ignore the fact that the timing for this kind of risk was just awful. Halibut would be trespassing when Nixon was publicly painting himself as a peacemaker and a statesman. The president had just gone on national television to declare that he personally had rescued flagging arms control talks in secret communications with Soviet General Secretary Leonid Brezhnev. All this left the captain apprehensive when he went to see Haig. With as few details as he could manage, Bradley outlined his plan to search out the cable. "If we can find it,
We think we've worked out a way to tap it," he told Haig. There was also, Bradley said, a secondary mission, an underwater search for parts of a new kind of cruise missile being supplied to Soviet subs that stalked U.S. aircraft carriers. Haig asked no questions, offered no words of caution. He didn't even bother to bring Bradley before Kissinger. Instead, he said, "Keep us informed." Bradley realized he had just gotten all the official approval he would need. Haig would surely let Kissinger know, but the Navy's diciest plan had passed with the simplest approval process possible. Halibut was going to Okhotsk. By the summer of 1971, Halibut's refit was almost complete. In addition to the huge hump, the Bat Cave, that had inspired her conversion to a so-called special projects boat, she also sported an extra lump, a secret and crucial piece of equipment that was so ingeniously hidden atop her deck that the Navy proudly advertised its presence with no fear of a security breach. Local newspaper headlines heralded the accomplishment of this new addition, while intoning that the Navy had relaxed its secrecy surrounding Halibut. Halibut, the papers declared, was to be the mother ship for the Navy's first post-Thresher deep submergence rescue vehicle. In fact, the lump wasn't a DSRV at all, but a diver's decompression and lockout chamber. Welded in place, it was where they would begin breathing the mixed gases developed at Sea Lab, and it was where they would get ready to go out and work underwater. In these final weeks before Halibut was to leave, Bradley's team began making frequent anonymous visits to Mare Island. Most of the sub's officers and crew knew them only as the men from Washington. Halibut's captain, Commander John E. McNish, wasn't revealing much more. Even in the final days before their October departure for Okhotsk, the crew still didn't know their destination. They knew only that they were leaving home for 3 months. That in itself was inspiration enough for the enlisted men to fill the submarine bars around San Francisco. Some of these boys were only months past their high school proms. Others were salted chiefs, veterans of smelly diesel boats or the first nuclear submarines. Together they spent their final night on shore in an era when being a hard-drinking, chain-smoking man of the sea was not yet an anachronism. With their wives and girlfriends looking on, they drank themselves under the tables at Helen's. They drank until they danced buck-naked on top of the tables at the Horse and Cow. This was their favorite place, the Winnie and Moo, to the initiated, with its darkened rooms, walls lined with photos of submarines, a klaxon cutting through the air to announce each new round, and stolen pieces of equipment crammed onto every free surface. Submarine commodes, plaques, dishes, ceremonial pennants, a torpedo casing, an anchor, enough contraband to drive naval investigators mad. Snorkel Patty was probably there. She almost always was at these last night events. For a decade she had been mother, big sister, and lover to scores of submariners. She was the woman who knew what they would face on patrol without needing to be told, and she taught other young women braving the brash bar not to ask where or how or why. She was the woman who would make the men feel safe when they got home. A tender Mae West Mary Magdalene of the submarine set. In return, these men and boys gave her their hard-won silver dolphins, hundreds over the years. They gave her a volcano's worth of lighters decorated with their submarine insignias, and they gave her their undying adoration. The klaxon blew, an air-driven howl, a wolf's song mated with the bray of a sick mule. The men drank some more and hooted,
then hooted louder when some innocent knob walked into the place still wearing underwear. Just about everyone was checked, and anyone found wearing was unceremoniously stripped. Inspired, the veterans dropped their pants, stood on the bar, and turned around to show off the screws tattooed in twin sets, making sterns of their rears. Legend has it that those inked propellers would ensure a safe and speedy passage. The especially brash powered their screws with a long trail of paper from the head, planted in the only place possible on their naked bottoms. With the paper set afire, they raced smoky circles around the bar in what had become the ritual Dance of the Flaming Asshole. This was their celebration for finally getting out of the shipyard. This was a wake for their lost freedom. This was how the men of the Halibut launched one of the most critical submarine spy operations of the Cold War. The party wouldn't end until just a few hours before Smiling Jack McNish gave the final order to embark. Smiling Jack was the name the men had given their hulking commander, a testament to the tight grin that took the place of a growl or gritted teeth. It widened only with trouble. Few crew members remembered ever seeing the 38-year-old red-headed captain actually laugh. Not now, and not on Halibut 5 years or so earlier, when he had served as her executive officer. That grin would be there, unchanging, through most of the month Halibut spent transiting to Okhotsk. Any other attack submarine would have made the distance in less than 2 weeks, but Halibut's 1950s vintage reactor could not kick up past 13 knots, and she was further slowed by the drag of the fake DSRV on her back. Most of the trip progressed at an infuriating crawl of 10 knots as Halibut traveled a long arc, matching the curvature of the Earth. Moving north to the Aleutian Islands, then down past the icy Bering Strait, past Soviet surface ships, she reached the Sea of Okhotsk. Getting inside the sea was tense business. The crew took several hours to maneuver through a shallow channel, probably at the northernmost part of the Kuriil Islands chain, just below the southern tip of Kamchatka. From here, the men had a periscope view of an active volcano, but they feared sunlight more. A single glint off the periscope, and any nearby submarine hunting plane or ship would find them. By now, they knew where they were. McNish had told them that much, and he told them the divers were going out on this mission, but he omitted any talk about Soviet cables. The commander instead declared that Halibut was there to find pieces of the new and deadly Soviet ship-to-ship missile. Only McNish, his officers, the divers, and a few men among those knighted as the Special Projects Team knew what they were really up to, as he ordered Halibut to move slowly up along the Soviet coastline, periscope up. Every 3 hours, Halibut moved along an S path, or cut a figure 8, or shifted from one side or the other, or circled around. Anything to give a peek into that blind spot in her baffles, to make sure no other sub followed from behind. The search continued for longer than a week. The men found nothing, but continued to look, to hope. Then they saw it, sitting along the beach, far up on the northernmost half of the Sea of Okhotsk, one of Bradley's signs proclaiming a warning to the careless. Do not anchor, cable here, or something to that effect in Russian. At McNish's order, a fish was sent swimming out of the Batcave. By now, the problems with the video feed had been fixed. The pictures that came flying up into the submarine's monitors were still grainy and tinged with gray, but they were far clearer than the sonar images the men had to rely on while searching for the Gulf. Now the men staring at the monitors could even see vague shapes of Okhotsk's giant crabs, though only photographs would show the smaller fish, the clouds of luminescent plankton, the teeny jellyfish dancing diamonds as they were lit up by the mechanical fish's incandescent mechanical lights. Anything, no matter how large, that was more than a few feet from the cameras and lights was lost in the murky water. Dark greenish-brown from silt runoffs. It showed up dark gray on the video monitors. Only a few men were cleared to look at any of this, but the novelty wore off quickly, and their shifts seemed to take forever as they stared at the screens for hours at a time. Then the sand seemed to rise slightly, a bump on the bottom, a foot or two long. The bump disappeared, then returned, a dash in the sand, followed by other dashes in the sand. At first the men wondered whether they were imagining a broken line within the gray. But there it was, again and again, periodic gray rises and more occasional glimpses of black. There was something there, something almost entirely buried in the sandy silt. Halibut began to follow the line. As the video images flickered on Halibut's monitor, the fish snapped 24 photographs a second. Later, the fish would be hauled up and gutted, refilled, and sent out again. The film promised images much clearer than this grainy video, but the ship's photographer wouldn't be able to develop any of the rolls until later, when Halibut could move high enough to the surface to snorkel and vent the toxic darkroom fumes. Finally, McNish gave the order, and Halibut came up in the privacy of a black night. The photographer began unraveling the rolls of film taken from the fish, working with the officer in charge of special projects. In the cramped darkroom, the two men watched the images emerge. There, in the color photographs, lay the Soviet cable. Now Halibut's crew had to find a flat strip on the sea bottom, a place to lower the two huge mushroom-shaped anchors at her bow and stern. McNish was looking for a spot well outside the 3-mile limit. There was nothing to be gained by tempting fate now. Ultimately, he settled on a place in the northern part of Okhotsk, about 40 miles off the western face of Kamchatka. His men maneuvered the boat gently down to a place just above the cable. It took almost a day to move into position and anchor. The divers had been waiting in the fake DSRV, breathing the helium and oxygen mixture for some time, and their bodies were acclimated to the increased pressure. Now they climbed into rubber wetsuits that fit loosely, leaving enough room for tubes that ran down their legs, their arms, into their hands, and around their bodies. A pump in the submarine would push hot water through the tubes as soon as they left the chamber, transforming the suits into something like rubbery wet electric blankets. The water would come through tiny holes in the tubing, seeping warmth against the chill of Okhotsk. It was November, and the water was at near freezing temperatures. The divers also wrapped insulation against their gas jets. There was no point in warming their bodies if they were going to breathe cold gas. Several times they checked their umbilical cords, the 2-inch thick bundle of tubes and wires that provided the mixed gases for breathing, the hot water sluices, and the links for communication, power, and lighting. Running through the cord was one strong wire that had nothing to do with breathing, talking, or seeing. This was the emergency line, which would be used to yank them back into Halibut should something go wrong. Their only other margin for error was latched onto their belts, small bottles containing 3 or 4 minutes of emergency air, their come-home bottles. Finally, the men were ready to crawl out the outer hatch. In the control room, McNish could see them walking what seemed a spacewalk. Only barely lit by their handheld lights, they cut a ghostly path through the murky water to the communications cable. Once there, they began using pneumatic air guns to blow debris and sand away from the wire. As soon as it was clear, the men started to attach the tap, a device about 3 feet long that held a recorder filled with big rolls of tape. Off the main box was a cylinder that contained a lithium-powered battery. A separate connector wrapped around the cable and would draw out the words and data that ran through. The tap worked through induction. There would be no cutting into the cable, no risking an electrical short from seeping seawater. Inside the boat, men monitored the water currents, taking readings every 15 minutes or so. Halibut swayed against her anchors, while plainsmen struggled to keep her level through the hours that the divers worked to attach the recording device to the cable. After that connection was made, the spooks collected what seemed like an adequate sample of the Soviet voice and data transmissions running through the cable. Nothing in Halibut's history suggested that this would ever be so easy. The cable had been found without a single snag in the line towing the fish. The mission had gone so smoothly that much of the crew would remain firmly convinced that their submarine had happened upon the cable by sheer accident. They had, after all, been told that the target on this trip to Okhotsk was pieces of Soviet missiles. Now, true to his word, McNish turned Halibut and headed for a Soviet test range. The water there was somewhat deeper than the waters over the cable. Still, Halibut's fish quickly found a spot where the whitish-gray grains carpeting the ocean bottom became speckled with the steel gray and black of electronics and small shards of casing. Halibut had found a place where Soviet missiles went to die. This mission also was important, for these new Soviet cruise missiles posed a terrible threat to U.S. aircraft carriers. The weapons had a new kind of infrared guidance system that the U.S. Navy had been unable to counter. Bradley had already sent 3 standard U.S. attack submarines to Okhotsk, with orders to try to get close enough to missile tests to record the frequencies of the infrared devices, as well as the frequencies of the new kind of radar altimeters that let the missiles skim close to the water surface and out of range of conventional U.S. countermeasures. The idea had been for the standard attack subs to use bulky devices attached to their periscopes to squirt bits of heat at the missiles to see what frequencies reflected back. The task proved impossible. At this point, the Navy was so desperate to learn whatever it could about any kind of Soviet cruise missiles that it had sent Swordfish with sonar developed for Halibut, side-lit and mounted on her hull, out to scour seabeds in shallow waters. The sonar worked so well that Swordfish could skim the shallows not more than 25 feet off the bottom, practically at flank speed. Only Halibut could actually send men out to retrieve anything, and now her divers were out again, this time to pick up piece after piece. The hope was to find one of the infrared devices, or one of the radar altimeters. The divers stowed the pieces in a huge gondola-like basket hooked to Halibut's steel underbelly. When the gondola was filled with hundreds of missile bits, the divers climbed back into the fake DSRV to wait out the long decompression process. They were there much of the time it took Halibut to travel back to Mare Island. She docked about a month after she left Okhotsk. Before the crew could disembark, tapes from the cable tap were on their way to the huge National Security Agency complex at Fort George G. Meade. That complex, located halfway between Washington and Baltimore, was where the Defense Department sent most of the electronics intelligence picked up by submarines and other spy vehicles to be decoded and analyzed. Protected by 3 layers of barbed wire and fences, 1 layer electrified, were 5.5 subterranean acres of computers. These were used by some of the nation's top mathematicians and scientists to break Soviet codes. There were also thousands of Russian linguists and analysts poring over decoded communications. The massive operations building was nicknamed the Anagram Inn, and it was behind its 70,000 square feet of permanently sealed windows that the halibut's tapes would be played, replayed, and judged for content. Meanwhile, the missile fragments were sent to a Department of Energy lab, secreted away in the Pacific Northwest, a so-called black installation with no outward signs of the work that went on inside. There, in a large, empty room, sat the basketfuls of junked missile pieces. Bit by tiny bit, engineers sorted through the baskets, laying out pieces on a long board. They were at it for months, but finally they had a board filled, 20 feet of junk transformed into a flattened, shattered version of nearly an entire missile, a 20-foot-long jigsaw puzzle with few pieces larger than 6 inches. Still, in all those heaps and baskets, engineers never found the infrared homing device the Navy so desperately wanted to study. It was assumed that the devices must have shattered when the missiles careened headlong into their targets at speeds of Mach 1 or Mach 1.5. But the radar altimeter and other crucial parts of that device were found, allowing U.S. engineers to try to build a countermeasure, one that would hopefully send the Soviet cruise missiles plunging harmlessly into the ocean. Meanwhile, word about the cable recordings came back to Bradley from the NSA. His guess had been right. Flowing through that cable was pure military gold. Conversations between the submarine base and high-level Soviet Navy officials, some of them unencrypted or coded in fairly rudimentary ways. The find separated the cable tap from most of the communications intelligence available to the United States. The growing network of spy satellites, planes, listening stations, and subs had watched and listened as the Soviets moved troops, built bases, and sent their fleets swimming through exercises. But even the most advanced eavesdropping system, the prototype of the Rhyolite satellite launched in 1970, could not penetrate a hard-wired phone line, and the few eavesdropping satellites the United States had were focused on Moscow and the Soviets' northern coast. None pointed toward the Pacific bases, the bases that were linked by the cable through Okhotsk. To be sure, Soviet agents provided occasional insights into the Soviet psyche, but for all the drama in dead drops and late-night forays through dark Moscow streets, finding a way to consistently intercept conversations among Soviet military leaders was something that the United States had been trying to do for decades with only limited success. A set of antennas placed atop the U.S. Embassy in Moscow had captured Brezhnev complaining about his health and other Politburo members talking about the traffic or their sex lives, but no Soviet leader was going to make a habit of talking about state secrets over something as vulnerable as a car phone. Now the cable tap was providing the first inside look at the Soviet Navy's fears and frustrations, its assessments of its own successes and failures, and its intentions. And the full potential for the Okhotsk cable tap had yet to be measured. These first recordings were only samples, an ear to conversations and reports that took place over a few days on a few of the dozens of lines that ran through the cable under the sea. Bradley saw the next step, and he saw it clearly. He wanted to tap as many of the lines as possible, and he wanted to plant a device that could record for several months or even a year, a device that would keep working in Okhotsk even when halibut was docked at Mare Island. His staff contacted Bell Laboratories, whose engineers were familiar with commercial undersea phone cables, and began designing a much larger tap pod. Just like the smaller recorder halibut carried on her first trip, the new device worked through induction. But this tap pod was huge. Nearly 20 feet long and more than 3 feet wide, it weighed about 6 tons and utilized a form of nuclear power. It would be able to pick up electronic frequencies from dozens of lines for months at a time, and record them on 3-inch tape that ran along a wheel nearly 3 feet in diameter. Halibut could plant the tap 1 year, then go back and retrieve it the next. Leaving behind proof of intrusion was risky, but Bradley's group reasoned that even if the Soviets found the tap, the United States could argue that the induction device was legal. Under U.S. law, the Constitution's prohibition against illegal search and seizure had already been ruled not to apply to currents emanating from buildings, homes, or cables. Navy lawyers wrote up highly classified papers to that effect. These legal contortions might seem disingenuous, but they accompanied almost all covert operations. It was, after all, the United States that kept insisting that other countries operate on high moral ground and within the bounds of international law. When the new tap was finished, it looked like a giant tube that had been squashed some from the top and welded shut at the ends. The device was crammed with miniature electronic circuits and had the capacity to record for weeks at a time. The device was so huge, Halibut's spooks would later call it the Beast. Finally, it was time for Bradley to wade through the formal approval process that he had avoided when the cable was still only a Mississippi River hunch. If Halibut was going to leave evidence of intrusion sitting in Okhotsk, the project would need more than a quiet nod from Haig and Kissinger. Despite Bradley's tensions with the CIA, it had been easy to get the agency officials he worked with to go along. They were so busy building the Glomar Explorer, they didn't mind leaving the cable tap operation to him. So Bradley presented Halibut to the 40 Committee in early 1972, while the American public was being presented with details about Nixon and Kissinger's peace initiatives with Vietnam and their historic trip to China. Given the timing, approval for the TAP mission was anything but certain. For one thing, the Strategic Arms Limitation talks, SALT, were at a make-or-break stage. For another, Kissinger and Zumwalt, the CNO, were engaged in an open feud. Kissinger had made a glaring mistake during arms negotiations that threatened to leave the Soviets with a dangerous lead in submarine-based ballistic missiles. In secret talks away from his military advisers, he had agreed, offhandedly, not to ask for limits on the Soviets' massive effort to build the Deltas, a new class of submarines that would far surpass the Yankees and carry ballistic missiles with ranges of 4,000 miles. Zumwalt was furious, convinced that Kissinger and Nixon had given away the barn in their zeal to get SALT completed before the year's elections. Zumwalt, who passed off words of caution from State Department officials, calling them bedwetters, was trying to force Kissinger to pay for his negotiating mistake by pressuring him to approve an even more powerful new class of U.S. missile subs, the Tridents. It was a battle he would win. Zumwalt did have another edge. Submarine spying had received a boost in Kissinger's and Nixon's eyes in mid-1972, when U.S. surveillance subs detected one of the rare overt Soviet moves to intervene in the Vietnam War. Shortly after Nixon announced the mining of Haiphong Harbor, the Soviet Navy sent 3 Echo-2 subs toward Vietnam. After they were detected by U.S. subs, Washington sent a message to Moscow, essentially saying, "Send them back home, or their history." The subs left. Now that the CNO had thrown his considerable weight behind Halibut and her return to Okhotsk, and damn the risk, it seemed that the cable tap could easily become a pawn in the battle between the White House and the Navy. Bradley did what he could to play down the risks, making his presentation without reference to a what-if Halibut were caught scenario. Beyond that, much of what he offered the 40 Committee was pure drama. The captain pulled out a map of Okhotsk. He pointed to where the signs were found on the beach and drew a path over the sea to indicate the cable. Then he boldly stated what had once been only a guess, that this was a cable that carried crucial information about the operations and development of Soviet ballistic missile submarines. His discussion of the dangers was limited to the harrowing undersea walks facing halibut's divers. What Bradley didn't tell the committee was just how he knew there was a cable in the first place. He left out the fact that halibut, on Haig's nod, had already visited the wire. He only assured the committee that the Navy was certainly not going to draft the operations orders until it was convinced that it could engineer a cable tap. By the time he was finished, Bradley had won over the room. If the arms control negotiations or political machinations gave these officials pause, they didn't show it. The cable tap mission was approved, and Halibut left for her second trip to Okhotsk on August 4th, 1972. 2 months after the break-in at Democratic Party headquarters at the Watergate complex, Halibut was on her way to perform the ultimate wiretapping exercise for an administration that was about to be crushed under its own tapes and covert operations. This time, McNish decided to brief his men about their true mission and the risks they would encounter. He called them into the crew's mess, 1/3 of the men at a time. Characteristically solemn, his grin a tight wire across his face, he stood against the bulkhead and told them where they were going, told them about the cable, told them about the tap. Then McNish told his men something else. He told them about black boxes strategically placed at bow, stern, and midship. They were filled with explosives, and they were wired for self-destruct. The boxes were not carried by regular attack subs, but on Halibut, every torpedo man's mate had been trained to crimp the explosive caps attached to fuses to ready the demolition boxes for detonation. Should Halibut become trapped in Okhotsk, McNish told his men she would not be boarded, and her crew would not be taken alive. This briefing was presumably at odds with general Navy security rules. Most of the crew had no need to know where they were going or why. But McNish was asking his crew to go out for 6 months and take a risk unmatched in peacetime. Need or not, his men had a right to know. On the way to the place her men were now calling Oshkosh, Halibut was stranded. Her clutch blew, sending the shaft to her screws spinning uncontrollably. A Halibut newcomer devised a jury rig involving a series of braces and a hydraulic jack attached to the motor. The fix held. The men were by now affectionately referring to their usually ailing, most of the time moving, underwater nuclear-powered habitat as the Bat Boat. The moniker stuck when somebody noticed that the huge bump created by the Bat Cave hangar made the sub look like a giant rendering of Bruce Wayne's comic book supercar. Back in Okhotsk, Halibut found the cable easily. McNish gave the order, and the 2 huge anchors descended from bow and stern. The divers climbed out of the DSRV lockout. In a matter of hours, spooks were listening to voices coming from the cable. "Get in here, you have to hear this," one of the spooks called to some of the chiefs. As he listened, one chief's eyes opened wide. He understood Niet Russian, but that didn't seem to matter. "Jesus, this is great," the chief said, shaking his head. "Jesus." Then he began to laugh, a deep-throated, gut-shaking laugh built at once of pure bravado and the realization that they could all be caught listening to a conversation they were never meant to hear. With an adolescent conspirator's sense of occasion, the chief took off his headphones and slip them to the next man in line. A fortunate few were these chiefs, these men on the inside track, who had the good luck to be pals with the spooks. One after another they took their turns meeting the enemy they had tracked, pointed weapons at, harangued, and forsaken their families for. They were taking part in history. They were meeting the Soviets ear to ear, with one side deaf to the transaction. None of this, of course, concerned the two Soviets yammering happily away on the telephone in unscrambled, uncoded Russian. They had no idea that 3,850 tons of steel and more than 120 men had conspired together to listen in to their conversation, or that soon their words would be weighted with layers of classification and given points for intelligence value in Washington. A celebration was in order, and the divers provided one. Plucking a giant spider crab from the seashore, they sent it into halibut through the DSRV lockout. One of the chiefs grabbed hold of a spindly leg, then a huge body. Someone else found a platter, a big one, the biggest one on the boat. It wasn't big enough. With legs dangling, its brownish-gray body hanging off the steel plate, the crab moved slowly as it was paraded through the engine room toward a massive pot of boiling water, on its way to becoming the only casualty of the mission. McNish kept halibut hovering over the line for at least a week. Then halibut made her way out of Akatsk, leaving the tap planted and the internal recorders running. The submarine would come back to pick the recordings up in about a month. For now, the men were going to Guam. They would stay there long enough to let the tapes fill some more, and long enough to patch whatever had broken on their bat boat. It was a routine port stop, at least until their final night. The officers, the enlisted men, the chiefs, most everybody who was not on watch, went out drinking. Then talk among the chiefs in the non-commissioned officers' club turned to the cable tap. No one remembers who was the first to blurt out what was probably on most everyone's mind, but somebody, whether moved by fear or made courageous by beer, cracked the veneer and asked the question. Had they crossed a crucial line? This wasn't like going up against another sub or a ship and watching from afar. This was eavesdropping. What the hell were they doing crawling into the Soviet Union's backyard and tapping a military cable in peacetime? Why were they risking their lives for a mission they were all sure the United States would never acknowledge? Why were they riding a boat with a captain who had made clear that his hand was on the self-destruct button? Why were they riding a boat that could disappear without a word to their families of how or why? Once it began, there was no stopping it. Fear, anger, concern poured across the table. This had been building from the first moment the spooks pulled the chiefs into the radio shack and handed them the headphones. Listening to those words they didn't understand, coming from a tap they weren't supposed to have planted, didn't seem funny anymore. What once struck them as exciting and daring now seemed just plain illegal and dangerous. Few of the men suffered qualms of morality or politics. As far as they were concerned, détente and diplomacy were public shows put on by both sides to hide true intentions. Still, what they were doing, the men told themselves, could be construed as an act of war. Worse, what they were doing could start the war they feared most. For perhaps the first time since they had joined the submarine service and faced the power of the oceans and the threat of Soviet depth charges and torpedoes, some of these men were suddenly deeply certain that what they were doing could kill them. Then one man said that they ought to tell the old man to stuff it, that they ought to tell him they didn't want to go back. Then others said the same thing in different ways. More beers were ordered and downed. Then together they made their way to the dock. Together they stood in front of their submarine. Then, one by one, they climbed down the hatch, realizing that they weren't going to go tell McNish to stuff it after all. They were going to their bunks or to their posts, and they were going back out to the Sea of Okhotsk. Soon everyone was on board, except Auxiliaryman's chief, John White. He stood on the pier and announced he was not going down the hatch. As far as he was concerned, the submarine service was a volunteer service, and he was devolunteering. Nobody expected this. White had served more than 19 years. He was the kind of man who always worked harder than his crew, the kind who rewarded their hard work by sending them out on the town on his tab. Maybe it was the beer talking. Only White didn't seem drunk enough to throw away his career when he was only 1 year away from a full pension. Still, something had made White decide to do just that, something that he refused to talk about, that day on the pier, or since. In the end, he would say only that he wasn't reacting to the mission or to the self-destruct charges on board, that it was all more personal than that. Whatever his reason, Halibut pulled from port without him. White was flown back from Guam to California, where he was given an honorable discharge with a normal 20-year pension. For the rest of the trip, it was White the chiefs talked about. Soon they were back in the spook shack, listening to the Soviets. This time they even understood a little of what they heard, as one Soviet sailor used the telephone line to practice wooing his girlfriend in English. The chiefs listened and laughed, but the joy of conspiracy had left the boat with John White. This was to be the final leg of their trip. Their orders were to collect every last bit of information they could, then leave behind the tap to silently record the Soviets through the months that would pass before Halibut could again make the long trip back to Okhotsk. They hovered over the cable for a week, maybe more, long enough for even White's dramatic exit to become blurred into the general monotony of watch, meals, poker, sleep. Watch, meals, poker, sleep. By now the sub had been out for nearly 5 months, and most of the men just wanted to start their crawl home. Then, abruptly, their routine was broken. A storm above began boiling beneath the surface. The divers were trapped outside, unable to climb back into the DSRV chamber as Halibut strained against her anchors one moment, then slammed into the sea floor the next. All the men could do was try to keep a safe distance and watch. There was no way the officers and crew manning the diving planes could keep Halibut level. The gauge measuring anchor tension moved from 10,000 pounds to 50,000 pounds, to 0, to 20,000 pounds, to 50,000 pounds, and back to 0 again. An hour passed, then another. Then there was a loud crunch. Both steel anchors snapped at once, broke so easily that they could have been rubber bands. Outside, the divers watched as Halibut began to drift upward. The men were still linked to the submarine through their air hoses. They knew that they would die if Halibut pulled them up before they could decompress. If they cut themselves loose, they would suffocate. Inside, the officer of the deck was well aware of the danger when he shouted a desperate order. "Flood it!" He said it a second time. Valves were rolled wide open, and Halibut began to take in tons of water, filling her ballast tanks in a matter of seconds. Belly first, she crashed into the sand. The divers scrambled into the DSRV chamber. The horrendous ride was over, but there was no guarantee the submarine would ever be able to break free of the muddy sand. Rocks scraped against and past the hull, an ongoing crunch, until the men on board were certain the barrage would wreck their boat, that they would never leave Okhotsk. "Christ, we're here forever," one mechanic said through gritted teeth. "Hell, we weren't supposed to be here in the first place," another man muttered. Halibut sat, one day leading into another. The storm passed, but McNish wouldn't try to raise the boat until he had milked the cable for everything he could record. He and his crew were going to go home with their tapes full, if they went home at all. Finally, McNish gave the word. It was time to leave. It was time to see if McNish's desperation order to throw Halibut belly down into the sand had saved the mission, or killed them all. Halibut couldn't just power up and drive out. Submarines were designed to be free-floating, to draw in water for crucial cooling systems from seawater intake valves that were now pressed down by a submarine's weight in sand. Tensely, at McNish's word, the men blew a bit of ballast. It wasn't enough. Halibut was mired and would need a full emergency blow to get out. But in water just 400 feet deep, she might end up blowing herself to the surface and to exposure. The crew decided to try to engineer an emergency blow to free their sub, and almost instantly after take on enough water again to remain submerged, sort of like trying to exhale and inhale water nearly at the same time, to leave their sub bobbing mid-depth. The men also knew they had to get it right the first time. Halibut had enough compressed air to attempt the move only once. They would be freed, or they would be stuck, and there would be no argument either way. Halibut was freed. She had an entirely uneventful trip across the Pacific. The response to her return, however, was anything but uneventful. Bradley got the word from the NSA almost immediately. The tap had recorded as many as 20 lines at once. The NSA had been able to separate all of them electronically. Halibut had hit the mother lode. There were conversations between Soviet field commanders covering operational tactics and plans and maintenance problems, including defects that could cause missile submarines, like the Yankees, which were now beginning to patrol in the Pacific, to make noises that might help U.S. submarines in their efforts to track the enemy. Logistical business was conducted through the line, reports that ships couldn't get underway for lack of spare parts. There was also other high-level reporting of command and control, decisions made about when and if patrols would get underway, and which submarines would be sent to lurk off of U.S. shores. There were discussions of personnel problems, training problems, requests for more men, complaints when those men failed to arrive at Petropavlovsk. Then there were the intangibles, the dreaded political officers on Soviet submarines, revealing their own private views about party leaders. The Soviet command also allowed young submariners to use the lines, patching their calls through to local stations where the men could wish Mama a happy birthday or ask their sweetheart to wait. All this put a human face on the massive enemy across the ocean. This second effort to tap the cable confirmed one disappointment. There seemed to be little, if any, information about missile tests running through the line. Bradley had had great hopes that there would be information about the success of splashdowns of land and sea-based intercontinental ballistic missiles, but overall, the tap was an intelligence goldmine. Nevertheless, there would have to be a few changes. Bell Laboratories was asked to find a way to program the next tap pod so that it could hone in on what were deemed the most crucial lines, and so the recorders could turn on and shut off to conserve tape. The idea was to program the tap for prime time, although at this stage no one at the NSA was really sure what constituted prime time, any more than they knew for certain which lines were best. Bradley's office also had to let Rickover in on the program, at least in a limited way, despite his rancor toward the boat and her previous commander. Bradley needed Rickover's permission to make an important structural change. The captain didn't want to risk another incident like the one that had almost killed Halibut's divers. She was going to get a pair of sleigh-like feet. From now on, she would not anchor over the tap site. She'd be equipped to sit on the bottom when she went back to Akatsk, again in 1974,
and 1975. The details of Halibut's mechanics didn't interest the greater intelligence community, but the recordings did. The Navy had pulled the ultimate in one-upmanship. No human agent or standard spy boat could have collected the wealth of information that Halibut brought home. The NSA bestowed a code name on what was now an ongoing operation, Ivy Bells. Bradley would plan more of these missions, and other submarines would be refitted to follow Halibut's path to Okhotsk. But Bradley would never know firsthand what his efforts had wrought. The NSA would give naval intelligence detailed summaries of the take, but unlike Halibut's chiefs, he would never hear a single minute of the tapes. The NSA decided that Bradley, who had imagined the cable, envisioned the signs pointing it out, and labored to get funding and clearances for the mission, hadn't earned this bit of currency. Bradley, it was deemed, simply had no need to listen, no need to know. Chapter 9. The $500 million Sandcastle. It was October 22, 1973, and journalist Seymour M. Hersh was taking notes in a reporter's staccato, partial sentences, partial secrets that he ingested along with dinner, as he sat in a suburban restaurant with a source whose name he was bound by ethics and bargain never to reveal. At the moment, anyone would have expected this 36-year-old Pulitzer Prize winner to have been entirely embroiled in Watergate. He was, after all, the top investigative reporter for the New York Times, albeit one who was rumpled and stubborn and given to bursts of profanity, and he was running a frustrated second to Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein of the Washington Post in the race to uncover the story that would make legends of these unknown, scruffy reporters and felons of their more polished and powerful targets. Watergate scoops, however, were not what Hersh had come to this dinner for, and the man he was dining with did not belong to the group that soon would be branded all the president's men. This man ran in different company, in the company of spies, perhaps in the company, as the CIA was known. He had only recently stepped down from his post as a high-ranking national security official. He was, as Hersh put it, somebody who sat at the catbird's seat for a long time. More than that, Hersh would forever refuse to reveal. Indeed, he was taking considerable trouble to meet this man in secret, slipping out of the Washington, D.C. bureau of the Times to catch up with him in another city. Hersh was making this trip because there was a story he wanted almost as much as the epic of a collapsing presidency. He had been getting tips for years about costly wastes and excessive dangers in U.S. intelligence operations, including some of the Navy's most secret submarine spy missions. Now he wanted to shine a light on this pitch-black world that had always been left to operate under a peculiar type of political immunity that could only be imparted by the words top secret and highly classified. These phrases had once been read by journalists and lawmakers as signals to back off and stop asking questions. But these days the Watergate saga was emboldening the press and Congress, encouraging them to be more skeptical, and Hersh was at the forefront of a drive to hold the intelligence community accountable for what it had been doing behind the veil. Much of what he had been hearing dealt with cost overruns on spy satellites and the risks being taken in undersea spy programs. He also had learned about the Holy Stone surveillance submarines that were darting into Soviet waters. And just recently, Hersh had started picking up scattered rumors about a CIA operation designed to steal something that the Soviets had lost or discarded at the bottom of an ocean. 3 times he had been told that the agency was constructing an enormous barge that could reach down through miles of raging currents, crushing pressures, and unending darkness.
He knew the plan only by its code name, Project Jennifer. The references were tantalizing, but oblique. None of his sources had been able or willing to tell Hirsch just what the CIA was after. One government official had hinted that the agency was seeking pieces of spent ballistic missiles that had been fired in tests from the Tyuratom test center deep inside the Soviet Union into the Pacific. But Hirsch didn't trust the information. He feared that the official was either offering up a guess or dangling deliberate misinformation. Now, however, Hirsch was meeting with a man he knew he could trust. Appetizers were put on the table as new leads passed across. But it wasn't until the meal was ending that Hirsch tossed out 2 words. As if offering up dessert, he repeated the code name that he had been unable to decipher. Project Jennifer. Hirsch waited for a heartbeat, maybe 10, trying to look nonchalant. Then all at once he began scribbling, catching facts along with concern and skepticism as they poured from the man sitting across the dinner table. Russian sub went down in Atlantic, Hirsch wrote. Jennifer is designed to find it. We know where it is. Next came the words that revealed what may have been this source's reason for telling Hirsch anything at all. Don't you think the Russians know why there's a U.S. trawler with exotic gear out there in the middle of the ocean? Copying it all down, Hirsch knew he now held the heart of what could be one of the most exotic undertakings of the Cold War, an operation known to perhaps only a few dozen people in the government. The source didn't say how the CIA had found the submarine, and Hirsch didn't realize until much later that his companion had placed the Soviet boat in the wrong ocean. But he had outlined what seemed to Hirsch to be the perfect allegory, the perfect way to question what was wrong with U.S. intelligence. Here was a tale of an agency spinning a seemingly impossible dream that might antagonize the Soviets just as détente was starting to ease the worst of the Cold War tensions. In fact, that very day the United States and the Soviet Union had jointly issued a call for a ceasefire in the Middle East war that had started on Yom Kippur. Hirsch went back to his other sources, pushing and pleading. But his efforts still hadn't netted much information. Then, 4 months after the clandestine dinner, on a Saturday evening in January 1974, Hirsch got a break. He was at a Washington dinner party, one of those affairs where officials hobnob with journalists, both thinly disguising questions and evasions as small talk. This night Hirsch was parrying with a newly retired CIA officer when his tendency toward swagger overwhelmed caution. Smiling wryly, casting his voice with just the right amount of scorn, Hirsch asked with the certainty of an insider why anyone would care about retrieving some old submarine from the bottom of the ocean. He made sure that he worked the name Jennifer into the sentence. Later he would admit that he was probably showing off. The former officer seemed not to react, offering not the slightest sign of annoyance, concern, or recognition. But Hirsch had hit a nerve. He must have, because as soon as the party was over, the officer was on the telephone with William E. Colby, who had been director of the CIA for only 5 months. The news that Hirsch had gotten hold of Project Jennifer hit the CIA with megaton force. Colby knew that Hirsch had won his Pulitzer for breaking the story of the My Lai massacre in Vietnam, and the director considered him a good ferreter-outer. Colby also knew that after 6 years of planning and preparation, his secret was about to get out. Contrary to what Hirsch's source had said, the huge ship that had been commissioned for the project was not yet out to sea. But it had been completed, built by Howard Hughes's Summa Corporation. Christened the Glomar Explorer, she was the length of 3 football fields, with decks crammed with computer-operated equipment, pulleys and cranes, all designed to send a giant clawed arm diving through nearly 17,000 feet of ocean, down to the bottom, where it was supposed to grab hold of the lost Soviet submarine and pull her to the surface. Only a few final tests remained before Glomar would be ready to set out on Project Jennifer. 5 more months, and the CIA would be able to try its salvage attempt. The idea had already survived the opposition of the men most responsible for finding the Gulf in the first place, Captain James Bradley, who would be retiring in a month, and John Craven, who was already retired. Bradley and Craven still believed that the late 1950s-era Soviet boat was of little intelligence value, and certainly not worth the cost and dubious chance of success involved in trying to pull her out of the ocean. Instead, they had proposed a far simpler and less dangerous plan to recover the Gulf's most valuable treasures. Develop unmanned submersibles equipped to blow holes in the Gulf's hull and grab the missile warheads, communications gear, and decoding machines, just about the only things of any real value on the sub. The wisdom behind their caution seemed even clearer now. The Soviets barely relied on the Gulfs anymore. They were nearly finished building a fleet of 34 Yankees, and they were about to introduce the even more lethal Delta missile subs. The first Deltas, already on sea trials, were slated to head out on patrol in 1974, and 2 to 3 dozen more were planned. The Deltas carried missiles that could travel 4,200 nautical miles, or nearly 6 times as far as the antiquated ones sitting in the Gulf's wreckage. Bradley and other naval intelligence officials also felt that the sub force was finally starting to get a handle on tracking Soviet subs at sea, and they saw no need for any desperate moves. 2 or 3 Yankees were always in the Atlantic now, and SOSUS had been calibrated well enough to pick them up as they moved in round-robin fashion through patrol zones known as the Yankee Boxes, southeast of Bermuda and west of the Azores. Indeed, more SOSUS stations were being set up, and U.S. warships were now towing portable sonar arrays to cover areas where SOSUS was deaf. Naval intelligence also had created operational intelligence centers on both coasts and in Europe and Japan, which were correlating all the data coming in on Soviet sub movements and disseminating daily updates. During the Arab-Israeli Yom Kippur War, the United States had managed to keep close tabs on 26 Soviet missile and attack subs in the Mediterranean, one U.S. attack sub handing off responsibility to another as they kept constant track of individual Soviet subs in the crowd. But the CIA's elaborate plan to completely recover the Gulf still appealed to Nixon and Kissinger, who was now Secretary of State. They were so firmly behind the decision to grab the entire sub that final approvals were coming in right on schedule. Several top congressional leaders also had been briefed. It was somewhat remarkable that the secret ever had survived the years it had taken to build the massive Glomar Explorer. Now the ship was well hidden in plain sight, shrouded by a cover story the CIA considered perfect. The country's most famous and wealthy eccentric was building Glomar to corner the market on manganese nodules, golf ball-sized clumps of minerals that sat on the ocean floor. The venture, as promoted, was expensive, and there were far simpler ways to obtain manganese, but nobody questioned that Hughes would take huge risks to control a new market, nor did anyone seem surprised about the secrecy surrounding the project. Hughes was a well-known paranoid, and secrecy had marked his huge empires in aviation, oil drilling, and hotels. But Hirsch had never heard the cover story, had leapfrogged it altogether with one crucial interview. Colby, who was known for a near-legendary calm under pressure, was becoming very nervous. A story in the papers could kill the entire mission before the Glomar Explorer ever embarked. CIA lawyers had, of course, crafted legal briefs outlining why the United States had every right in the world to try to salvage Soviet property in the middle of the ocean. But those briefs, like those crafted to adorn nearly every covert mission, were useful only for public deniability. With or without supporting legal arguments, Colby knew that international law made clear that sunken warships always belonged to the country that had sailed them. Colby couldn't muzzle Hirsch, not legally, but he could cajole, and that's just what he planned to do when he went to visit Hirsch at the Times' Washington bureau. Hirsch and Colby were a generation and a war apart, and at this time that was a gap galaxies wide. The 54-year-old Colby had walked into the intelligence services during World War II, an era when journalists and novelists vied to craft the most romantic portraits of the nation's spies, of their daring and panache. Hirsch, on the other hand, had been practically thrown out of the Pentagon as an Associated Press reporter during the Vietnam War for continuously and hostilely questioning the military's line. Now Colby stood before Hirsch, hoping to make a bargain. He had come to believe that the only way to maintain public support for intelligence efforts was by, as he would say, bringing intelligence out of the shadows. For his part, Hirsch thought Colby essentially honest. He also believed that was probably a bad thing for a CIA director who had to deal with more hard-line agency veterans. And so the two men sat down to talk. The director wanted Hirsch to hold his story, to stop digging, to not even talk about Project Jennifer. Hirsch listened to Colby, knowing full well that he was far from ready to go to press. Nonetheless, there was an opportunity here. So Hirsch said that he expected Watergate to keep him too occupied to go after Project Jennifer, at least for the next several months. After a bit of bluffing that suggested he knew more about Project Jennifer than he did, Hirsch redirected the conversation. Hirsch wanted to know about CIA ties to Watergate. Colby happily answered Hirsch's questions, and he left the Times convinced that he had bought at least 2 or 3 months of quiet. Indeed, Hirsch was still absorbed in the president's scandal when Glomar left port 5 months later, and the reporter was still writing about Watergate when she hovered over the Soviet submarine that July in a spot in the Pacific about 1,700 miles northwest of Hawaii. It seemed obvious to Colby that his secret was holding. Over the next weeks, he received reports that the only Soviet ships that passed anywhere near Glomar were commercial vessels. Still, many of Glomar's crew members feared the Soviets would figure out what was going on. Most of Glomar's men were roughnecks, recruited from U.S. oil fields, chosen because they could handle Glomar's massive crane and other equipment. None of the men wanted an encounter with the Soviets. The men wanted to get the job done and go home. New photographs taken by cameras dangled by Glomar showed that the Gulf was still in much the same condition as when Halibut had found her 6 years earlier. The Soviet sub was listing toward starboard. Photos taken through missing and damaged hatches made it clear that there was still one intact nuclear missile. The other 2 had been damaged when the submarine went down. Except for a hole blown nearly 10 feet wide just behind the conning tower, probably from the explosion that had sunk her, the Gulf appeared to be in one piece. Still, there was a good possibility she was fragile. The Navy had estimated that the Gulf had slammed to the ocean bottom at more than 100 knots. That kind of impact could easily have left her broken beneath the steel outer plating. That was one of the key reasons Bradley and Craven had pushed for a more limited recovery effort. But at that moment, the biggest hurdle was reaching the submarine in the first place. It was a task that one man who recruited Glomar's crew compared to lifting a 25-foot-long steel tube off the ground with a cable lowered from the top of the 110-story World Trade Center on a pitch-black night, haunted by swirling winds. Computers in the Glomar's control room began flashing information as the giant claw was slowly lowered into the depths. The claw and its steel arm had been nicknamed Clementine, after the classic miner's lament. Indeed, at least the Soviets believed their boat to be lost and gone forever. The arm resembled a huge octopus that would ultimately dangle on a miles-long tether. It had 8 grasping claws, 3 of which supported a huge steel net. The tether itself was being built a piece at a time by Glomar's men, who linked sections of pipe, each 60 feet long, one by one, giant tinker toys, creating an ever-lengthening leash dangling ever lower into the ocean. Later, when it was time to try to raise the submarine, crewmen would hoist the claw and the sub by pulling the pieces of pipe from the ocean, dismantling the tether one section at a time. It took days to lower Clementine to the bottom, days before the grasping claws were hovering directly over the submarine. Then, when the tether was 3 miles long, Glomar's men and computers labored to compensate for the swirling current so that they could drape the steel net held by 3 of the claws over the Gulf's conning tower. Finally, when cameras showed one of the grasping claws in contact with the sub, the men tried to maneuver the arm closer so the remaining claws could reach around and grab. But the men miscalculated, sending Clementine crashing into the seabed. They backed the arm part way up, studying the images sent back to the ship. In the murky, partially lit ocean, the arm looked amazingly intact, as though it could still grab. They decided to send Clementine back for another try. Again they aimed, and again they sent the steel net falling over the conning tower. This time all 5 claws were in position. It seemed as though Glomar was going to be able to reel in its catch after all. 6 feet a minute. That was how fast the Gulf was pulled toward the surface. 5,000 tons of waterlogged steel. Glomar began to sink deeper into the water against the pull, and then began bucking under the strain. Conversation among the crew shifted from talk of capture to capsizing. 9 hours passed, and the Gulf was 3,000 feet off the seabed. More time, and the submarine was 5,000 feet off the ocean floor, 2 miles away from the surface. Another minute promised to bring another 6 feet of progress. Instead, it brought the wrenching realization that the Gulf would never rise any higher. With one jerk, 3 of the grasping claws cracked and fell away. They had probably been damaged by the crash into the ocean floor so many hours ago. Now there were only 2 claws, and the net left holding the forward section of the Gulf. The rest of the submarine was dangling mid-ocean, and within moments proved itself just as fragile as Bradley and Craven had predicted 6 years earlier. The steel of the Gulf began to tear at its seams until the bulk of the sub ripped free from the small section still in Clementine's grasp and fell back into the depths. Back to the ocean floor went the intact nuclear missile, the code books, the decoding machines, the burst transmitters. Everything the CIA most wanted to reclaim. There were no celebrations as the Glomar headed home, no sense of victory that she carried back about 10% of a Soviet submarine. Most of this portion was nearly useless from an intelligence standpoint. Glomar was still out to sea on August 8th when a report came over the radio. Richard Nixon had resigned in disgrace. Air Force One flew Nixon back to San Clemente, California for the last time, and much of the crew of this, what was perhaps the last top-secret mission he had sanctioned, blamed his demise on the damned media. Back in Washington, the political storm that had so engulfed Hirsch abated with Nixon's departure. Hirsch had heard nothing of Glomar's attempt, nor of its failure. Nor was he alerted when the CIA's underwater experts began plotting a second try for the sunken Gulf. But with Nixon out of the White House, Hirsch was back on the intelligence beat. That December, he published a huge exposé on the front page of the Times, charging that the CIA had conducted a massive illegal domestic intelligence operation, compiling dossiers on 10,000 or more American citizens. CIA operatives, the story said, had been shadowing war protesters and infiltrating anti-war organizations. The CIA would never fully recover from the charges. Hirsch's story set off a wave of public and congressional condemnation and scrutiny. In an effort to keep the inevitable investigations in friendly hands, the new president, Gerald Ford, created a blue ribbon commission to examine Hirsch's charges. This time, however, younger members of Congress pushed past the old guard who had always shielded the CIA and insisted that the House and the Senate conduct investigations of their own. Colby and Hirsch were still enmeshed with the fallout from the domestic spying story when Project Jennifer popped back to the surface. It happened on Friday afternoon, February 7, 1975. The early edition of the next day's Los Angeles Times hit the streets, screaming news of the recovery attempt in a banner headline splayed across page 1. U.S. reported after Russian submarine. Sunken ship deal by CIA, Hughes told. After holding on to the story for nearly a year, Hirsch had been scooped. The Los Angeles Times story had mistakes. It said the sunken sub was in the Atlantic and gave only limited details. Still, as far as Hirsch was concerned, the story was out, and he saw no reason not to step in and finally publish a full account. Colby was just as determined to stop him. For Colby, the stakes were still huge. Unknown to Hirsch, Project Jennifer was far from over. The CIA was moving ahead with plans for a second recovery attempt. After the first awful failure, CIA technical experts had convinced Colby that the Glomar Explorer could still reach down and steal crucial pieces of the Gulf. The huge ship was already being refitted and repaired, and the second try was scheduled for that summer. To Colby, it seemed as if he were right back where he had started with Hirsch a year earlier. Colby believed that if the matter died quickly, the Soviets might miss the Los Angeles Times story altogether. But if the article began to get attention, or if Hirsch stepped in now with a better rendition of the facts, perhaps with the actual location of the Gulf, Colby would have to halt the operation and the agency would have to shoulder another fiasco, one with a huge price tag. The CIA immediately sent 2 agents to see the editor of the Los Angeles Times. Their message was simple. Jennifer was not over, and publicity could make it impossible for the CIA to bring home the big catch. Neither agent said that there had already been one dismal failure, nor did they specifically say that plans were afoot for a second attempt. But the editor wasn't asking too many questions. He just agreed to bury the Glomar story on page 18 in the paper's final editions, and promised not to run any follow-ups, at least not for the time being. Colby then called the New York Times publisher and asked him to have Hirsch cool it down a little on Jennifer. He also returned another call from Hirsch telling him, "You've been first class about this for a long time." But the flattery wasn't going to stop Hirsch from digging into the story now, and other reporters were jumping on it as well. So Colby crafted a desperate plan, one that was unprecedented in the annals of agency history. He decided to tell dozens of editors and publishers, broadcasters and producers about Project Jennifer, to give them some details. But his offering carried a price. The editors in turn were being asked to hold the story back. Colby made one last concession. If it looked as though anyone was going to break the embargo, he would call all the others and give them the go-ahead to publish. He knew full well that keeping Jennifer out of the papers would be about as easy as forcing a lid on a boiling pot. he began describing himself as the center of the weirdest conspiracy in town. That's not to say Colby trusted his co-conspirators. The CIA began to monitor some of the reporters who were working on the story. Agents secretly recorded their conversations with journalists, investigated their backgrounds, and rated their performances. There were dozens of secret files. One unidentified West Coast reporter, codenamed E14, was deemed a journalistic prostitute and a heavy drinker. But above all others, Colby and crew were watching Hirsch. They tracked who he talked to on a trip to the West Coast, helped by the fact that many of the people he tried to interview reported straight back to Colby. Among the people Hirsch contacted was John Craven, who was now teaching at the University of Hawaii. Although Craven's dreams of building a fleet of small, deep submergence search vehicles had been swamped by the enormous cost of the Glomar Explorer, he wasn't about to cough up the secret.
"Project what?" Craven answered when Hirsch told him what he was chasing. Still, Craven agreed to meet Hirsch a week later at the Ornate Cosmos Club in Washington, D.C. The Undersecretary of the Navy urged Craven to try to find out who Hirsch's sources were, but by the time they got together, fencing and blustering over cocktails, neither man gave up much. It was clear that Hirsch had the story in hand, whether Craven gave him any help or not. Finally, on March 18th, syndicated investigative columnist Jack Anderson declared an end to the intrigue and prepared to air the story during his show on the Mutual Radio Network. Colby rushed in, but Anderson refused to reconsider. "I don't think the government has a right to cover up a boondoggle," he said later. "I have withheld other stories at the behest of the CIA, but this was simply a cover-up of a $350 million failure. $350 million literally went down into the ocean." Government officials later put the cost at more than $500 million. The story was out, and Hirsch finally got to publish his much fuller account of Project Jennifer in the next day's New York Times. It ran with a 5-column, 3-line headline: CIA salvage ship brought up part of Soviet sub lost in 1968, failed to raise atom missiles. The banner treatment of the word failed was enough to make Colby cringe, and the story's lead probably didn't make him feel any better. The Central Intelligence Agency financed the construction of a multi-million-dollar deep-sea salvage vessel and used it in an unsuccessful effort last summer to recover hydrogen warhead missiles and codes from a sunken Soviet submarine in the Pacific Ocean, according to high government officials. Hirsch went on to note that the CIA recovered only an insignificant forward chunk of the Gulf, and he summed up the assessment of unnamed critics, saying that the possibility of retrieving outmoded code books and outmoded missiles did not justify either the high cost of the operation or its potential for jeopardizing the United States-Soviet détente. Overall, the story was a picture of waste, not heroics, and one that some naval officers quietly applauded. The CIA had, after all, been trying to swim in their waters, had stolen their prized find, and had sunk hundreds of millions of dollars in the process. Project Jennifer was a bust, and in the Navy's eyes, it was also a downright foolish mission to begin with. Hirsch mistakenly wrote that as many as 70 bodies had been recovered in the wreckage, when only 6 were recovered. But he did also echo one of the points that Colby had been most intent on making, that the CIA had held a burial service for the Soviet dead and videotaped it in case the Soviet Union ever found out about the recovery attempt and demanded information. Colby himself had stopped talking altogether, rationalizing his belated silence as the only way to prevent the Soviets from being forced into a public reaction.
He made that point at a visit to the White House. Toting a copy of Nikita Khrushchev's memoirs, he showed President Ford where Khrushchev wrote that he had been forced to feign public outrage and cancel a summit meeting in 1960, when Eisenhower openly admitted that the U-2s flying over the Soviet Union were spy planes, and not simply weather planes blown off course. Not wanting to repeat Eisenhower's error, the Ford administration met all further queries about Glomar with a strict no comment. That was exactly what the Soviets wanted. They began sending frantic back-channel messages through any contacts they had, begging for U.S. silence, anything to keep the story from Soviet citizens who were still in the dark. The Soviets had good reason to want the story quashed. Losing a sub and failing to find it was bad enough. It was even worse that the Americans had found it and tried to wrench it from the ocean, and worse still that the best Soviet intelligence officers had read about that in American newspapers. But making the whole matter even more humiliating was the fact that the Soviets had been forewarned about Project Jennifer and ignored the warning. When Glomar went out on sea trials in early 1974, Anatoly Shtiryov, a young Soviet officer, had tried to warn his boss, Admiral N. Smirnov, commander and chief of the Pacific Fleet. As far as Shtiryov could tell, the lost Soviet submarine was the only item of value in the region where Glomar Explorer was sighted. By then, the Soviets had mapped out a general area where they believed their sub was lost. Despite Colby's intelligence that no hostile vessels had come near Glomar, Smirnov had responded instantly. He sent a high-speed surveillance ship to the area. It got there months too soon, months before the actual recovery attempt. The surveillance crew reported back to Moscow only that they saw a U.S. ship of incomprehensible design the size of a soccer field, with trusses resembling oil derricks, keeping station in the area. 3 days later, Glomar left for the Hawaiian Islands, and the surveillance ship headed for home. When Glomar returned to the site on another test run in March 1974, Shtiryov convinced his superiors to send out another ship. But this time the admirals refused to risk one of their best-equipped ships to the storm-racked winter waters of the northern Pacific, and agreed only to send a hydrographic expedition ship that was already out at sea. That ship's commander decided Glomar was on a quest for oil, and he soon left the scene. An old tugboat took over surveillance, but stayed only 10 days. When Glomar finally began the recovery attempt in July, Shtiryov again begged for a surveillance ship. By now, however, he had lost his audience. Besides, his boss just didn't believe the Americans had the technology to go after a sunken sub. Smirnov refused to suffer the subject again, deciding he had no extra ships. Shtiryov, trying to go over his commander's head, was rebuffed with one line: "I direct your attention to the more qualitative performance of scheduled tasks." Shtiryov never knew that his boss had crucial corroborating evidence sitting in his office. A note had been passed beneath the door of the Soviet embassy in Washington. It read, "Certain special services are taking steps to raise the Soviet submarine which sank in the Pacific." It was signed, "A Well-Wisher." The embassy sent a coded copy of the note to Moscow, where officials forwarded it to none other than Admiral Smirnov, who stashed it unheeded in his safe. The story remained safe until the Soviet newspaper Izvestia published an account on July 6, 1992. One Soviet naval attaché approached a U.S. Navy captain at a party and offered a deal. If the U.S. didn't raise the issue again publicly, the Soviets wouldn't either. Kissinger was having similar conversations as he quietly arranged damage control, among other things promising Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrinin that the CIA would drop its plans for a second recovery attempt. Kissinger also gave Dobrynin the names of 3 young submariners whose metal dog tags had been recovered amid parts of the 6 bodies in the salvage attempt. With that, the Soviets seemed to let the matter drop, and in the end, Colby's silence left so much mystery surrounding Project Jennifer that myth and reality blurred. The U.S. government had given the Soviets more detailed information than it gave the American public, leaving the press to fill the gap with wildly inaccurate accounts of Glomar's expedition. Nearly every newspaper and magazine reported that the United States had recovered the forward third of the 300-foot-long sub, but former Navy officials say that only a 38-foot piece was brought to the surface. Among the initial newspaper accounts, there was also confusion about what type of submarine had been lost. The CIA and other government sources had been unwilling to admit that the target of the whole venture was an antiquated diesel boat. The CIA also clearly leaked misinformation about the Gulf's location, telling reporters that the operation had taken place 750 miles northwest of Hawaii, when it was really about 1,700 miles away. This probably was done in an effort to throw the Soviets off track. Ultimately, it seems the agency even convinced some reporters that Project Jennifer had been at least moderately successful, at least judging from some later articles. Still, the episode created a huge debate among journalists over whether Colby's efforts to quash the story marked one of those moments when the phrase national security was used not to save national secrets, but national embarrassment. If anything, Colby's gambit left most journalists increasingly skeptical about acquiescing to requests by intelligence officials to hold back on such stories. Indeed, most reporters wrote that Project Jennifer was a huge failure and that the CIA had gone to great lengths to hide that. Had the press known the full truth, it would have lambasted the CIA even more. In recent interviews with former top Navy officials, it has become clear that the CIA got away with its most glaring omission of all: the fact that Colby's much-touted plan for a second recovery attempt had been ludicrous from its inception. In late 1974, several months before Colby's scramble to save the Glomar secret for a second try, the Navy had sent the USS Seawolf back to the Gulf's gravesite. Seawolf had just been converted to join Halibut as a second Special Projects submarine. Using electronic fish to carry cameras down to the lost sub, Seawolf had collected photographs that showed the Gulf had shattered after Glomar dropped it and lay in tiny, unidentifiable pieces, a vast mosaic decorating the sand. It dissolved just like that, like an Alka-Seltzer in water, one former high-ranking naval officer says. It spread all over acres of the ocean floor. Said another former Navy official, "It shattered. The judgment was made that there was no possibility to recover anything more." These men say that there was almost no chance of finding relatively small items like warheads, code machines, and antennas, and the officers were amazed that the CIA didn't seem to recognize that. Among the Navy men who stood out as critics of the second recovery effort were Captain Bradley, who, though retired, was a consultant to Neuro, and Rear Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, who had become the Director of Naval Intelligence in September 1974. But the CIA had pushed the project forward nonetheless. The agency's only apparent concession to the Gulf's condition was to replace some of the Glomar's grasping claws with a huge scoop. The CIA was hoping to blindly sweep up something significant among the broken pieces. Colby told none of this to the newspaper editors. All he said was that given a second chance, the CIA could have recovered the submarine, or at least important chunks of the conning tower and missile bay. Later, Colby said that he didn't remember ever examining the Seawolf photographs himself, and that he was relying instead on the analysis of his technical experts. "We were all very convinced that if we could get back, we could get something," Colby said. "Otherwise, why the hell go for it? It wouldn't have made any sense." What he may have failed to take into account was that his experts were far from objective. They had spent years on Project Jennifer, had been responsible for its huge cost, and in the end they could easily have been more concerned about their professional lives than the lives of the Glomar crewmen. Colby himself knew that the CIA couldn't afford another embarrassment, not when it was suffering politically from other disclosures. Carl Duckett, the CIA's chief official on the Glomar project, has died, leaving his views on the odds of success for the second phase of Project Jennifer a mystery. CIA records on Project Jennifer are still classified, and Duckett's top deputy, Zeke Zelmer, has refused to discuss the matter. Colby died in 1996, but insisted to the end that a second recovery attempt could have been profitable. But the former Navy officers believed that the CIA officials were desperate to believe their own myth, desperate to believe that victory was still possible, and they had not wasted so much money. Craven's theory is far more blunt. "It was just a big fat plum that looked juicy," he says. "And they turned loose some guys who, as far as the ocean was concerned, were a bunch of amateurs." About that, Hirsch agreed with Craven. His already well-honed cynicism sharpened, Hirsch began digging into the Navy's regular submarine operations, and in May 1975 he published an account of Holystone, of submarine trailing and surveillance missions taking place in or near Soviet waters. Hirsch also revealed that there had been a number of collisions between U.S. and Soviet subs, that a U.S. spy sub had once grounded briefly in the approaches to Vladivostok harbor, and that some White House and CIA officials were questioning whether the flood of U.S. submarines in Soviet waters made sense in the age of détente. After his story appeared, he received a call from a man who had been on Gato during its collision with the Soviet Hotel in 1969, and Hirsch published an account of that in early July. By this time, Congress was looking into intelligence abuses. The Senate, led by Frank Church, a Democrat from Idaho, was investigating incidents included in a CIA document that cataloged its own abuses, from domestic spying to international assassination attempts. Church had already unnerved the once proud and untouchable agency, calling it a rogue elephant. But the intelligence community was more worried about an investigation in the House, where a New York Democrat, Otis G. Pike, was leading his own broader investigation, looking at Kissinger, the NSA, the CIA, the FBI, and the Navy. He also was setting out to gauge the value of the Navy's submarine spying efforts, something no other congressman had attempted in the 30 years since the Cold War began. Pike, 53, was a maverick and a jokester, but more important, he was cheap. He always wore old suits in various stages of disrepair, usually serious disrepair. And he was a man who years earlier had speared the Navy for gross overspending in cartoonish depictions of admirals collecting hazard flight pay for the dangers they encountered sitting at their desks. It was Pike's investigating that led to the running jokes about toilet seats and wrenches that cost the military hundreds of dollars. When he took over the House investigation into intelligence activities, the press touted him as the consummate outsider, despite the fact that he was a product of Princeton University and Columbia University School of Law, a longtime member of the House Armed Services Committee, and a Marine war hero. Pike was now promising that in just 6 months he would scrutinize Cold War spying. For the submarine force, that meant Pike was threatening to poke into trailings, incursions into foreign territorial waters, and collisions. The Navy was worried that he would publicize its most classified missions. After all, he had led the House investigation into the Pueblo fiasco, determining that a gross lack of analysis and oversight was responsible for placing the spy ship in harm's way off the coast of North Korea. Perhaps another congressman would have planned such an ambitious investigation in oak-lined conference rooms or over scotch in one of Washington's private clubs, the kind that don't bother to put the prices on their menus. But Pike planned his investigation sitting in his skivvies over supermarket beer with Aaron B. Donner, his longtime campaign manager, in the small apartment near Capitol Hill that they shared as a Washington, D.C. residence, since their families were still living in Long Island. They plotted strategy with the enthusiasm of students plotting their first campus demonstration. True to Pike's character, they decided that he would attack the nation's most powerful intelligence agencies with a cost-benefit analysis. Pike's congressional committee was backed by a young staff, several of them fresh from the Watergate inquiry. They brought with them a deep distrust for the political establishment, for authority, and especially for anything stamped secret. These staffers were irreverent. They were brazen. They were Pike's marauders. They began asking questions. What do the intelligence agencies do? What do they cost taxpayers? How much use do they get out of the massive amount of information they collect? And weren't a lot of their risky and expensive ventures just plain redundant? One of the most obvious places to start was Project Jennifer, which struck Pike as a massive failure at best, or an all-out boondoggle, a blank check written to the Howard Hughes corporations, perhaps even a political payoff. Had Craven been privy to Pike's hunches, he would have cheered. As Pike began digging, Colby tried the approach that had seemed to work so well with newspaper editors, and that seemed to be working with the Senate. He offered up some details, enough, he hoped, to win over his critics. At a Pike hearing on Project Jennifer, Colby and company put on their best cloak and dagger for the occasion, insisting on a closed room for what was arguably the nation's worst-kept secret. The congressmen were already in session in the Armed Services Committee hearing room when the CIA contingent arrived. First in was a small army of dour young men wearing dark suits and what looked like buttons in their ears, earphones for their walkie-talkies. They swept the room with electronic gear, searching for bugs in corners and under tables and chairs. Pike and the other congressmen watched, transfixed by the living theater. Then a second, smaller contingent of agents came in, carrying big black suitcases, the sort that museums use for transporting priceless figurines. These men also began to scout the room, though none of the congressmen could figure out what the agents were looking for. It was as though 2 acts had been staged to make the committee feel a sense of occasion. The effect was working. Finally, in walked Colby and some of his deputies, triggering Act 3. The cases snapped open, and CIA men began gingerly to lift out large plastic bags, gently placing them on a long table set up before the congressman. The committee members leaned forward and looked down, peering through the clear plastic at these top-secret items that had been carried here under guard. A throat might have been cleared here and there, but for the most part, the members were silent. Actually, nobody knew quite what to say. The objects laid out so ceremoniously on the table seemed to be nothing more than a collection of metal chunks that looked suspiciously like rusty iron. The lawmakers examined the chunks, feigning reverence. Despite themselves, they had an overwhelming sense that something momentous was taking place, as Colby solemnly announced that they were hefting pieces of a Russian submarine. It was only later that they admitted to one another that they could have been looking at anything, even refuse from a construction site down the street, and the CIA's presentation of charts and ocean diagrams seemed to hold just about as much significance. As for questions of cost and benefit, these Colby deftly evaded with vague explanations that totals were unavailable, with most of the funding hidden in other more mundane budgets. Colby's performance was masterful. By the time the show was over, not a single member of the committee had remembered to raise the question of Howard Hughes. But the CIA's show left the congressman with a lingering sense that they had been had. The feeling didn't go away when Colby later tried to impress the committee with a show of secret agent gear, including what agents called a micro-bio-inoculator, a device that looked like a gun but shot needles dipped in a drug that attacked the central nervous system. Pike's rebellious staff became outraged by the CIA's antics. If anything the show put on to justify the Glomar Explorer left the staff more determined than ever to dig into a broad spectrum of submarine missions, and Pike's marauders began looking into the issues Hirsch had raised in his stories about Holystone and the Gato collision. Word quickly got around the Navy that Pike wasn't playing by the old rules, or any rules, that he was trying to take a hard look at the most secret operations. Some admirals were recommending that the Navy simply stonewall him, but a few submariners, veteran enlisted men, phoned the committee with stories about submarine groundings, falsified patrol reports, and news of another collision in which a Soviet submarine had been struck and was presumed lost. The disclosures were unprecedented. Nothing in Pike's tenure on the Armed Services Committee had prepared him for any of this. Most members of that committee were told little about submarines, even about the basic surveillance ops. Before Watergate wrecked the old congressional seniority system and elevated some younger firebrands like Pike, the submarine community had been allowed to run past Congress. When a nod was needed, well, there was always a senator or two who could be counted on to push a program through, especially the late Senator Richard B. Russell of Georgia, who single-handedly oversaw most intelligence programs in the 1960s. Or as Admiral Moorer, who supported the Glomar operation as CNO, and then as chairman of the Joint Chiefs from 1967 to 1974, put it, "Generally speaking, in the 60s, it was sufficient simply to tell Senator Russell that you were doing it, and no one else, and it never leaked." Things got really interesting when somebody phoned with the description of a submarine that could search deep, a submarine able to sit on a seafloor. It wasn't long before Pike's crew heard about the cable taps recording away beneath the sea of Okhotsk. The source was one of the Navy's hand-picked elite, one of the men of halibut, and he was frightened. He was still in the Navy. He was still bound to secrecy. He was not supposed to be talking to anyone, certainly not a congressman known not only for kicking military tires, but for pricing them, scrutinizing them, and complaining loudly and publicly when he found them to be flat. This was, for any submariner, a potentially career-crashing move. Pike's staffers did what they could to reassure the man. They just asked him to point out what they should explore. The exploration, they promised, would occur through other means. They would confront the Pentagon directly. They saw no reason to haul some low-level guy up before a public committee, no reason to destroy an informant. And so the submariner talked, of the Batcave, of Okhotsk. Then another man from Special Projects called. In the end, both submariners were actually looking for answers, much as Halibut's chiefs had been when White refused to get back on the sub in Guam. They wanted to know how invading Soviet waters and planting the telephone tap to end all telephone taps during talk of détente was going to accomplish anything. They wanted to know why they were being asked to sit as targets in a Soviet sea. They wanted to know whether the submarine command had become overzealous and reckless, whether their lives were being risked in patently illegal operations. They were sworn to go in harm's way. This was accepted. But they wanted to know why these risks, why this mission. They especially wanted to know why they were being sent to a Soviet sea in two of the oldest and loudest submarines in the fleet. By this point in late 1975, Halibut had completed her last mission and was going to be taken out of service entirely. Seawolf, the boat taking Halibut's place, was turning out to be even more of a clunker. As Pike's team began to follow up on these concerns, one of his most driven young staffers, Edward Roeder III, was assigned to take the lead. Admiral James L. Holloway III, who was now the Chief of Naval Operations, countered with Inman, the Director of Naval Intelligence. Roeder was all of 25 years old, a former freelance journalist who was seen by the rest of Pike's staff as demanding and cantankerous, and somewhat overzealous in his attempts at gaining information. Other staffers were appalled when he tried to date a secretary at the National Security Agency, hoping to get her to spill secrets over dinner or coffee, a maneuver that turned out to be a complete failure. Still, Roeder was able to put a very human face on much of the mystery surrounding the high-tech undersea spy war, and even his critics believed he had come up with a shrewd explanation of how the secrets of decades had survived most of those moments when the United States and the Soviet Union caught one another in action. The way Roeder saw it, the United States and the Soviet Union were behaving much like two men in a smoke-filled room, endlessly playing cards. Both of them were cheating, but neither was able to accuse the other, because that would end the game. Now Roeder had to figure out how to break through to a world where the U.S. Navy was protecting not only its own methods, but its enemies as well. What Roeder didn't figure on, however, was Bobby Inman. Inman had already decided to shock Pike and his staff with facts. Inman was ignoring the pointed suggestions inside the Navy that he should remain silent, certain that wouldn't work. Just a couple of years before, he had served as an executive assistant to Holloway when he was the Vice Chief of Naval Operations. It was Inman's job to monitor Congress and the press. While there were few challenges to the sanctity of naval secrecy in those days, even the Navy had to suffer through budget hearings. He had watched as budgets were slashed after Hollywood handsome admirals marched into hearings armed with cadres of assistants, but few answers. On the other hand, he had also watched programs survive after being represented by overweight, unkempt, and gruff officers facing Congress sans entourages, but with information and courtesy. Now he approached Roeder and the rest of Pike's staff with little of the expected burnish of his brass. He didn't look or speak like any other admiral. Instead, he was plain, skinny, and decked out in horn-rimmed glasses and a uniform with a collar so worn and oversized that the admiral's stars on his shoulders seemed out of place. Pike's staffers saw him as kind of scary smart. But what surprised them more was that the head of Naval Intelligence seemed willing to cooperate. Inman had decided to head off any criticism or unwanted attention by giving Pike what he wanted, at least some of what he wanted. Inman wanted to hand Pike enough information to swing him around to the Navy's basic point of view, that submarine operations were providing critical information that could be obtained in no other way, and that they were actually saving lots of money by helping the Navy tailor its own construction programs to a well-defined Soviet threat. With the CNO's blessings, Inman met Roeder with promises to research submarine collisions and groundings. Inman also said that he would look into the cable tapping. There was a condition, though. Inman wanted guarantees that none of the information would leak. He insisted that the most sensitive documents be held in a safe, a so-called 20-minute safe, one that took that long to burn open with an acetylene torch. Roeder promised to use the safe and promised that only he would have the combination. But when he brought that demand to his bosses on Pike's staff, they told him that no such safe was available. They also quickly determined that Roeder had become a little full of himself. In a grand gesture, perhaps out of honor, perhaps out of self-importance, Roeder quit over the issue, certain that Inman would know he had walked out in the name of national security. The gesture did impress the admiral, but not enough for him to give up his effort to win over Pike and crew. Instead, Inman simply turned his brand of open and honest charm on Pike and the rest of his staff. They met several times in the committee's inner sanctum, a windowless room that staffers called the Cone of Silence, in salute to Get Smart, the popular comedy series about spies. Actually, it was more like a horrible little closet, with barely space for chairs around the 18-inch wide conference table. Within the room hung a seemingly permanent cloud of stale smoke. Inman ignored his dingy surroundings and just talked. There was, he admitted, too little coordination between submarine operations and the more statesmanlike mission of détente. By offering all this without doublespeak and without excuses, he separated himself from the larger intelligence community and endeared himself to Pike's staff. As time went on, Inman had his aides provide Pike with a detailed study of submarine mishaps. It revealed that there had been at least 9 collisions with hostile vessels in the previous 10 years, and more than 110 possible detections of U.S. surveillance subs. Inman admitted that some sub-captains were fudging patrol reports to hide the risks they took, and the moments when they were detected. He had even assigned naval intelligence officials to look into incidents when either reports made by the spooks on board or intercepted Soviet communications contradicted U.S. sub-captains' official reports. Inman also briefed Pike personally about the cable tapping operation. In the end, this frank, skinny intellectual with the crooked smile ensured that he wasn't nearly as attractive a target as the likes of Colby and Kissinger. Pike's marauders moved on, spending much of their time looking into the imperious ways in which Kissinger had run the 40 Committee and conducted foreign policy. But when Pike's report was finished in early 1976, the intelligence community and the Ford administration convinced Congress to vote to suppress it. A copy was leaked, though, and the Village Voice printed the lengthy report in its entirety. But as it turned out, only 8 paragraphs were devoted to submarine spying, and not a word was said about the cable taps. Instead, general references were made to the basic submarine surveillance programs now deemed valuable by Pike, and the Navy came in for only a gentle scolding. The Navy's own justification of the program as a low-risk venture is inaccurate, Pike's crew wrote. They went on to say that the committee was troubled by risk assessments that were ritualistic and pro forma and never varied from low. It also complained that none of the captains of subs involved in collisions had ever been disciplined. The public had lost its first real opportunity to assess the value of the ongoing undersea grab for intelligence. The Navy's spy masters were rolling right along, just as they always had, and within the submarine ranks it was business and silence, as usual. All operations would continue. Holystone surveillance operations would now be referred to as Navy Specials, short for Special Navy Control Program, and Inman and Vice Admiral Robert L.J. Long, the Navy's top submariner, decided to pour even more money into cable tapping. They decided to get Rickover's okay to finally convert a modern frontline sub for the work. Neuro, the joint CIA-Navy office, had survived the Glomar fiasco, though the CIA would never again have that kind of day-to-day control over any of the Navy spy missions. Instead, Neuro had become a funding vehicle for the special projects subs, and Congress quickly approved the money for the latest refit, though it would take a couple of years to ready the new boat. In the meantime, it was up to the poor and nearly broken Seawolf to carry on with the cable tapping operation. Although a few submariners had risked everything to talk to Pike, little had changed. Nothing was going to stop these missions, even if they were now to be conducted by a sub that was loud and had been ill-fated from the start. Seawolf was so noisy that the Navy took to sending a second sub to meet her as she approached the Sea of Akatsk. The other boat would make sure no one was tailing Seawolf and create a noisier distraction when needed. Seawolf had missed her champagne baptism when a congressman's wife missed her aim. This was the same sub that Craven had rejected in the mid-1960s for special projects. She ended up being converted anyway, only because Rickover had little use for her, especially after she ran into an undersea mountain in training exercises in 1968. Even after the Navy equipped her with the high-tech deep-sea gear, Seawolf was most notable for her 1950s technology. Her barely working reactor was so antiquated that her crew joked that if the Soviets ever captured the sub, it would set their nuclear program back 50 years. Just as memorable was the alarm system that the men were calling the bitch in the box, because it rang with a woman's voice, a 1950s telephone operator, actually, who was chosen because someone in the Navy decided that she sounded soothing. She announced fires, floods, and other catastrophes, and as far as the Seawolf's crew was concerned, she talked far too much. Together, Seawolf's mishaps and her missions left her men torn between abject disillusionment and abject pride. One rare diary, kept by a young Seawolf crew member, often reads like a catalog of complaints. He was well aware that it was patently illegal for anyone in the crew to keep an account about the Navy's most secret missions. But despite everything, Seawolf was making history, the country's history and his, and he was determined to write it. He describes successful cable tapping missions in both 1976 and 1977. Indeed, the diary starts off like a techno-thriller. June 20th, 1976, somewhere off San Francisco, destination Russia. No doubt about it, though, we aren't supposed to know. Strange things have happened, and stranger things I've seen. That book next to the QM stand. Russian seacoast, and charting and piloting, showing their buoys. In some ways, Seawolf was just like any other sub. Her crewmen played the same virulent game of pinging that existed throughout the fleet, as they took delight in attacking one another with inelegant phrases such as, "I wouldn't piss in your mouth if your teeth were on fire." And many of the diarist's entries chronicle the boredom and loneliness of life on a sub, where the outside world was represented mainly by stockpiles of girly magazines and crotch novels, with titles like "Cocksure Girls" hidden on board. On Seawolf, there was a twist. The sub's top-secret camera-toting fish had been dubbed Happy and Linda, after the happy hooker and Linda Lovelace, the porn queen. Happy and Linda were both used for relatively shallow searches, but Seawolf was also equipped with two other fish designed for deep ocean search. There was Hawkeye, so named by the spooks because it was the fish that found the scatterings of the Gulf wreckage in 1974. The other fish was named Short Time because it kept shorting out under ocean pressures and never spent much time searching. By now, even the spooks were fighting boredom. A team of them had come together on halibut and had become the starring troupe on these cable-tapping missions. They called themselves Arnold's Act 5 for their 5 members: Head Wheel, Susie Clean, Cold Joint, One Up, and their director, J.P. Arnold. Unlike most of the crew, the cast of Act 5 knew all the details. They knew where they were and why, how important their mission was, and how dangerous. Even all that blurred through 40 days of 12-hour shifts. 6 hours at a time, half the team scanned the cable for the best channels and for repeater signals, those electronic boosts that kept the voice and data clear through the miles of wire. The rest of the spooks spent the first 6 hours making recordings. Then the men traded seats and tasks. The switch was designed to offer a break, designed to provide respite as the Russian they couldn't translate, the goblin garble of encrypted speech and the static noise of even tighter encryption and data transfers, left the spooks ready to babble themselves. Like on halibut, the spooks called the chiefs in to listen when anyone caught a Soviet seaman practicing English on some girl. Hearing English on these wires always seemed like an event and a relief. Act 5, without authorization and without question, had also declared it the right of each diver to listen to some of the recorded chatter as well. The spooks knew they were breaking the rules, but they decided that these divers were the ones most directly risking their lives, walking 400 feet down in frigid waters and punishing sea pressures, and they had a right to know why. Monotony for the rest of the crew was interrupted by mechanical breakdown, which was even more dangerous because many of those breakdowns were taking place in the middle of Soviet waters. There were fires and reactor scrams. Nuclear technicians were so wearied by their faulty reactor that they were popping speed to keep themselves going. Problems with Seawolf's air conditioning systems got so bad that while she was on the tap site, the crew was forced to relive the days of the gudgeon, lighting oxygen-generating candles and then snorkeling to ventilate while they were still in the Soviet Sea of Okhotsk. Soon after that incident, the diarist gave up his crotch novels for Alive, a true account of survivors of a plane crash who turned to cannibalism to survive the desperate month when they were lost in the frigid Andes Mountains. He mused about rum and fresh fruit dreams as he scribbled, hiding behind the curtain covering his rack, the only place where he had a shadow of privacy. Despite the publicity surrounding the Glomar fiasco, despite the congressional hearings, secrecy reigned within the subforce, and especially on board Seawolf. So he kept his diary hidden, from his commanders, from most of his crewmates. And in the end, he showed that despite the fires and the reactor scrams, he was just as impressed by his sub's exploits as Pike had been. Found out what we do, the mission of the ship. Unbelievable. We are on the moor. Finally. Really gotta hand it to the USA. Not as dumb as let on to be. The country still has balls. Chapter 10. Triumph and Crisis. Richard L. Haver could spin a tale and craft a briefing better than just about anyone in town. He was only 33 years old, one of many department heads at Naval Intelligence, and a civilian at that. But he was also a prized protege of Bobby Inman's, the man who had single-handedly shielded the subforce from its one close encounter with congressional criticism. Haver had that same ability to mesmerize. Admiral Stansfield Turner, the director of the CIA, knew that. So did Harold Brown, the Secretary of Defense. That's why they had brought Haver with them on this spring day in 1978 to brief President Jimmy Carter in the White House Situation Room. Turner made the introductions while Haver looked around at the men assembled: the President, Secretary of State Cyrus Vance, and White House Chief of Staff Hamilton Jordan. Vice President Walter Mondale was there as well, though he had just gotten back from a 12-day trip to Southeast Asia and seemed to be nodding off. Haver wasn't worried. He knew it was Carter's attention he had to hold, and that Carter was a former nuclear engineer and a Rickover acolyte. He had been chosen for the nuclear submarine program in the early 1950s, but before the first nukes ever went out to sea, his father died, and he was called home to run the family peanut farm. Still, Carter had never stopped viewing Rickover as a mentor. Indeed, the title of his campaign biography, "Why Not the Best?" was taken from a phrase that Rickover used to grill him and other officers. As for Haver, he had been an intelligence officer, a spook who went out on Navy air reconnaissance flights during the Vietnam War. That's how he met Inman, who had overseen some of the Navy's wartime intelligence efforts. When Haver decided to resign his commission, it was Inman who had helped persuade him to become a civilian intelligence analyst rather than go to law school. What Haver wanted to do now was bring Carter up to date on the Soviet nuclear threat, and also lay the groundwork to win Carter's okay to begin planning a mission more daring than any that had been tried before. Naval intelligence had learned that the Soviets were taking advantage of the 4,200-mile range of their new Delta ballistic missile subs, driving them out of reach of U.S. SOSUS nets below the Azores in the South Atlantic, or holding the subs back in the Barents Sea. The subs in the Barents were being protected by surface ships and attack submarines, and they were just a shot across the Arctic from Washington, D.C., or any other target within an arc drawn from about South Carolina through Oklahoma to Oregon. Haver assured Carter that intelligence networks and spy subs were working hard at collecting and analyzing the new information. Within naval intelligence, however, there was a raging debate about whether the Soviets' decision to hold missile subs back in the Barents marked a true change in strategy or a momentary flux. Haver was among those who believed it likely that the Soviets were positioning to take a crucial nuclear edge away from the United States. When the Yankee subs were the best the Soviet Union had, nearly every one sent within range of the United States had been in the line of fire of U.S. subs shadowing behind. If war had broken out, those subs could have sunk the Soviet boomers before they ever fired. Then, if both sides ever launched their land-based ICBMs, only the United States would have been left with a second strike capability tucked away in the oceans. This was the edge the Navy had been preparing for ever since Whitey Mack first rode Bronc on the Lapon. But the strategy relied on three things: that Soviet subs remained relatively noisy, that they never realized how often they were being followed, and that they continued to patrol in open seas where they could be trailed in the first place. But when the deltas were moved into the Barents, Haver and others started to seriously question some fundamental assumptions behind U.S. strategy. After all, practically since the Cold War began, American planners had believed that the Soviet Navy was bent on challenging the United States on the high seas, that in a war Soviet attack subs would mainly try to sink U.S. ships resupplying Europe, just as the Germans had done in World War II. Now, it seemed, the Soviets might be doing a strategic about-face, and in the process knocking over a cornerstone of U.S. nuclear strategy. After giving a sense of these concerns, Haver reminded the President that the Navy had one other extraordinary way to keep tabs on the Soviets: the critical cable-tapping operation in the Sea of Okhotsk that Carter himself had approved just the year before. Then Haver went on to describe what naval intelligence was considering as a next bold step. What if the United States could tap cables In the Atlantic arena, what if a submarine could be sent to put a tap right in the Barents Sea, the very location of the Soviets' missile sub bastions? Halibut never could have done that, and neither could Seawolf. Both subs had been cast-offs when they were given to the tapping operation, too old and too loud to sneak into these active waters. As this briefing took place, Seawolf was out in the Pacific searching for missile fragments, looking for a chance to use a special retrieving claw that had been added to one of her camera-toting fish. But the Navy finally had a boat that could do the job, a new sub just converted to hold deep-sea divers and the gear that could let spooks listen in on a new tap. She was the USS Pike, SSN 683, the sub that Inman and Vice Admiral Bob Long had pushed for after the Pike inquiry. She was a 4-year-old Sturgeon attack sub, and she was quieter, faster, and much newer than any boat that had been given over to special projects before. Pike was one of the last 9 Sturgeon-class subs ever built, all of them 10 feet longer than their predecessors, and filled with all manner of extra eavesdropping gear. This small group of subs is considered the best the Navy ever put to sea for any espionage operation. Among these legendary surveillance boats were the USS Archerfish, SSN 678, the USS William H. Bates, SSN 680, and the USS Batfish, SSN 681. Pike did cable tapping, but the others won awards for picking up crucial intelligence through more usual means, by creeping near the Soviet coast with antennas and periscopes breaking the waves. Pike had new eavesdropping equipment that could support a modernized tap pod with far more recording capacity, and she was quiet enough to sneak right beneath the Soviets' powerful northern fleet to plant tap pods in the Barents. As Haver talked, what had begun as a typical briefing turned into a dialogue, Navy vet to Navy vet. Carter began leaning so far forward in his chair that some of the men in the room began to wonder whether the president would wind up in Haver's lap. It was certainly clear that Carter was intrigued, and for now, that was enough. Haver and his bosses weren't looking for formal approvals for the mission, not yet. They just needed to know that Carter was interested, that they could keep planning. Getting this kind of early read was a good tactic in dealing with any president, but in Carter's case there was even more reason to move slowly, to sound him out. Despite his Navy background, Carter had been looking for ways to trim defense programs. He had spoken out against the new weapons systems being pushed by the Pentagon, and he was so forceful about the need to make peace with the Soviets that some in the military thought he was soft on communism. Everyone in the room knew that sending Pike on such a mission into crowded waters carried far greater risk of detection and of antagonizing the Soviets than anything tried in the desolate Okhotsk. Pike would have to elude the dozens of Soviet warships and submarines that were constantly moving about the Barents. Not only that, but because any cable in the area probably ran along shore, a geographical necessity, Pike would almost certainly have to plant the pod inside the Soviets' 12-mile territorial limit, and probably within the 3-mile limit recognized internationally. But Haver had invoked Carter's fascination more than his caution. Turner was nothing less than ecstatic when the president finally thanked them all for the briefing and asked to be kept informed. It seemed that Haver had not only sold Carter on a new mission, but had probably guaranteed the success of the cable-tapping program for the next decade. Still, as jubilant as everyone felt, there was one nagging concern that Haver hadn't mentioned to Carter. Haver couldn't help but feel that there was something eerie about the Soviets' shift in strategy and other recent moves. It was almost as if the Soviets had found their own way to read the Americans' minds. Only there wasn't enough evidence to be certain, no clear patterns, just glimmers within a series of curious changes in the way the Soviets were operating. First, the Soviets were increasingly sending attack subs to escort the Yankees and Deltas still heading for the Atlantic. Along the way, the attack boats were circling the boomers, as if looking for NATO subs that might be trying to trail. Second, Soviet subs seemed to be waiting to monitor U.S. naval exercises even before U.S. ships and subs arrived on site. A few times, Soviet subs had shown up in waters where U.S. exercises had been scheduled, then canceled. Other times, Soviet subs barreled right into the middle of exercises, almost as if they were trying to see how the U.S. forces would react. Finally, the latest subs the Soviets had sent out on sea trials, Victor III attack boats, were much quieter than any of their predecessors, almost as quiet as U.S. subs. It was as if somehow the Soviets had caught on to the idea that silence could be crucial. Before, they always seemed more focused on sheer quantity. Was this all coincidence? Or was there a glitch in U.S. communications security? Could there be a spy? Inman had sent Haver and another intelligence officer, William O. Studman, to the fleet admirals, seeking their help in searching for any possible communications leaks. But the admirals would have none of it. How could their coded communications, the most sophisticated in the world, have been compromised? All Haver could do now was keep digging. Maybe some of those answers would be uncovered by Parche if she could manage to find and tap a Barents cable. But Haver would have to wait to find out. The Navy, with strong input from the NSA, was first sending Parche to Okhotsk to plant a second recording pod right next to the first, to greatly increase capacity at the tap site. She was being sent, in part, to prove herself before anyone dared to send her to that other, far more dangerous sea. Prove herself she did. Parche accomplished something that Seawolf never could. When Parche arrived back at Okhotsk in 1978, her spooks discovered the Soviets had changed the format of the data passing through their cable. For a brief moment, the men feared the tap had been discovered, but soon they realized the format had been altered to add capacity. It might have been enough to kill the mission, would have been had Seawolf been on station. Her eavesdropping equipment could only have gotten something like half of each channel. Parche, however, was carrying wide-band recorders in anticipation of her 1979 trip to the Barents and the unknown properties of the cable there. The spooks set their recorders to grab all of the data from the Okhotsk cable. The haul would be far less directed than the refined methods of cable tapping that directly grabbed the best data at the best times, but the information would not be lost. The NSA could sort it all out later. After a near-perfect run, Parche's crew came back with more than a bit of a swagger. The 140 men assigned to this new boat taunted the crew of Seawolf, now in dry dock and in pieces. They called her the Pier Puppy, and joked that her men were assigned to Building 575, after Seawolf's hull number. Seawolf's crew had already struck back, though. In 1977, Seawolf's divers had planted a cow's skull next to the cable tap, just to give Parche's divers a good scare. Both submarines were stationed at Mare Island, and their crews lived as neighbors in wood-framed barracks on the east end of the edge of the old munitions depot, away from everyone else. Neither their proximity nor their shared status, however, prevented their intense rivalry, especially now that Parche was moving ahead, going out to sea, while Seawolf's men were stuck with the most thankless duty a crew can pull: overhaul. They were working hours almost as long as those of sea duty, and they were stuck, hot and sweaty in a shipyard handling tasks that seemed more fitted to construction laborers than submariners. Their wives, children, and girlfriends were nearby, but there was infuriatingly little time to see them as the men toiled relentlessly at the 3 R's of shipyard life: remove, repair, reinstall. The nukes had it worst of all. Wearing canary yellow anti-radiation suits, they were saddled with the task of cutting their boat in half in order to remove and replace the spent reactor core. There was so much paperwork involved that they had taken to chanting, "Cut down another tree for nuclear power." Rickover's reactor inspectors, the men the crew called snakes, were everywhere, their special helmets sign enough to trigger a man-to-man alert. The sign for "snakes on board" was passed with a quick flash of a 2-fingered V. There was just no glory in overhaul. Indeed, with the country's backlash against Vietnam, there was little glory in being in the military. It seemed that not even the government had respect for its armed forces. Navy pay wasn't keeping up with soaring inflation and interest rates that had skyrocketed into double digits. Long-time submariners were making about $15,000 a year in base and supplemental pay. There were news stories of Navy men on food stamps. The morale problems caused by all of this were taking their toll on the rest of the sub-force as well. Men were retiring in record numbers, leaving many crews bottom-heavy with new recruits. That, along with cutbacks that strained maintenance schedules, created an unprecedented spate of accidents. In September 1977, Commander E.J. Buzz Galbraith of the USS Ray, SSN 653, knew he was operating at a disadvantage. His navigation equipment was in need of repair. His crew was green, and Ray was going to the Mediterranean, where shallow waters, tricky currents, and changing temperature layers made it difficult to navigate even with the most experienced men. Still, as they left port, Galbraith believed he could carry the crew. He realized his mistake on September 20th, when his sub drifted 14 miles off course and slammed into an undersea coral mountain off the Strait of Sicily. It hit so hard that men were hurled into bulkheads, the auxiliary diesel engine shifted on its mounts, and the steel cone covering Ray's sonar system was crushed. All told, seamanship error contributed to 14 major incidents or accidents in the Atlantic subfleet in the late 1970s, so many that the fleet's top sub-admiral had to send out a cautionary note. It seemed there was no refuge. Even the Horse and Cow was turning into a biker's bar. So Seawolf's crew watched with envy in 1979 as Parche prepared to shove off a second time toward a mission shrouded in mystery, the mission that had so fascinated President Carter. This time, she was headed for the Barents. She'd travel a route that had probably never been taken before, the one path that would bypass all of the Soviet choke points, just about the most difficult and dangerous way possible. Parche was going to travel north, due north from San Francisco, past Alaska, and through the narrow and shallow Bering Strait, where the U.S. and Soviet borders almost touch, and where the ice could sink a sub faster than an enemy. From there she would travel past the North Pole and back south into the Barents Sea. All told, Parche would have to transit farther than 5,500 nautical miles, much of it treacherous. There was good reason the Soviets would never expect Parche to slip into the Barents from this route. There was one more precaution. Parche would not leave for the Barents until late summer, well after Carter's summit with Brezhnev. The two leaders met on June 18th and signed the SALT II treaty, in which both sides agreed to limit the number of their nuclear missile launchers. 2 weeks after the superpower summit, Parche's CO, John H. Moorer, Jr., held a summit of his own, with the wives of his crew. The captain provided babysitters, light refreshments, and a description of the men's extended deployment that pretty much began and ended with dates of departure and return. He gave the women family-gram forms so that they could write quick messages to their husbands a few times over the 3 months Parchie would be gone, and a 2-page list of emergency numbers, starting with that of his wife, Carol, and going down through a litany of Mare Island doctors, dentists, firemen, and police. He also gave the women a checklist of all the tasks the Navy imagined would fall to them. Know when to tune up the car, find the telephone number of the plumber and the electrician, make sure your husband leaves a will. In return, the women were asked to give up their husbands for the duration. There were the usual tears dockside as Parchie shoved off that August. The magnetic white hull numbers denoting her as submarine number 683 had been taken down, leaving her anonymous as she passed beneath the Golden Gate Bridge and dove. The crew was now in the hands of the man they called Captain Jack. He was built thick and strong, and his crew thought him a bulldog, at once determined and playful. There was something about this captain who could walk into the torpedo room and wrestle with his men. There were some, among the torpedo crew especially, who were just crazy enough to beat the captain regularly. The wrestling matches fast became ritual, the tag team follies. Moorer was to the Navy born, his father an admiral. In fact, John H. Moorer, Sr. had been commander of submarines in the Pacific in the late 1960s, when Halibut was sent looking for missile pieces, and before she set out after fantasy cables. Now his son was leading a crew top-heavy with senior chiefs, senior enlisted, and spooks on the most dangerous special projects mission yet. Secrecy had been tight on Seawolf, far tighter than it had ever been on Halibut, but on Parchie the secrecy was nearly paranoiac. The crew itself had little idea where they were going. The men were told only that they were being sent to see whether Parchie could find her way beneath the frozen expanse and back, perhaps detecting a few Soviet subs along the way. As Parchie neared Alaska, Moorer began preparing to move through the narrow Bering Strait, submerged. Here the waters were only 150 feet deep, and the going was hazardous. Indeed, in a few months the passage would be impossible without the help of an icebreaker. Navigators and the captain were shrouded by curtains as they tensely plotted Parchie's 2 to 3 knot crawl. Once through the strait, Parchie had to navigate farther north through the Chukchi Sea. Here the water was just as shallow, and the ice didn't melt even in summer. From outer space, this and other seas surrounding the pole look like a kaleidoscope as temperature and salinity patterns alter the very color of the water, mile by mile. Parchie's sonar bounced off the layers much as it bounced off solid objects, leaving Moorer and his crew nearly blind, much like a plane flying through thick cloud cover. The crew maneuvered Parchie forward slowly, cursing as they tried to decipher sonar echoes, never entirely certain whether something that sounded as if it were directly ahead was at their depth or some feet above. There was no way to really tell, not until they passed closer, close enough to risk collision. But Parchie wasn't totally helpless. The Navy had been sending at least one submarine a year up under the ice since the 1950s. A special lab had been created to study sea ice, to try to make it easier to operate in the strange and difficult environment, and the entire Sturgeon class of subs had been made ice-capable, given upward and forward-looking sonar that could help avoid ramming into the ice, special buoyancy controls, and hull modifications that allowed the subs to break through thin ice for emergency surfacings. During these early Arctic operations, the Navy discovered that sonar pings sounded an awful lot like the mating call of the area's ring-necked seals. When the seals heard the submarine ping, a sweet tone that sounded like a singer moving across octaves. They answered, one seal calling back to the submarine, the next seal answering that seal, and another seal answering the one before. Blasting the sea, the seals inspired walruses to join in with their bell-like barks. On the early transits, the din went on for hours, seals answering subs and other seals, walruses answering seals, and walruses answering one another. Now Parche was using sonar designed to avoid courtship with the local mammals. The passage was noisy nonetheless. Around the sub were chunks of ice that had broken off from large bergs farther north. Those chunks had a disturbing tendency to pack themselves against one another or against land, creating heavy pressure ridges that reached down deep into the sea. Parche could easily encounter an area with less than 5 feet of clearance from bottom. It was almost impossible to move through without scraping some ice, sending a screech through the hull, nails across the chalkboard, amplified. The ice chunks were heavy enough to snap a submarine's screws and leave a boat helpless. The crew also had to be on the lookout for larger bergs that often floated south, creating huge obstacles between Greenland and Canada, as well as on the other side of the pole between Greenland and Iceland. It was an iceberg that had stopped USS Nautilus on an attempt to cross under the North Pole in June 1958. Nautilus made the pole and history a few months later. When Parche finally hit deep water, she could move ahead without obstacles. This 1,500-mile swim beneath the North Pole itself would be easy. Depths of 1,000 to 12,000 feet left plenty of room to maneuver beneath the most massive icebergs. After that, Parche again had to maneuver through a tapestry of marginal ice before finally breaking through to the Barents. Now it was time for the crew to begin readying the fish to drag along the sea bottom in search of communications cables. Given the surrounding terrain and the location of Soviet bases, it made sense that any underwater telephone cable would run from Murmansk and along the coast of the Kola Peninsula, which pointed down from the Arctic, forming the thumb of the glove-shaped piece of land that marked Sweden and Finland as its fingers. The cable would probably stretch about 250 miles east to the tip, before it took a 40-mile hop across what the Soviets called the throat of the White Sea and looped into the Severodvinsk shipyard. It made little sense to lay a tap in that bit of the White Sea, where boats moved continuously from the shipyard out to the Barents. Instead, Parche would look for the cable in an area where it might be a little easier for her to hover for a while and not be discovered, such as along the granite cliffs on the northernmost coast of the Kola, in that 250-mile run after Murmansk. The search inevitably would bring Parche within the Soviets' 12-mile territorial limit, and probably even inside the 3-mile limit recognized by the United States. As Parche searched, men monitored the video images captured by the fish, looking for that vague line in the sand that could be a communications cable. They found it just about where operation planners had suspected it would be, farther out than 12 miles at some points, but a lot closer in at others. It was clear that this cable had to run from Severodvinsk to the major bases of the Northern Fleet and on into fleet headquarters near Murmansk. Finally, Maurer picked a spot for the tap. In Okhotsk, the cable stretched across an entire sea, and Halibut had been able to plant that tap about 40 miles offshore. It is not clear exactly how far from the coast this tap site was, but it clearly was a lot closer in than the Okhotsk tap had been. Sonar crews monitored the constant traffic above as Parche's divers began their work. The water was deeper here than in Okhotsk, Divers were now working at least 500 feet under. On later missions to the Barents, some of the divers would work 600 feet deep as the tap was repositioned. Still, nothing but luck could keep Parche safe from a direct hit by a Soviet sonar ping. Standing in the control room, it seemed to the men that they could count the turn count of the propeller blades as Soviet destroyers and cruisers moved overhead in a near constant march in and out of port. The contacts caught by Parche's sonar were played over a speaker in her con, and it was here that the men were most acutely aware of the 150 pounds of HBX explosives on board, those self-destruct charges that had become required equipment on cable-tapping subs. The spooks were crammed into a tiny compartment just to the port side behind the torpedo room. Directly below, an auxiliary ballast tank had been emptied and transformed into storage space for the huge reels of tape and for spare parts. The tank was so cold that any tapes retrieved had to sit for 12 hours before they came back to room temperature and could be used. While Halibut had the Bat Cave, Parche had no more space than any other late-generation sturgeon sub. In fact, most of Parche's torpedoes had been ditched for space. Now she carried just 4 live war shots, the minimum number any attack sub was allowed to carry on a mission. It would take the spooks at least 2 weeks to sift electronically through the hundreds of lines running through the cable and choose which lines to record and at what times over the next year. The process relied on educated guesses and luck. Certain channels would probably be best in the summer months when the ice cleared from the Barents and the Soviets conducted naval exercises. Missile tests tended to be seasonal as well, but lines connected directly to headquarters could be active and profitably tapped year-round. A few of the lines were unencoded or rang clear because whatever encryption the Soviets had tried to use had failed. Most, however, were encrypted to some degree. The NSA wanted even those lines that seemed burdened by the heaviest encryption, the lines that might have been hardest to decode. Intelligence analysts had learned from the first taps that those deeply scrambled lines were often running fleet to fleet, admiral to admiral, carrying crucial information. It also helped that the tap had evolved over the years. It weighed several tons, but miniaturization of the electronics and advances in recording technology now provided a greater recording capacity and some room for error. The CIA also adapted the miniaturized recording technology in the cable tap pods for land use and bribed a Russian construction worker to implant one against an important underground telephone cable in Moscow itself. Intelligence officials say this prized source of high-level communications was compromised in the mid-1980s by Aldrich Ames, the worst turncoat in CIA history. As all this was going on, a steady stream of Soviet ships and submarines continued to fill Parche's sonar screens. The activity got the crew members to talking. One man whispered that Parche was very, very near Murmansk and really up against the Soviet coast. One chief found a more colorful way of describing their position to a young seaman. "This is so close you could look through a periscope and see people's faces on the beach if you came to the surface." As they sat there, some of the men began to realize that no one had ever leveled with them about the dangers of this operation. As one man put it, "Here you've got 100-some-odd guys willing to die, and they don't even know they're truly in a situation where they might." Finally, the job was done. All Moorer had to do now was get his men out of there and get them home. The plan was to leave the immediate area of the tap and signal "Mission Accomplished" to a second U.S. submarine, which had been skulking nearby throughout Parche's operation. Had there been any indication that Parche was detected, it would have been this second sub's job to make a racket, become a decoy, and draw the heat. Parche, of course, was maintaining strict radio silence, but she had been equipped with a special horn to send her signal. U.S. subs usually were wired for 60 kilohertz, but Parche would signal at 50 kilohertz, the Soviet standard. To the Soviets, it was hoped the signal would sound like one of their own. To the men on board, the blast sounded like bongo drums. One quick beat on the bongos, and the message was sent. Parche waited for a reply, then headed for home. For her feat, Parche received the Presidential Unit Citation, the highest award possible. Each man was given a certificate with the presidential seal at the top and Jimmy Carter's signature on the bottom. It was an award that Halibut had won twice. Seawolf, never. By virtue of the authority vested in me as President of the United States and as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States, I have today awarded the Presidential Unit Citation, Navy, for extraordinary heroism to USS Parche, SSN 683, for extraordinary heroism and outstanding performance in the conduct of a mission of vital importance to the national security of the United States, as a unit of the U.S. Pacific Fleet in 1979. The award read. Buried in the bureaucratese that followed was one telling line. It praised Parche for operating in the hostile environment of poorly charted ocean areas. In 1980, Parche was scheduled to go back to the Barents Tap, and Seawolf was scheduled to return to Okhotsk. But in February, a fire broke out on Seawolf during sea trials. A turbine generator blew up and began tossing balls of flame into the engine room while the sub was submerged. By the time Seawolf's crew could perform an emergency blow and surface, 10 men had been overcome by black, thick smoke. They were carried up to the deck and fresh air, and it was there they were photographed by a passerby. Instead of having a chance to win a PUC, to show the guys on Parche that Seawolf's men were just as good, they were awarded with a page-1 photo in a local newspaper captioned, "Seawolf Sons basking in the sun after rigorous sea trials." Seawolf went back to dry dock for another year, and Parche again took her place on a run to Okhotsk in the summer. Parche also went back to the Barents that fall to plant a new tap and retrieve the first year's worth of recordings. By now, Ronald Reagan was scoring big in the presidential campaign. Carter had been plagued by the hostage crisis in Iran. He also was hurt by the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, which killed any chance for ratification of the arms treaty he had just reached with Brezhnev. Both of these events also led the U.S. subforce to step up surveillance of Soviet naval forces in the Indian Ocean. Reagan was promising to get tough with the Soviets. To that end, he pledged to pour billions of dollars into rebuilding the military, and he put the Navy front and center in his plans. Painting the conventional picture of the Soviet Navy as increasingly bent on challenging the West in any sea, pretty much the opposite of what Haver believed might be happening when he briefed Carter, Reagan said he would expand the U.S. Navy to 600 ships from 450 ships to prevent the Soviets from snatching maritime superiority. In fact, the Soviet fleet was growing. In November, a U.S. satellite captured images of an enormous pile of steel and a newly enlarged dock at a Soviet shipyard. That and other evidence suggested that the Soviets might be building their first full-sized aircraft carrier. To many top Navy officials, the satellite images seemed to be proof that Rich Haver and other young analysts were wrong about the Soviet Navy pulling back, and that in fact the Soviets were still gearing up for battle in the open oceans. they might finally be ready to pour money into the kind of huge surface ships and supply vessels that they would need to create a true blue water navy. After all, aircraft carriers had always been used to project power outward, to sail to distant places and launch planes. After his election, Reagan appointed John F. Lehman, Jr., the campaign aide who had come up with the plan for the 600-ship fleet, as his Navy Secretary. At only 38 years old, Lehman was the youngest man in this century to hold the post. He was smart, quick, and outspoken about his hard-line stance. "I believe that our former narrow margin of superiority is gone," Lehman warned Congress on February 6, 1981, just one day after he was sworn in. It didn't take long for him to earn a reputation as l'enfant terrible, as he took control of the Navy in a way that no secretary had attempted in decades. Lehman's plans included a radically new and aggressive naval strategy. He didn't talk much about what he expected the Soviets to do in a war. Instead, he wanted U.S. submarines, battleships, cruisers, and aircraft carriers to drive en masse right into the Barents and go after the Soviet surface and submarine fleets in their own waters. He was making, he declared, a firm commitment to go into the highest threat areas and defeat the Soviet naval threat. Lehman became fond of describing Murmansk and the rest of the Kola Peninsula as the most valuable piece of real estate on Earth. Soon, top admirals were grumbling that Lehman was a torpedo without a guidance system. Most liked his idea of a more aggressive strategy, but Lehman dismissed out of hand the protests of some admirals that it was suicide to drive aircraft carriers into the Barents, where the Soviets could easily sink them with cruise missiles. He also shrugged off outside critics, academics and congressional staff members among them, who warned that threatening Soviet sea-based missiles too early in a war could backfire, prompting them to use 'em or lose 'em. This was the backdrop as Pentagon officials prepared to give Reagan his first briefing about submarine spy operations. It was scheduled for Friday, March 6th at 9:15 a.m. and was set to run 20 minutes. The luminaries who gathered in the wood-paneled Situation Room in the West Wing of the White House included Vice President George Bush, Chief of Staff James A. Baker III, Counselor Edwin Meese II, and Richard V. Allen, the new National Security Advisor. Attending from the Pentagon were Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, Admiral James D. Watkins, the Vice Chief of Naval Operations, Lehman, Haver, and Rear Admiral John L. Butts, now Director of Naval Intelligence. Weinberger and Watkins got things rolling by sketching the basics of the surveillance missions being run by regular attack subs. Then Butts stepped in to introduce Reagan to Seawolf, Parche, and cable tapping. He made his presentation with a dramatic video and slideshow that Lehman had told him would appeal to Reagan. The president was, by all reports, mesmerized. Finally, he leaned over and asked his vice president, a former director of Central Intelligence, "Did you have something to do with this, George?" Bush answered that some of these programs had run during his tenure at the CIA. Then Rich Haver stepped in and, just as he had with Carter, began to describe how naval intelligence used the information the spy subs were collecting. Haver had slides, too, but by now Reagan was itching for answers. He wanted to know if Haver thought the Soviets would be less willing to wage nuclear war now that they were facing him and his hard line in the White House. He also asked some of the same questions the analysts had been grappling with. How do the Soviets plan nuclear war? How do they train for it? How do they intend to fight it? Would a naval war go nuclear from day one, with Soviets using cruise missiles against aircraft carriers? And if it did, could it be contained at sea before anyone fired strategic ballistic missiles at the United States? Again, Haver succeeded in drawing a president into a dialogue. In a question-and-answer session that went on for nearly 15 minutes, with Bush and Watkins fielding questions also, Haver explained the conventional view of war on the high seas and the long-held assumption that the Soviets would probably turn to tactical, short-range nukes early in those battles. He added that such a move had seemed likely to set off a broader nuclear war. Then he offered some of the conclusions that his team of analysts had reached, that the Soviets appeared to be turning away from the conventional strategy and dedicating the bulk of their ships, attack subs and planes, to protecting their missile subs in safe bastions close to home. From here, Haver went on to plug Lehman's aggressive plan to confront those forces in Soviet waters. When Reagan seemed satisfied, Haver began to pack up the projector as Weinberger stepped in to carefully explain to the president what his role in the process would be, how he needed to sign off on all the sensitive espionage operations in advance. Weinberger took his time, talking slowly and very deliberately. He wanted to make sure that Reagan appreciated what was being asked of him. Weinberger needn't have worried. Reagan was already hooked. Nobody had told him any of this when he was merely governor of California, home to the nation's most crucial spy subs. He had come to Washington still holding onto a view of the Navy built from equal parts of World War II fact and of World War II myth, the image of heroic men facing off against Japanese ships, their torpedoes sinking the enemy, dodging depth charges as they went along. This was an image dear to Reagan, and he loved to talk about how he played a submarine captain in the 1958 film Hellcats of the Navy. Reagan had a favorite story about those days, and he told it now, albeit with only the details fit for screen. In Reagan's version, he effortlessly echoed commands whispered by a Navy officer, and with cameras rolling, set one of the nation's subs steaming out of San Diego in a Pacific sunset. Reagan's tale was missing some rather pertinent facts. What actually happened was that he virtually brought the house down, though not by virtue of his acting. The crew, told to treat Reagan's orders as they would their captain's, accidentally overheard the actor practicing his lines, and they responded. "Answer all bells," he said, giving the code for get underway, practicing to get just the right inflection. "All back full. All ahead 2/3. Starboard stop. Starboard ahead standard. Left full rudder." The submarine began to jerk in every direction, back, forward, stopped, forward, left. The bow lines began to stretch, then pull until the aging pier that had moored the sub snapped into pieces of cracked wood and rusted iron, just as the sub's captain raced to the bridge, yelling, "All stop, for God's sake, all stop!" As Bush and Baker began trying to hustle Reagan along, the president was still talking about his experiences on the Hellcats set and his admiration for the submariners he met there. This briefing had already gone on for 45 minutes, more than twice as long as it had been scheduled to run. Reagan, however, was in no rush. Turning to Haver, the president asked, "Where do you get guys like this?" "Sir, they're just Americans," Haver answered in his best for the Gipper style. On that note, Reagan finally seemed ready to leave. It was clear he wanted Haver to keep trying to puzzle out Soviet strategy, and that he had given his tacit approval for the next round of submarine spying missions. All this occurred as Seawolf was ready to go to sea again. For the first time, the Navy could send both Special Projects boats out at the same time, in different directions, to different seas. Before Parche could leave for her 1981 run, however, Commander Peter John Grafe, her new captain, ordered what he thought would be a routine drug screening. The last thing he expected was to nail nearly 15% of his crew for marijuana use, 22 crew members, including 3 officers. There was no debate. They were off the boat, and replacements were rushed in. This was definitely not what Reagan had in mind during the briefing when he had asked Rich Haver where the Navy found these guys, these superheroes of the Cold War. Although, in retrospect, Haver's answer seemed far less corny. They were just Americans, after all. Staffing these boats had never been easy. Navy recruiters went through bizarre contortions to keep their secret, and at the same time find men who wouldn't mind trespassing in Soviet seas for the purpose of cable tapping. As one young submariner described it, the recruitment process was more like an interrogation. Men in leisure suits brought potential projects men into smoky rooms, and then began demanding to know, did the recruit ever use drugs? Ever get in trouble with the law? The questions were peppered with promises that the government had ways of learning every dirty detail. "If you ever jacked off behind the barn, we will find out about it," one kid was told. Parchie wasn't unique in her personnel problems, and the drug bust had intelligence officials worried. Seawolf's crew was disintegrating under the mounting frustrations of serving on a broken-down and cursed boat. The pressure inspired some of her crew to lose themselves in a marijuana haze. Some even proclaimed their drug use openly and loudly, just to get off of Seawolf. Then there were Seawolf's isolationists, who were readying for the day when they would take singular stands against communism in mountaintop homes transformed into forts. These men had taken to going out to the mud flats near the base to practice with their non-Navy issue assault rifles, blasting apart cans and at least one truck. One man sent a live round into his television. The rest of the crew, leery, sweaty, and exhausted, just looked on at the dopers and the gun fanatics. Such tensions remained as Seawolf finally headed out toward Akatsk. By now, Michael C. Tiernan had been the CO through 3 years of overhaul and tests. This was to be the first time he commanded the boat through an actual operation. A Seawolf crew that had once compared his predecessor, Charles R. McVean, to Captain James T. Kirk on the Starship Enterprise, now nicknamed Tiernan Milquetoast. The men had tried to take him out to the Horse and Cow to loosen him up, but they didn't think it had helped. Tiernan, in fact, was only slightly more popular than his new executive officer, J. Ashton Dare, whom the men referred to as Jashton. If the men found Tiernan aloof, they found Jashton downright irritating. His father was an admiral, and it seemed to the men that he wasn't going to let anyone forget that. Worse for Jashton, he had replaced a crew favorite, Robert S. Holbrook, an officer who could chastise a man in the morning and redeem himself later that night by taking him out for a beer. Holbrook also had been the crew's good luck charm. He had already survived an 85-degree dive on the diesel sub USS Chopper, SS-342, saved only when an enlisted man thought to throw her into reverse, driving her back up toward the surface. Thereafter, Holbrook always wore a brass belt buckle adorned with Chopper's image, certain that it made him unsinkable. He had his men just as convinced. As far as they were concerned, Dare had neither the mythology nor the charm to redeem himself. He was their favorite target, as they looked for ways to fight boredom. On one test run, some of the men stole Dare's mattress and flushed it through the garbage chute and out of the boat. The XO somehow missed the joke. In fact, humor was more than a little strained on this boat full of men who felt they were being sent to Soviet waters in the equivalent of a Model T. By the time ice began forming on Seawolf's deck plates, morale was at an all-time low. Things only got worse on station. Tiernan directed his crew to plant the sub next to the Soviet cable. The plan was to let Seawolf sit secure on the bottom, balancing her bulk on two ski-like legs that the crew had taken to calling skegs. The skegs were a gift of imagination and technology, a safety device designed after that first terrible storm that had torn halibut from her anchors. But as Seawolf tried to land with those skegs now, she came down hard right on the Soviet cable. There was every chance that the fall had interrupted Soviet communications or sent a shot of static through the line, and there was every chance that the Soviets would send surface ships blasting sonar or repair crews to come and investigate. But there was no sign of a Soviet search. By the time the tapping operation was completed, Tiernan decided to go ahead and finish a secondary operation. Seawolf was going to move further into Okhotsk, and she was going on another search for Soviet missile fragments. But just as it seemed certain that the Americans were going to survive their mistake, they came under assault, not from the Soviets, but from the sea itself. Twin storms that had started hundreds of miles away, their winds swirling, were nearing Okhotsk. Beneath the sea, Seawolf sat too deep to put up an antenna, and the crew was unaware of the warnings flooding the airwaves about the cyclones moving up toward the Kuriil Islands. The men didn't hear when naval command centers reported winds of 55 knots and swells leaping toward the sky. They didn't know when other craft were warned that the two storms had become one, a single lethal typhoon. Within days of the first warnings, thrashed air, bullet rains, and massive waves were combining to force their wrath below the surface, pounding down until Seawolf began to shudder. At first the men believed they could easily weather the squall. Unlike surface mariners, submarine crews are trained to fear detection, depth charges, and torpedoes. But there is usually little to fear from storms. Run deep. That was the standard procedure. Submariners are indoctrinated from the start with the faith that the skies could open up all they like. Winds could gust, threatening all who skim the surface. But below, where dark and calm hold court, submarines reign. Indeed, the 400 feet of water overhead, though shallow by submarine standards, would have been enough to frustrate most storms. But this typhoon was roiling even the depths, and for Seawolf there was no going deeper. She would have to weather this out on the seabed. Seawolf began rocking from side to side. 3 divers were out, and they were being tossed. The rest of the crewmen, safer inside, were trying to act nonchalant, squeezing past one another within Seawolf's cramped corridors. They offered comments about the storm as if they were discussing the weather back home. Still, the currents that were hitting Seawolf every 20 or 30 seconds were so violent that her skegs were lifting from the seabed. At first, the submarine rolled only a few degrees, then more. Objects inside went flying. With the submarine on the bottom, nobody had thought to secure for heavy seas. Beauregard was knocked from his high perch in the torpedo room and fell to the deck with a resounding crash. For a moment, the torpedo men feared their mascot, their favorite ceramic frog, would be erased from their ranks in an instant. With great relief, they realized that only his stand was destroyed. Outside the boat, the divers were losing their fight against the pull of the currents. One diver was sucked toward the rocking submarine and found himself beneath one of Seawolf's skegs. Something grabbed hold of him an instant later. Another diver, a lash of the current. Just as this man was about to be pinned, he was free. Finally, the divers were able to scramble into the unsteady shelter of the submarine. That was what Tiernan was waiting for. He signaled the end of the operation. He wanted his submarine in deep water. He wanted out of Okhotsk. But Okhotsk was holding on. Buda, a reactor specialist who had earned his nickname for his size and, despite his thick thatch of black hair, signaled the first alarm. He had been standing at a gauge for one of the heat exchangers that cycled cooled water before it went into the submarine's nuclear reactor. The temperature was not reading anywhere near correct levels. Something was clogging the system. Checking valves, moving equipment, Buddha started yelling. "I've got sand in there! Jesus Christ!" The nukes, those men who worked the reactor, came running, followed by Dare and Tiernan. They stood looking at a pile of sand. Seawolf's vents were sucking in muck, salt, the sea, and the sea floor into the cooling system. The storm began taking on new and terrible significance as they realized that the reactor was in danger of shutting down. Seawolf was at risk of losing all power. Crewmen began checking other points where the submarine borrowed water from outside, cycled it through the boat, and cycled it back outside. Sand, little animals, snails, coral, and sea creatures had gotten into the generators, the main engines, the turbines, and the half-dozen or so critical areas on board. There were piles and heaps of the wet, partially living mass around the boat. No one was sure how much weight they had taken on, as the wet mass was sucked in from Akatsk's bottom. Worse, the sand was coming in because the seawater intake valves that should have been several feet above sea bottom were resting practically flat against it. Each time the storm rocked Seawolf, a little more sand was pumped over the skegs. The currents were forcing the sub to dig herself in. Somehow the engineers who designed those skegs as safety devices had ignored the properties of currents that children learn about when they stand in the surf at the beach. Now Seawolf's skegs were almost entirely buried. She was stuck. Compartment by compartment, men began to fret. The machinist mates knew that if the steam plant shut down, it could take a week to restart, if it restarted at all. The nukes worried that with the sand damage, the reactor might not start back up. The Seawolf was just not strong enough for this kind of a test. No one, it seemed, was immune to the growing tension. An electrician's mate lost control and began yelling, screaming, crying. A medic was ordered to sedate him and send him to his rack. Others began to have chilling visions of blank epitaphs. Somewhere lies this seaman, sent to do something in an unknown place, and killed, somehow, in a war that didn't exist. Seawolf was mired for nearly 2 days as the chiefs, the old salts who had ridden submarines for 20 years, joined forces with the junior officers. With Tiernan's approval, they began trying anything they could think of. First, they attempted to rev Seawolf's engines to see whether that would get her to pull up. That failed. Next, they tried a controlled emergency blow, hoping the sudden loss of weight would send them floating out of the sand. It was dangerous. Seawolf might pull free, but she might also broach the surface, and that could mean detection, and detection would mean a fight. Seawolf had few means of protection at her disposal. Most of her torpedo tubes had been used to store potatoes. There were still some torpedoes on board, but recent tests had proved them all but useless. Seawolf was the loudest thing in the water, so whenever she had launched a test dummy, its sonar guidance system turned the torpedo around and sent it hurtling back toward the sub. Seawolf's only chance was to remain hidden as she freed herself. Carefully, the crew began to blow ballast, slowly, steadily, gently, first from the bow, then from the stern. Nothing. "Try again," someone ordered tensely. A little more water this time, with the anchors down to prevent an accidental flight to the surface. Again, nothing. Another try, and the submarine seemed to move slightly, but only slightly. It was like trying to get a pickup truck out of a rut, rocking back and forth, hoping sooner or later to be able to push it out. But with sand still being sucked into the machinery, the men were in a race. Would they get out before their system shut down? All through the boat, men were trying to blow the sand out, but the submarine was sucking in more than they could discard. A key reactor system was already down to less than 50% efficiency, maybe as low as 35%. Somebody came up with the idea of cutting loose the anchors that were there to steady the Seawolf as she sat on her skegs. Anchors might save the sub from broaching, but right now the two concrete mushrooms were also weighing her down. The order was given to cut them loose. Seawolf began to rise. The main engines were being badly overworked, revving until it sounded as though a drill was whirring through the boat. Then there was a scratchy sound, more of a shriek, really, loud enough that some of the men wondered whether their hearing would be forever affected. The skegs remained partially buried. The gondola under the Seawolf's belly, the huge clamshell that was built to hold missile pieces, partially ripped away. But Seawolf was free. As she limped home, she was dangerously loud in the water, louder than she had ever been. There was something dangling from below, a piece of skeg, the gondola. Whatever it was making a lot of noise in the water as Seawolf made a slow race for the Curial Islands and out to open ocean. Crucial systems parts, worn down by sand, were also grinding and seemed ready to give out any moment. Then, somewhere in the Pacific, not far from Akatsk, she was detected. A Soviet boat, probably a trawler, began pinging with active sonar. There was no way to outrun the trawler. The submarine was too hurt, and no way to hide, because whatever she was dragging banged against her hull even when she was sitting stock still. Any speeds faster than 6 knots brought a cacophony of sound, a drum section gone wild. The Soviet pings rang through the submarine, adding to the din. The ringing would not stop. The Soviets chased, giving up the pursuit after only about 24 hours, for reasons that may have been as simple as a trawler captain's whim. When Seawolf finally pulled into a closed dry dock, the men could see the damage. There were dents in her superstructure and pieces torn off as if she had suffered depth charges. The bilges were still full of sand, hundreds of pounds of it, though a significant amount had been moved to the men's bunks, jars of gray, grainy souvenirs. There were no awards given for this mission, no formal recognition of the men's brush with death. A cruise book, crafted much like a high school yearbook, mentioned the ordeal in only one cryptic cartoon, memorializing the first and last leap taken by Beauregard the Frog. Back in port, the men trying to repair Seawolf weren't told how sand got into the diesel engines, how it got into the lube oil system and ate up all of the bearings. Officials in Washington had far more serious fears. Following Seawolf's misadventure, satellites uncovered evidence that the Soviets had found the cable tap in Akatsk. Nobody was sure how, whether the operation had been compromised by Seawolf's drop onto the cable, or by a mole within the crew, or, unthinkable as it seemed, among the few intelligence officers who knew about the taps in the first place. But clearly it was crucial that someone discover how the Soviets had puzzled out one of the most secret U.S. missions. Chapter 11. The Crown Jewels. The feeling had to have been one of disbelief. Richhaver looked at the report on Seawolf's latest patrol, then at his other intelligence reports. There was just no other way to line up the facts. It had been easy to blame Seawolf and her crew for blowing one of the most important intelligence operations of the last 10 years, or so it had seemed at the time. After all, Seawolf had slammed tons of steel down on the Soviet cable. That had to have caused a break in communications, or at least some static. Why else would the Soviets have sent a survey ship to Okhotsk? How else could they have found the cable tap? In fact, the Soviets did more than find the tap. They reached down and lifted the large recording pods, both of them, out of the water. There was no hiding what they were, or for that matter, who had put them there. Inside of one was a part emblazoned with the words, "Property of the United States Government." Haver had checked and rechecked his timelines. There could be no mistake. None of this was Seawolf's fault. The Soviet survey ship had been on its way to the area before Seawolf fell on the cable. It had taken a meandering route to Okhotsk, a trek that suggested camouflage, all the way from the Baltic Sea on the Atlantic side. There was, however, almost no chance that U.S. intelligence was going to miss a ship heading toward the tap site. Both in the Barents and in Okhotsk, the U.S. maintained around-the-clock surveillance with satellites, land listening stations, in short, any means possible. That was especially easy in Okhotsk. The sea was so empty, any ship that went in and loitered was bound to stand out. Now that surveillance had paid off, with one horrifying realization. The search for the taps almost had to have been deliberate. And if that were the case, Haver knew there was one glaring possibility, the worst possibility, that Seawolf hadn't shown her hand at all. The Soviets may have been tipped. There might very well be a spy. This was not going to go down well in the Navy or the NSA. That much was clear to Haver as he listed the spy among the reasons why the tap could have been discovered in a report dated January 30th, 1982, the day that just happened to be his 37th birthday. But while Haver expected distress, what he got back was outright skepticism. Top admirals decided he was seeing ghosts again, just as they had believed a few years earlier when he had raised an alert about a possible spy or communications leak in the Atlantic. Now here he was seeing spies in the Pacific. What Haver was saying seemed unbelievable. If he was right, there was not one, but two spies. One man couldn't be responsible for the problems in both oceans. Anyone with operational knowledge of the Atlantic submarine trailings in the late 1970s was almost guaranteed to be out of the loop when it came to the Pacific tapping operations. Besides, the cable taps were about the best-kept secret in all of Cold War intelligence. No, top admirals concluded, Haver was seeing shadows in coincidences. The Soviets, they figured, had probably just found the Okhotsk tap on a maintenance run to the cable. Only a few in the Navy saw Haver's report, and they gave his warnings little thought. This was a time when the United States was facing a more immediate and tangible threat. The Soviets seemed to be engineering another big change in their missile sub strategy, one more dangerous than their move back to the bastions in the Barents in the late 1970s. They were now holding some of their missile subs even closer to their coasts, in deep bastions, such as the White Sea and the once nearly desolate Okhotsk, and they were hiding others under a nearly impenetrable shroud, the Arctic ice. Haver and other bright young analysts still felt sure that the Soviets were chiefly trying to protect their missile subs from attack in the early stages of a war, and the early returns from the cable tapping in the Barents seemed to back up this idea. But if they wanted to, the Soviets also could use the Arctic cover to launch a first strike, and the United States would have less warning than ever before. A missile, shot from a delta in a Soviet bastion in the Barents, could take less than 30 minutes to travel the 3,500 nautical miles to Washington, D.C. But a missile traveling from even the northern reaches of the Arctic's Baffin Bay, which sits just above Canada, could cut that time to less than 20 minutes. Naval intelligence began to notice that the Soviets seemed to be experimenting with the idea of hiding their missile subs under the ice in 1979. USS Gurnard, SSN 662, under the command of Henry G. Childs, Jr., and USS Drum, SSN 677, helped set off a second and much more difficult era of trailings that year, following Soviet subs which seemed to be testing how well they could operate under ice floes. For the Soviets, a crucial moment came in the summer of 1981, when Captain Leonid Koversky drove his Delta SSBN into the desolate Arctic Ocean to see if he could manage to rise up from the ice and calculate a workable trajectory for his sub's 16 ballistic missiles. Koversky succeeded beyond all expectations. For his initiative and courage, he was named Hero of the Soviet Union, his nation's top honor. A gaggle of orders and medals went to his crew. The scientists and weapons designers who had traveled along received various state prizes in a ceremony that was held that October. Indeed, the Soviets' shift to the Arctic was a brilliant move. After all, it had never been lost on either side that the shortest distance between the United States and the Soviet Union was over the top of the world. Both nations had already aimed their huge arsenals of land-based missiles across the North Pole, but although both had been exploring the Arctic with submarines for decades, neither the United States nor the Soviet Union had been able to develop the technology to fight in the exotic Arctic environment effectively. The Arctic is also the one area of the world where the prey has the distinct advantage over the hunter, where it would be hugely difficult for U.S. forces to root out the Soviet missile subs and destroy them. For one thing, there are thousands of miles of shallow ice-filled seas where the Soviets could scatter their subs. Even the most massive boats could disappear in these shallows, drift silently along with the ice, and allow the currents to decide direction. And by taking the shallow route through the Kara Sea, the Laptev Sea, and the Beaufort Sea around the North American side, a Soviet sub could end up among the icebergs of Baffin Bay above Canada, the fjords along the west coast of Greenland, or even the channels that reach clear down to the Hudson Bay inside of Canada. A submarine hiding motionless would be almost silent, while any attack submarine seeking it out would become the loudest and best target around. U.S. scientists had tried for years, with only limited success, to devise sonar that could compensate for conditions in these marginal ice areas, where temperature and salinity layers, the din of near-constant storms, ice crunching upon ice, and the barks of seals and walruses combined to make tracking other subs nearly impossible. No wonder an alert ran through the Navy, over to the Pentagon, and into the Oval Office when Soviet missile subs began slipping into the Arctic. At stake was nothing less than the ultimate nuclear advantage. And now the U.S. government needed to know, was this simply another defensive move, a Soviet counter-feint in the game of deterrence? Or were the Soviets positioning for a possible first strike? Were Soviet leaders as insane and evil as President Ronald Reagan and his supporters were proclaiming? Or were the Soviets just afraid that Reagan was as hostile as his rhetoric? Adding to these fears was the fact that the Soviet Union was building a new and powerful generation of missile subs, the Typhoons. The first was already in sea trials, and satellites had caught sight of at least 3 more of the subs under construction at Shipyard 402 in Severodvinsk. They were nuclear monsters, squat and bulbous, and by far the largest undersea craft constructed by any nation, half again as large as the Trident missile subs, which the United States had put to sea in late 1981. while both classes of submarines stretched almost as long as 2 football fields. The Typhoon was twice as wide as the Trident. The Soviets were also building 4 large underwater tunnels at a new submarine base at Gromyka, near the tip of the Kola Peninsula, about 150 miles from Murmansk. Blasted out of the adjacent hillside, the granite tunnels were large enough to accommodate the Typhoons and seemed designed to give them protection from nuclear attack. That the Typhoons would be ice-ready seemed obvious. They were protected by 2 pressure hulls, within a 3rd outer hull, and they had flat, retractable bow diving planes, a shielded propeller shaft, and a reinforced steel sail. Hiding in the Arctic, it would be easy enough for a Typhoon to push its massive bulk through ice cover several feet thick for an attack on the United States. A Typhoon could carry 20 SSN-20 nuclear missiles, each 50 feet long, and able to hold 10 warheads programmed to hit different targets as far as 4,500 nautical miles away. This was a boat built to survive, a boat built to ensure that in the event of nuclear war, key U.S. military centers and cities would not. The United States needed more than ever to divine the Soviets' intentions, to get right inside their minds. And that meant the cable-tapping operation had to continue, even though the Okhotsk tap had been discovered. Seawolf was too old and too broken to ever send back to the Soviet coast. Future missions would be left up to Parche. Meanwhile, it would be up to the rest of the sub-force to keep learning about the technical capabilities of the Deltas and the Typhoons, to try to carry the crucial game of trailing to the Arctic, and to do something that had eluded the U.S. Navy for 40 years, develop a true Arctic capability. And so admirals turned again to one civilian scientist who had long insisted on studying those icy waters when few others in the Navy showed much interest. Waldo K. Lyon, the director of the Navy's Arctic Submarine Laboratory in San Diego. The Navy learned early on that Lyon's impish physical stature was hugely misleading, partially by sheer will, partially with his ability to enlist the support of at least one top admiral or CNO every year. Lyon had kept his lab alive and working to unearth the secrets of the Arctic ice since the end of World War II, when he had first become convinced that the Soviets would ultimately learn a lesson from the Nazi captains who had taken their U-boats under the ice's edge to target Allied supply ships. He had kept the lab running despite skepticism so fierce that the CNO handbook back in 1950 included the line, "It's fantasy to think about using the Arctic Ocean." Still, Lyon had won enough backing to inspire the sub-force to send at least one sub to the Arctic almost every year since Nautilus traveled beneath the North Pole in the late 1950s. Lyon had been up that way more than 20 times himself, and he or someone from his lab rode along on every one of those trips, helping to map routes under the ice and to experiment with different types of sonar. But it was only now, at 67 years old, that he was being called out of relative obscurity by a bunch of admirals who were suddenly terribly interested in the Arctic. Somebody suggested sending some of the older U.S. missile boats to hide under the ice, a seemingly perfect tit-for-tat. Rickover, on the verge of being forced to retire by Secretary of the Navy Lehman, came up with his own proposal to build an experimental Arctic sub, one with a hardened hull and little more than a hump for a sail. He had tried his usual tactics to push the project through, bypassing the Navy and the Pentagon and sending Lyon and the proposal straight to the House Armed Services Committee. But all that ever came out of this effort was a letter to Lehman written by House staffers, who were stunned that nearly a quarter-century of Arctic submarine expeditions hadn't left the United States ready to fight beneath the ice. Rickover had to let the fight die when Lehman finally forced him to retire at age 82 in January 1982. Several previous Defense and Navy secretaries had wanted to ease Rickover out, but his supporters in Congress and presidents like Carter had always stopped them. Reagan, however, stood firmly behind his Navy secretary, even though Rickover appealed to the president forcefully in an Oval Office meeting, calling Lehman a pissant and asking Reagan, "Are you a man? Can't you make decisions for yourself?" Rickover took some revenge by hanging in his retirement office a picture of Benedict Arnold next to a portrait of Lehman. Later, one admiral confided to Lyon that the Navy would never build an experimental Arctic sub, because doing so would show the Soviets that the U.S. Navy was unable to fight under the ice. Besides, a plan to develop an Arctic sub would compete with another proposal now before Congress. The Navy wanted funds to build a new class of super subs, one they were claiming could do just about anything. Some in the Navy were calling the boat Fat Albert. It was, in fact, the highly controversial Seawolf class of attack submarines, the SS-N-21s, which were to follow the Los Angeles-class boats that were replacing the Sturgeon class. Looking on, naval intelligence also liked the idea of a new class of submarines. Intelligence officers figured that any new technology would give the Soviets another problem to solve, another distraction. Besides, the intelligence officers believed that by announcing plans to build new and better submarines, the United States would send the message that the Soviets would never have the edge, no matter what they did. All of this talk about new ice operations and new submarines helped distract attention from plans to send Parche back out to the Barents. This trip worried planners more than the return to Okhotsk had. The Barents cable carried the most sensitive information, and even if the Soviets had found the tap in Okhotsk by accident, reason might have led them to at least keep tighter watch on the Barents, especially if they suspected another tap but had been unable to find one. The round-the-clock surveillance of the tap site hadn't shown anything unusual, but it was hard to know for sure. Okhotsk was desolate. Any activity was going to be pretty obvious. The waters of the Barents, on the other hand, were so active that a Soviet search for a second cable tap could have been camouflaged by the usual traffic. There was also the possibility, though most naval intelligence officers thought it a long shot, that Haver was right, that there was a spy. If that was the case, the Soviets might be keeping careful track of Parche herself. They might even know that Parche had invaded the Barents through the Arctic. But what if Parche were sent by a different route, a very different route, one that could confuse any efforts at surveillance? The word was put out to the crew. Parche was leaving earlier than usual, in April instead of late summer, and she was going to go south on an endurance mission, south past the equator, away from the Arctic, away from the Soviet Union. She would travel along the U.S. Pacific coast, past Central America, and down along South America to Cape Horn. What was held back was that Parche would ultimately round the Cape and head back north through the Atlantic for the Barents. She would also have to swing wide of the Falkland Islands, where Britain and Argentina were at war. It was the most indirect route anyone could have thought of, save for a trip through Antarctica. It was a feint of masterful misdirection, and it would allow Parche to avoid the heavy ice she would have encountered since she was leaving so early in the year. Parche would have to travel more than 15,000 nautical miles each way, a round trip that would make the mission last nearly 5 months. She was to go entirely underwater. "They want to see how long we can last," the men began telling one another as they unknowingly repeated their own cover story. "We are going for a record." As Parche was loaded for a possible 150 days at sea, so many cans of food were hoisted aboard that the men had to cover a toilet seat with a plank in order to transform one of the heads into a pantry. After that was filled to the ceiling, the upper-level operations passageway was crammed with enough food to make it completely impassable. Anyone trying to reach the wardroom had to walk through the captain's quarters, through his bathroom to the executive officer's bathroom, and out of the XO's door, emerging to take a right at the first cleared path. Commander Peter J. Grafe was at the helm for this trip. Grafe, the father of 6, looked out for his crew, and they knew it. If he wasn't in the con, Grafe was probably playing cribbage in the wardroom, riding an exercise bike he had stashed in the engine room, or sitting with one of his chiefs. Rank didn't matter to him. Parche did. He believed every minute he was on board that he was at the high point of his career. What was to come after, he once told one of his men, "Just doesn't matter. It's all downhill." As he led his crew out for their Odyssey 82, some of the men were reveling in their special celebrity. Others just reveled. Animal was on board, so dubbed because he delighted in breaking his own record for time lapsed between showers, and because he alternately entertained and tortured his mates with his stink-off contests. Then there was Bumper Car, who had acquired his name because he liked to walk through the sub, bouncing off walls, saying, "Look at me, I'm a bumper car." There was also a quartermaster called Big Bird. He weighed in at more than 300 pounds, and he couldn't move through any of the hatches on board without somebody shouting, "Open, shut." As far as the crew was concerned, the best diversion of all came from one of the youngest officers, Lieutenant Timothy R. Fane. The men saw him as a rag hat, just like them. He sported a goatee and shared their disdain for officer decorum. They targeted Fane's good nature for their most daring pranks. Their favorite was E.B. Greening him, grabbing Fane and mummifying him with the leaf green duct tape favored by the Electric Boat Company because it could withstand sea pressures. It had been developed to seal up small cracks in equipment, but on Parche it was used primarily to bind and gag Fane. On this trip, he would be left green-wrapped for Grafe on the wardroom table, and he would be similarly bandaged and left in the tunnel on the way to the reactor compartment, as a surprise for the engineer officer. The XO, Timothy W. Oliver, had less patience for the crew's antics, especially after the door to his compartment somehow ended up beneath the engines, then in the wine cellar, a space by the bilges, and on into other hiding places around the boat. "No movies tonight," Oliver would shout, echoing, by all accounts unaware, James Cagney's portrayal of a blowhard supply ship captain in Mr. Roberts. Parche might have been headed toward a mission more daring than any depicted a couple of years later in The Hunt for Red October, but she was manned by a crew taking its cues from MASH. There was just one moment when everyone on board was certain of their position, and that was when they crossed the equator. In a ceremony that had been repeated on many submarines, first-timers were initiated and humiliated as they paid homage to King Neptune. They were forced to eat a bilious concoction off the king's belly, quite literally the stomach of one of their more experienced mates. There were no such celebrations when Parche finally entered the Barents. This time her divers were installing a new kind of tap pod. The clamps were gone. Instead, this pod was designed to break away and remain on the sea bottom if the Soviets tried to raise the line for any reason. Other procedures also had been changed since the Soviets found the Akatsk tap. After Parche's divers laid the pod and her spooks had listened in for about a week, the submarine pulled out for comparatively safer waters, before heading back in a week later to monitor the cable again. Grafe may have been giving the recorders time to accumulate extra data for short-term review. The more likely alternative is that she came back in to add a second recorder, or to lay a second tap in a new spot. That's what had been done in Akatsk. Besides, the extra recording capacity would have been needed. Parche was scheduled for an overhaul after this mission, and wouldn't come back to the Barents for 2 years. Parche finally came home after being at sea for 137 days. For this endurance op, she won another PUC, maintaining her streak of 1 presidential unit citation for every trip to the Barents. This PUC, her 4th in 4 years, was signed by Reagan, who also sent Grafe a box of cigars. The certificate used the standard language about extraordinary heroism, but then it went on to say that Parche had established new standards for endurance and excellence in underwater operations. The President had immortalized the Navy's cover story. With Parche scheduled to be in overhaul throughout 1983, there was no other submarine that could be trusted to service the Barents cable tap. Seawolf was in the shipyard, recovering from storm damage, but her days of tapping Soviet cables were clearly over. Naval intelligence never imagined Seawolf clunking and banging around the Barents, and the Soviets' discovery of the Akatsk tap had ended any tapping missions in that sea. When Seawolf finally did emerge from the yards, she would mainly be used to search for pieces of test missiles and other Soviet hardware in the open ocean. By now, the Navy also had modified its 2 newest mini-subs, Turtle and Seacliff, to go much deeper than their original maximum of 6,500 feet, and among other things they were to help recover the pieces of test missiles that Seawolf found and that Air Force or Navy radar had tracked through death smacks into the ocean. Turtle had been refitted in 1979 to go to 10,000 feet. Seacliff was given a titanium sphere in the early 1980s to enable it to reach 20,000 feet, making it the first Navy vessel since Trieste I to go as deep as John Craven had envisioned when he was dreaming of a fleet of deep submergence search vehicles in the 1960s. Still, unlike the DSSVs Craven envisioned, both submersibles had to be hauled to dive sites on surface ships. It also was still just drawing up plans to convert the USS Richard B. Russell, SSN 687, into its 4th and final Special Projects sub. So naval intelligence was without its best source of information during what would become one of the most tense years of the Cold War since détente. The Navy was trying to learn how to trail the Soviets under the ice by following them there from their ports, but as the U.S. Navy sent more and more attack subs, the number of skirmishes with the Soviets in the Arctic increased. Not only that, trailing the Soviets under the ice was proving difficult. The Navy was most successful in the deep polar regions, where the waters had sound properties most like those of the open ocean. That wasn't the case in the marginal ice zones. Still, the Navy had no choice but to keep trying. There was enough Soviet activity that Admiral James Watkins, who had succeeded Hayward as CNO, finally told the American public that the latest front in the Cold War had moved far up north. And he said, "If there are forces in that area, we'd better know how to fight them." He added, "The ice is a beautiful place to hide." It was now more critical than ever for naval intelligence to spread what it was learning about Soviet tactics and strategy throughout the subforce. The captains and spooks on regular surveillance subs were filing thicker patrol reports than ever, and even much of the information from the cable taps, once tightly guarded, was being distributed to submarine officers, although first sanitized to disguise the source. Naval intelligence was so desperate to outthink the Soviets that it was even willing to rely on a little knowledgeable guesswork. A group of submariners and analysts were gathered and told to write up what they thought would be found in a Soviet submarine operating manual. When that was done, they were sent to visit and brief attack submarine commanders on what they might expect to face at sea. By now it was clear that no one else was going to champion Rickover's idea for a special class of Arctic subs. Instead, the Navy had decided to try to give ice capabilities to nearly 24 remaining Los Angeles-class subs, still scheduled for construction. Conceived as open-ocean aircraft carrier escorts, the original LA-class subs lacked some of the sophisticated electronic surveillance equipment and ice-capable sonar that had been built into Parche and other sturgeon boats. That had left the nation's newest subs unable to handle what had become the most crucial spying operations as easily as the boats they were replacing. Lyon had been asked to help research what changes were needed to allow the LA boats to do better under the ice, but his funding never seemed to come through. While under-ice operations were increasingly focused on attempts to develop torpedoes and sonar that could better distinguish between ice ridges and missile subs in the deep polar regions, Lyon kept arguing that the fleet commanders were ignoring the greatest problem, that no U.S. sub had the ability to hunt or maneuver well enough to fight within the marginal ice, where he was certain the Soviets were most likely to hide. Nobody of rank, it seemed, wanted to hear it. Just as the Soviet sea threat was growing, relations between the superpowers were disintegrating. Yuri V. Andropov, a former director of the KGB who had succeeded Leonid Brezhnev as the Soviet leader in 1982, was spinning apocalyptic visions of a U.S. first strike that even many KGB experts saw as alarmist. Then Reagan began stirring Soviet fears. On March 8, 1983, he out-preached the preachers at the convention of the National Association of Evangelicals, held that year in Orlando, Florida. He offered a laundry list of national and international evils: abortion, teen pregnancy, clinics providing teen birth control. After an impassioned plea for school prayer, he turned his attention to the Soviet Union. Yes, let us pray for the salvation of all of those who live in that totalitarian darkness. Pray they will discover the joy of knowing God, Reagan intoned. But until they do, let us be aware that while they preach the supremacy of the state, declare its omnipotence over individual man, and predict its eventual domination of all peoples on the earth, they are the focus of evil in the modern world. Moments later, he concluded, So, in your discussions of the nuclear freeze proposals, I urge you to beware the temptation of pride, the temptation of blithely declaring yourselves above it all, and label both sides equally at fault, to ignore the facts of history and the aggressive impulses of an evil empire, to simply call the arms race a giant misunderstanding, and thereby remove yourself from the struggle between right and wrong, and good and evil. Reagan had equated the fight against communism as the fight between good and evil before, but the phrase evil empire became one of those sound bites that gets repeated over and over. It definitely captured the fearful attention of the Soviets. Their concern that Reagan might consider a first strike was bolstered on March 23rd, when, less than 2 weeks after his evil empire speech, the president went on television to introduce the world to Star Wars, the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI. At first, the Soviets saw this plan to orbit lasers designed to blast Soviet missiles out of the sky as impractical. But Reagan's rhetoric, as interpreted by the KGB, further convinced some Soviet officials that the president was capable of ordering a first strike. The Soviets weren't calmed either when, shortly after the Evil Empire and Star Wars speeches, the U.S. Pacific Fleet began its largest maneuvers since World War II. Navy warplanes from the carriers Midway and Enterprise flew over Soviet military installations on the Kuriil Islands that marked the entrance to the Sea of Okhotsk. The show of force was another step in Lehman's efforts to get the Soviets' attention. Following that, crucial arms control talks stalled as the Soviets protested a U.S. plan to place low-flying cruise missiles and Pershing II intermediate-range ballistic missiles in West Germany and Italy. Then, on August 31st, the Soviets shot down a Korean Airlines passenger plane, KAL-007, which had veered over Soviet military bases near the Sea of Okhotsk. All 269 people on board were killed. Reagan accused the Soviets of premeditated murder, of knowingly shooting down the civilian airliner. Rather than admit that they had made a lethal mistake, the Soviets claimed that the airliner was a CIA reconnaissance plane. Following the KAL incident, Soviet students at U.S. universities were called home on the grounds that anti-Soviet sentiment put them in physical danger. By the time Lech Wałęsa won the Nobel Peace Prize on October 6th, the KGB was convinced that the award was part of a Western Zionist plot to destabilize Eastern Europe. Tensions mounted further on October 26th, when Reagan ordered the invasion of Grenada. The United States claimed it was rescuing American medical students, but in the process, it overthrew the infant communist government. As all this was going on, the KGB was actively looking for signs that NATO and the United States were considering a first strike. The search, now a top priority, had been started by Andropov when he was still heading the KGB. It was codenamed Operation Ryan, for the Russian term for nuclear missile attack. Rakietna Yadernya Napadenia. According to Oleg Gurdjevsky, a high-ranking KGB officer who later defected to England, the KGB throughout 1983 was pressuring Soviet agents around the globe to feed Ryan, to report alarming information even if they were skeptical of it themselves. In the wake of the KAL shootdown, the KGB pushed Ryan agents even harder. By now, Andropov had fallen gravely ill, and one of his kidneys had been removed. He had not been seen in public since mid-August, but he was still in charge, and he still believed the world could be heading toward nuclear Armageddon. In the midst of all this tension, the Soviets sent a Victor III submarine to waters somewhere between the Carolinas and Bermuda. The Americans countered, sending a frigate, the USS McCloy, and a submarine, the USS Philadelphia, SSN 690, to trail the Victor. Before anyone knew it, the boats were all engaged in a tug-of-war, or was it a game of soccer? It happened on October 31st, 1983, and the prize was some of the best sonar technology the Americans had. The Victor moved in close to the frigate and accidentally snagged the ship's towed sonar array, tearing it free from American grasp. But within moments the Victor was on the surface and floundering, her prize wrapped around her propeller. She had been disabled by her own intelligence coup. That much made the U.S. newspapers, but what happened next has never been reported. Philadelphia's crew maneuvered near the Victor, then went in tight and below to check out the sub. The next thing anyone knew, the array was wrapped around the Philadelphia. The Americans had inadvertently snatched it back. With Operation Ryan running wild and nearly unchecked, Gurdjevsky says there was a real danger of a catastrophic mistake. That was never more true, he says, than during November NATO exercises codenamed Able Archer. From November 2nd to November 11th, the NATO forces were practicing release procedures for tactical nuclear weapons, moving through all of the alert stages from readiness to general alert. Because the Soviets' own contingency plans for war called for real preparations to be shrouded under similar exercises, alarmists within the KGB came to believe that the NATO forces had been placed on an actual alert. Ryan teams were given orders to look for signs that NATO was about to start a countdown toward nuclear war, last-minute crisis negotiations between Britain and the United States, food industry efforts to stockpile, such as mass butchering of cattle or evacuations of political, financial, and military leaders and their families. The Soviet alerts eased after November 11th, when Able Archer came to an end. But there was little easing of the paranoia. That December, Marshal Nikolai V. Ogarkov, Chief of Staff of the Soviet Armed Forces, made a stunning public pronouncement. He said that the Soviets believed the United States would still like to launch a decapitating nuclear first strike. Reagan's Secretary of State, George P. Shultz, met Ogarkov's announcement with outright disbelief. Shultz was certain that this had to be just more talk. But in January 1984, the Soviets followed through on a threat made during the dispute over the Pershing II missiles. Offering their own show of force, they sent some Delta missile submarines back out into the Atlantic to cruise off U.S. shores along with the Yankees that were still routinely patrolling there. The aim was to show that the Deltas could hit targets throughout the United States as easily as the Pershings in Germany could target the Soviet Union. Ironically, the Soviet move actually put the Deltas just where the U.S. Navy could track them most easily. But the implied threat was nonetheless clear. Both sides were stepping up the normal cat-and-mouse game, trailing one another more aggressively than ever. The Reagan administration now realized that it had to try to calm things down. The incendiary rhetoric in Washington came to an abrupt halt. Shultz began talking privately with Soviet diplomats to try to dispel the tension and renew a dialogue about arms control. Reagan took the new line public in a speech on January 16th, when he said, "We are determined to deal with our differences peacefully through negotiations." He also touched again on the vision he had evoked when he made his Star Wars proposal. "As I have said before, my dream is to see the day when nuclear weapons will be banished from the face of the earth." After a while, the Soviets began to soften as well. Andropov died that February, and his successor, Konstantin Chernenko, signaled that he might be willing to talk about arms cuts. He attached a condition, however, that Reagan wasn't willing to go for. Chernenko wanted Reagan to drop Star Wars. The Soviets feared the technology could enable the United States to launch a first strike without fear of retaliation. Throughout, the intelligence community was struggling to keep up with these events. The CIA launched a study to try to figure out why the Soviets seemed to have gotten so edgy, and as U.S. satellites captured the first images of Soviet missile tests in the Arctic, naval intelligence and the NSA began anxiously planning Parchee's return to the Barents. Parchee left for the Barents shortly after yet another diplomatic scuffle, in which the Soviets boycotted the Olympic Games in Los Angeles, answering the U.S. boycott of the Games in Moscow 4 years earlier. When she returned, it was clear that she had brought home far more than even the most optimistic intelligence officials had hoped for. The taps had been recording all through the alert sparked by Able Archer, and had captured a detailed look at the Soviet Navy's nuclear strategy. This was an ear to the Soviet Navy's nuclear command and control structure, as it was placing some of its missile submarines on high alert, rehearsing for war. Some former intelligence officials say this information simply confirmed the picture that had been emerging from the taps about how the Soviets planned to use their missile subs. But other former CIA, NSA, and Navy officials say that Parche's take from this mission was so critical to their understanding of the Soviets that it qualified as the Big Casino, or the Crown Jewels. Based on the tap data, they say U.S. intelligence realized that some information collected by human agents had been dead wrong. The tap recordings chronicled the dispersal of key Soviet ships and submarines and offered a new picture of the state of Soviet readiness. Just as some of the younger Navy analysts had postulated years earlier, the emphasis was going to be on protecting missile subs. In the early days of a crisis, the Soviets planned to move some of their Typhoons and Deltas into safe bastions. Those bastions would be guarded by the bulk of Soviet attack subs and warships. Attack vessels would also ride shotgun as the missile subs made a dash for the safety of the Arctic ice. This was the strategy that had so worried the Pentagon. The Soviets had engineered a way to avoid NATO forces waiting to attack at the mouth of the GI-UK gap, as well as any NATO sub that tried to follow Soviet boats into the Barents. Still, Parche had carried home confirmation of one more crucial fact that eased the Pentagon's worst fears. The Soviet Union was not preparing for a first strike from the sea. As one former intelligence official says of the tap data, both from this and other missions, it conveyed a notion that while preemptive war was an option, the Soviet forces were not designed to go for a first strike. The bottom line was this: the balance of power was changing. Soviet technological advances, the increased missile ranges, the hardening of submarine sails and hulls to withstand the ice, had placed the Soviet Union on the verge of achieving nuclear parity with the United States in the last major area where it had lagged behind. Now that the Soviet Union could better protect its missile subs, it had in its grasp that all-important strategic reserve, a nearly invulnerable second strike force. In the Soviets' view, this would make it even less likely that the United States would ever launch a first strike against them. President Reagan was briefed on the findings, but he left it largely to the Navy and Defense Secretary Weinberger to grapple with the strategic military implications. Lehman and Watkins had been arguing for several years that if war came, the Navy would have to go up under the ice and try to root out the Soviet missile submarines, and they now decided to make this the Navy's official strategy. Their decision was based in part on extensive war games, in which U.S. officials had been asked to act as they thought Soviet commanders would, and there were assumptions made, most notably that any major crises would take months to build, giving the Navy plenty of time to flood attack subs into the Barents, pick up Soviet missile subs leaving port, and tag them, follow them to their patrol areas. Heady from their successes trailing submarines in the deepest waters of the Arctic, most admirals didn't want to hear Lyon's continued warnings that it was a lot easier to play tag than hide and seek. He was certain that the Soviets could lose a trail easily where the U.S. subs couldn't find them, in the shallow water, marginal ice zones. The admirals were even less interested these days in his critiques of the design modifications for the new LA-class submarines. In fact, after 40 years as the Navy's key Arctic expert, Lyon was inexplicably under orders to stay away from the redesign of the LA-class boats. Navy leaders acknowledged that the subforce would have taken big losses by trying to blast into the Soviet bastions or roust their missile subs from under the ice. But they also say they had no doubt that they could have beaten many of the Soviet subs to their war positions. To test that theory, they sent more than 24 attack subs surging from Atlantic ports toward the Soviet Union one Sunday. Every intelligence sensor was aimed at recording the Soviets' reaction, and not a single one picked up any sign that the scramble had been noticed. Besides that, Navy leaders were counting on the fact that U.S. crews were better trained than their Soviet counterparts and had spent far more time at sea, given how much of the Soviet fleet was usually broken down and out of service. And if the Soviets were willing to confine themselves to the Arctic and their home waters, the U.S. subs would know roughly where to hunt their prey. They also would have prior knowledge of favorite Soviet patrol areas from surveillance ops and from the sonobuoys now peppering the marginal ice where SOSUS didn't reach. The limits and the advantages of the U.S. strategy were voiced most bluntly by Watkins, who was the chief of naval operations from mid-1982 until mid-1986. He says the Soviet strategy of pulling back their missile subs was probably smart and initially did make it more difficult to destroy them. But he also believed that if the Soviets started a nuclear war with land missiles, the United States could eliminate a very large percentage of the missile subs that they would have positioned to make a second strike from the sea. Still, any strategy that allowed for even a few enemy missile subs to fire at U.S. targets was a far cry from the days when most of the Soviet Yankees traveled the seas with unknown and lethal shadows that could prevent them from shooting at all. And for intelligence officials, it was a huge relief to realize that the Soviets were not readying to use their improved position to start a war. Ironically, the 1984 run, the trip that brought home the big casino, was the first of Parche's 5 missions to the Barents that would fail to win a presidential unit citation. Instead, Parche was given a Navy Unit Commendation, the next highest award. Parche may have supplied the United States with an amazing wealth of critical information, but her own role in the ongoing Cold War drama was becoming more routine. Actually, naval intelligence was now hatching a plan to access the Soviet cable in real time without having to wait for a submarine to travel there at all. The concept had been kicking around Neuro since the mid-1970s, when some officials envisioned linking the Okhotsk tap by cable to Japan. John Butts, the director of naval intelligence, and his team were now pushing an ambitious idea to lay 1,200 miles of cable between the Barents taps and Greenland. He envisioned barges that would look so perfectly innocuous that no one would ever dream that they were involved in stretching and laying his imagined cable, and he saw a full-time staff of linguists and cryptologists dedicated to translating and decoding the material as it came in. The plan was grand. In fact, it was grandiose. Some of Butts's colleagues began to joke that he was trying to take over the world. They watched, wondering whether Butts and his aides would realize they were getting more than a little carried away. They waited as Butts tallied up the $1 billion cost. The intelligence committees in Congress didn't wonder or wait. They simply made it clear they were going to sink Butts's plan, barges, and all. Throughout all of this, the two superpowers continued talking about shedding, or at least shrinking, their nuclear arsenals. And when Chernenko died in March 1985, the old Soviet Guard all but died with him. For its new leader, the Politburo reached into a younger generation to find 54-year-old Mikhail Gorbachev. He had been convinced ever since the Able Archer panic that the Soviet Union had to get back to the negotiating table. Now, as he took up his post as General Secretary, he seemed more willing than any of his recent predecessors to consider major changes in U.S.-Soviet relations. Indeed, he made his first move late on the day of Chernenko's funeral.
The USSR has never intended to fight the United States and does not have such intentions now," Gorbachev flatly declared to Bush and Schultz. "There have never been such madmen within the Soviet leadership, and there are none now." During these first steps toward conciliation, U.S. authorities made startling discoveries that reminded the nation that the days of spies and old-style Cold Warriors were not over. Rich Haver, it seems, hadn't been seeing ghosts at all. It was early in 1985 when Bill Steudman, who was about to succeed Butz as Director of Naval Intelligence, walked into Haver's office with a critical piece of paper. Haver, who was now the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, took it and read through the FBI's account of an interview with a woman named Barbara Walker, who had come to report that her husband, a former Navy chief, had been spying for the Soviets. The FBI noted that Walker had been living the good life, although his only visible means of support was a failing detective business. Haver knew instantly that he was holding the answer that he and Steudman had sought back in the late 1970s, when they tried to convince admirals to investigate a possible communications break. John A. Walker, Jr. was a retired Navy submariner and communications specialist. In 1967, he had been a watch officer in Norfolk, handling communications with American submarines in the Atlantic. He had access to reports on submarine operations, technical manuals, and the daily key lists that were used to unscramble all of the messages sent through the military's most widely used coding machines. If the Soviets had gotten hold of any of this, they would have known that they needed to look over their shoulders, that their missile subs were being followed by much quieter U.S. subs. They also would have known just how quiet U.S. submarines were, and just how critical submarine quieting technology was to the balance of ocean power. Later, Haver and Steudman learned that Walker had given all this to the Soviets, and more. Walker's espionage had given the Soviets the warning and the motivation they needed to pull off a master stroke in this Cold War under the seas. They would make their subs much harder to trail by hiding them far closer to home. In fact, when Walker retired from the Navy in 1976, he had continued his espionage by drawing others into his scheme. First, he recruited another Navy communications specialist, Jerry A. Whitworth, who continued Walker's access to the crucial key lists. In the early 1980s, Walker enlisted his brother, Arthur, who worked for a defense contractor. And soon after that, Walker began using his son, Michael, an enlisted man on the USS Nimitz, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Walker was caught only because his ex-wife wanted to prevent him from recruiting their daughter into a spy ring that had already swallowed their son. The news was sobering. For all the years that the United States had been eavesdropping on the Soviets through the cable taps, the Soviets had been listening in on U.S. communications, and without the years of research, investment in technology, or risk to men's lives. In fact, Walker's ring had cost the Soviets less than $1 million over 18 years, and for that money, he had almost single-handedly destroyed the U.S. nuclear advantage. Walker was arrested on May 20th. The next day, Haver was assigned to write the damage report, largely because he had written much of it 10 years earlier, when he first tried to raise the alarm. But the damage was worse than even Haver had predicted. Walker also had passed crucial secrets about U.S. techniques for quieting subs, such as cushioning engine equipment to prevent vibrations from resonating through hulls. Indeed, around the time Walker was caught, U.S. sonar operators were reporting that they couldn't identify some of the newest Soviet attack subs until their own boats were right on top of the Soviets, or in some cases were surprised by them.
A few of the newest Soviet subs, the Sierras and Aculas, were in fact nearly as silent as the U.S. Sturgeon class. It later turned out that the Soviets also had been helped by Japanese and Norwegian companies, including a subsidiary of Toshiba Corporation, which had surreptitiously sold them the huge computer-guided milling machines needed to make the propeller blades on Soviet subs much smoother and quieter. Studman later testified before a federal judge, saying that Walker's ring might have had powerful war-winning implications for the Soviet side. And when Vitaly Yurchenko, a high-ranking KGB officer, defected in July 1985, he told the CIA that the Walker-Whitworth ring was the most important espionage victory in KGB history. Walker pleaded guilty that October and agreed to help authorities assess the damage in exchange for leniency for his son. The elder Walker received a single life sentence, with eligibility for parole after 10 years. The deal was approved by Defense Secretary Weinberger, but Navy Secretary Lehman was furious. In his eyes, Walker's treachery was being treated as just another white-collar crime. Lehman rhapsodized that if it had been up to him, he would have applied one of the penalties for treason from back in the days following the American Revolution. The essence, as Lehman quoted it, was that you be hanged by the neck, but not until you are dead, but that you be taken down again, and whilst you are yet alive, your bowels be taken out and burnt before your face, and that afterwards your head be severed from your body, and your body divided into 4 quarters, and may God Almighty have mercy on your soul. A month after Walker was sentenced, Lehman had one more body for his imagined gallows, and Haver had caught his second ghost. This time it was Yurchenko who offered up the Navy's second spy. Back in January 1980, when Yurchenko was working in the Soviet embassy in Washington, he had fielded a call from a man who would only say, "I have some information to discuss with you and to give to you." The caller visited the embassy, but Yurchenko never learned his name or what he had to offer. Other Soviet agents had taken the case. That wasn't much to go on, but it turned out to be enough. The FBI began going through old recordings of Yurchenko's conversations that had been captured by wiretaps. Investigators found the call and played it back for some NSA employees. They recognized the voice. Yurchenko's mystery caller turned out to be Ronald W. Pelton, a former NSA employee who was arrested on November 25, 1985. Some of the information he had been offering the Soviets turned out to be the Navy's top-secret Akatsk cable-tapping operation. Pelton had sold out the Akatsk taps for $35,000. In an attempt to mask his own bankruptcy, he had exposed the nation's most critical submarine spy missions and risked the lives of the men on both Seawolf and Pike. Both subs had been sent to Akatsk during the nearly 2 years that elapsed before the Soviets found the tap pods. Just why it took the Soviets so long to follow up on Pelton's tip remains unclear. After Pelton was arrested, the Navy finally turned over Haver's old report to the Senate Intelligence Committee, the one he had written in January 1982, outlining his suspicions that a spy was responsible for the loss of the Akatsk tap. The senators were furious. At a closed hearing, they lambasted Navy representatives for withholding the report for 3 years, and they were indignant that the Navy had risked 140 men's lives, sending Pike right back to the Barents despite Haver's suspicions that there was a spy. William Cohen, a Republican from Maine, was one of the angriest lawmakers in the room. Cohen, who would become Secretary of Defense under President Bill Clinton, demanded to know who had written the report. From the back of the room, Haver stood up. "Sir, I wrote the report." When one of the senators wanted to know how he could be so sure that this was his work, Haver cited the report's date and noted that he wasn't about to forget his own birthday. Cohen wanted to know why the Navy failed to react to Haver's conclusion that the Soviets probably had foreknowledge of the cable tap. He wanted to know why nobody searched for a spy. "They didn't believe it," Haver responded. Cohen pressed on. Was it prudent, he wanted to know, to continue to operate the cable tapping program, push it full tilt ahead, when there may have been a spy? All Haver could do was repeat what he had said, that nobody believed he was right, that others in naval intelligence had failed to reach the same conclusion. Finally, in a gesture of loyalty, he tossed in that there had been some ambiguity. He did not say that he had never had any doubt, that he had known all along. There was probably only one way to add up the facts. There was one good bit of news for the Navy and the NSA in Pelton's arrest. Now that they knew who the spy was, they also knew that the Barents tap was still secure. Pelton's job and his security clearances simply hadn't stretched that far. As long as he was in the dark, so were the Soviets. Pelton pleaded not guilty, and his trial was scheduled for May 1986. But that created another problem. Somehow the Navy and the NSA had to keep the glare of the trial off Parche, away from the Barents, and clear of yet another mission. It wasn't hard to persuade a judge to agree to keep the proceedings devoid of any real details. But Bob Woodward and other Washington Post reporters were already digging on their own. They had a cable-tapping story ready for the Post's front page. Navy and NSA officials were frantic. Seawolf was in the Mediterranean at that moment trying to tap a cable that ran from West Africa to Europe, as she sought to help out in a showdown with Libyan leader Muammar el-Gaddafi. Seawolf was working side by side in the Mediterranean with the NR-1 mini-submarine, though their efforts would not yield any worthwhile information. Not only that, but Parche was going to head back out to the Barents later in the year. She had to. The Soviets were being more aggressive than ever in the Atlantic. They had just sent a cluster of 5 Victor-class attack subs and for 3 weeks kept them so close to the east coast of the United States that tracking them almost used up the Atlantic Fleet's store of sonobuoys. An article now could be devastating. CIA Director William Casey threatened to prosecute the Post for revealing intelligence secrets. Reagan personally telephoned the Post's publisher, Katharine Graham, beseeching her not to publish, as priceless secrets were at stake. In the end, the Post ran a limited story the day before Pelton's trial began. The article said little more than that Pelton had betrayed a high-tech and long-running submarine operation to intercept Soviet communications in Akatsk. There was no mention of Halibut, Seawolf, or Parche, not a word about the Barents or Libya. The trial disclosed no further details, and in early June Pelton was convicted and given 3 consecutive life sentences plus 10 years. Their secret safe, Parche's crew shoved off in early September with Commander Richard A. Buchanan at the helm. This was the sub's 7th Barents journey, the 6th trip via the Arctic route, and the 2nd trip with Buchanan as her captain. It was a trip that would stand out from all the rest. Pelton's trial had left the crew nervous. By now, they would all had to have been lobotomized not to know that they were about to replicate the very sort of operation Pelton had given away to the Soviets. The code name from Pelton's day, Ivy Bells, was dead. Now there were a series of new codes, including Manta for the overall operation, and Acetone for the tap itself, and even those codes were being changed continuously. The men knew, however, that whatever the NSA called the operation, the Soviets had been given a look at their strategies, at their plans, at how they did business. Crew members talked about Pelton and the man they had come to call Johnny Walker Red, often late into the night. They thought about how much classified information each man on Parche had handled. How many stacks of crypto material could easily have found their way to a photocopying machine if just one of them had the itch. They also talked about how hard the Navy had tried to keep secret from them the details of their own missions. It was galling. Secrecy, the men knew, couldn't be achieved through any terrific security measures, and it couldn't be preserved by trying to keep the guys on the boat in the dark. It could only be maintained because the men themselves found the idea of selling out to the Soviets unthinkable, and it could be lost when just one of them decided that maybe selling out wasn't so unthinkable after all. Still, as the boat made her way toward the Barents, the men also had a sense of payback and daring. The Soviets may have had Pelton and Walker, but the United States had Parche, and by now her crew had the drill down cold. The trip through the Arctic went well. Parche was 20 or 30 miles from where she would retrieve the tap pods and plant new ones. She had already charted the corridor, the route she would take closer to Soviet shores. Over the years, various U.S. submarines had played chicken with the sonar buoys the Soviets had set up to pop out of the water and transmit should a sub try to pass. Before Parche arrived at the Barents, the buoys were all mapped out, the ones that worked, the ones that were duds. All she had to do was take a path through the duds, move in a little closer, and bend to the left. Then the message came. Hold off. Wait. Don't move. Parche was by now just outside the 12-mile limit, but her path in was now sealed by presidential order. On September 19th, while Parche was still en route, Soviet Foreign Minister Eduard Shevardnadze had delivered a letter to Reagan from Gorbachev. The General Secretary had written that he wanted to push the arms negotiations along by meeting with Reagan. He gave two choices of locales, and the United States picked Reykjavik, Iceland, a quiet spot halfway between Washington and Moscow. The meeting was set for October 11, 1986, a follow-up to the previous year's summit. At that meeting, there had been one sticking point, and that was Star Wars. Gorbachev wanted SDI eliminated. Reagan passionately insisted that SDI was the only way out of the precarious balance built on mutually assured destruction. He believed his lasers in space could forever erase the concept that peace depended on the threat that the United States and the Soviet Union could wipe each other out. During that last meeting, discussion had often deteriorated into a shouting match, but in the heat of battle, Reagan and Gorbachev came to like and respect one another. In the end, they also came out with a joint statement saying they wanted to work toward a 50% reduction in strategic weapons and other arms cuts. This second act, being staged in Reykjavik, promised to be the most unpredictable and remarkable superpower meeting ever. Both sides had agreed that rather than scripting everything in advance, they would just clear space for the two leaders to talk. No wonder there were such high hopes for this summit. No wonder Gorbachev unwittingly halted Parche in her tracks with his letter. On board, the sense of history about to happen was lost on the men. They were certain they would be sent in to finish their task. For them, the summit just meant an uncomfortable and possibly dangerous wait. "Let's get in, let's get out," one of the men began grumbling over and over to anyone who would listen. After a while they were all saying it, in one way or another. They were so close to the prize, could almost see it, smell it, but their orders were to pull back, not to touch it. It was irritating. It was worse than that. There was too much time to think, too much time to listen, as one warship after another passed nearby. There was too much time to recognize that the president didn't want to be anywhere around if Parche was caught. The men had always known that what they were doing was illegal, and that if Parche were ever found or forced to self-destruct, the United States would deny they had ever been there. It was just that now the message was louder than they wanted to hear. A week passed. Then two. Parche was waiting, and by now, so was the rest of the world. October 11th came. Men crammed into Parche's radio room all day, trying to copy the news on the radio circuits, trying to follow what was going on. But neither they nor anyone on shore were allowed to hear the details. That had been the deal. No reporters, no reports, not until it was all over. Reagan and Gorbachev were meeting in Hofdy House, an isolated structure on the bleak edge of the North Atlantic. Schultz thought it looked haunted, and Icelanders were convinced that it was. They sat in a small room, Schultz and Shevardnadze, Reagan and Gorbachev, 2 translators and 2 note-takers. There, against a single window, looking out onto turbulent and frigid waters that would perhaps ultimately wash over to where Parche sat beneath the Barents, the summit began. Compromises were offered and concessions were made. Staff negotiators agreed that they could cut ballistic missile arsenals in half to roughly 6,000 warheads and 1,600 delivery vehicles on each side, and that they could also slash the number of shorter-range missiles. Reagan and Gorbachev themselves were talking about making these cuts over the next 5 years, and then eliminating the rest of their nuclear arsenals within 5 years after that. It was on the table, 10 years to a nuke-free world. They were actually talking about the end of the terrors that had existed since the Manhattan Project, talking about forever rendering false Robert J. Oppenheimer's horrifying 1945 prophecy, "I am become death, destroyer of worlds," a quote from the Bhagavad Gita that the physicist intoned after the first atomic bomb had been tested. Gorbachev still wanted Reagan to give up SDI, or at least limit Star Wars research to the laboratory, and to agree to refrain from testing in space for 10 years. Reagan wanted to conduct space tests, at least enough of them so that SDI could be deployed in 10 years. At that time, he promised the United States would hand the entire system, all of the technology, over to the Soviets. Gorbachev wasn't buying it, and Reagan pleaded for resolution. "I have a picture that after 10 years, you and I come to Iceland and bring the last 2 missiles in the world, and we have the biggest damn party in celebration of it." He continued, "A meeting in Iceland in 10 years. I'll be so old you won't recognize me. I'll say, 'Mikhail,' you'll say, 'Ron,' and we'll destroy the last 2. They parried. Gorbachev said he might not be alive in 10 years, that he was just entering his danger period, and that Reagan had passed through his and could now count on making it smoothly to age 100. "I can't live to 100, worrying that you'll shoot one of those missiles at me," Reagan answered. The argument went on. Reagan insisted that he had promised the American people he wouldn't give up SDI. Gorbachev insisted that the president would still have SDI even if he confined testing to the lab. Finally, Reagan spoke the words that might have sounded like just so much lofty rhetoric in any other context. "It would be fine with me if we eliminated all nuclear weapons." "We can do that. Let's eliminate them." "We can eliminate them," Gorbachev shot back. This could have been the defining moment. Maybe it should have been. But Hofdy House was living up to its reputation. The men were indeed haunted by this single impasse. "It is a question of one word," Reagan said, pleading for Gorbachev to give up his insistence that SDI proceed only in the laboratory. "It's laboratory or goodbye," Gorbachev insisted. The meeting ended on that note. Outside, a crush of international press was learning how close the two had come to an agreement. Reporters were rushing off to wire the world their postmortems that would declare the summit a failure. Beneath the water, another wire reached Parche. Word shot through the sub as a single line was quoted throughout the boat. "You are authorized to penetrate the 12-mile line." Parche was going in. She was now only 6 or 7 hours away from her mission. Conversation on board turned to other missions, other close calls. It was how the men admitted, without admitting, how scared they were. They talked about tracking Yankees and the ultra-quiet new Akula and Sierra attack submarines that had come out in the last couple of years. They called the Akula the Walker sub, because the spy had inspired the Soviet move toward deadly quiet engines. In fact, Soviet technology was moving ahead so fast that more U.S. attack subs were being detected by the Soviet boats they were trying to trail. American subs were also being detected near the Soviet coasts. It was there that the spooks would hear the Soviets react in a burst of messages. The spooks had taken to calling the Soviet detection warning Stutter 9. In their code, 8 bursts meant a suspected detection, 9 meant one confirmed. The stutter came from repetition. The men talked about all this, knowing all the while that on Parche detection was likely to mean self-destruction. Maybe it was to avoid that fear that just about everyone was getting EB greened to the walls these days. Pharaoh's tomb under the Barents. But the mission was unfolding without a hitch. The divers went out, the spooks listened, the divers retrieved the pods and left others in place to keep collecting. Slowly, quietly, Parche began the trip away from the cable to the point where she could signal the companion sub that all was well. That's when they felt, heard, the ping, that awful sound of active sonar ringing through the hull. Someone above knew a submarine was there. Fortunately, there were 2, Parche and her escort sub. Some recall the USS Finback, SSN 670. Finback quickly moved in, got the Soviets' attention, acted like this was just another game of tag under the sea. It worked. Parche stole away. They were hundreds of miles from the moor when they popped up an antenna. With sonar making certain no one was around, they sent a quick message to Washington. Mission accomplished. It took Parche about a month to reach the waters outside San Diego, where she stopped briefly on her way home. Bruce DeMars, who was now the admiral in charge of submarines, came out in a small motorboat to meet her and ride back to port with the men. He was ecstatic. Casually dressed, he made it clear that nobody had to put on the spit and shine for him, not on this run, anyway. DeMars carried his congratulations and videotaped copies of the New York Mets battling their way through 7 games of the World Series. Baseball was the theme on the ride back to port. As usual, the men's families, wives, and girlfriends were waiting for them on the pier when they arrived. In Washington, someone else awaited Buchanan. President Reagan wanted to meet this captain, wanted to personally congratulate the man who had earned Parche yet another PUC. It would be Parche's 5th, on top of the 3 NUCs she also had won. The way the crew heard it, the brass was all there. The President, Vice President Bush, the CNO, members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Buchanan stood there, commander of the Navy's most sensitive spy sub, feeling like an E1, the lowest-ranking man on a sub. Certainly he was the lowest-ranking man in the room. Then Reagan looked him in the eye and called him a modern-day John Wayne. It was the part of the story that Buchanan's men liked best. They figured Reagan had to be sincere. He had known John Wayne. Chapter 12. Trust, but verify. If the Cold War wasn't quite over, it was definitely beginning to wane. Reykjavik had been the start, and both sides seemed to sense it. Even as the U.S. Navy gave chase to a cluster of Soviet Victor III attack subs off the East Coast in 1987, and as U.S. subs continued their pace of spy missions, Something was changing, something that was at first almost intangible. To be sure, Gorbachev continued to bristle about Star Wars and blew up in frustration at nearly every meeting with Schultz, at least once because he was convinced that the American people would never forgive Soviet acts of aggression dating back to the 1960 shoot-down of Gary Powers in his U-2 spy plane. But these tirades were almost all over the failure to reach a peace soon enough, or deep enough. Just 2 years after the paranoid reign of Andropov, the Soviet Union was saying it had had enough. In fact, in May 1987, the Soviets announced a formal military doctrine, one aimed simply at defending their homeland. That December, Reagan and Gorbachev met in Washington, D.C. for the first follow-up summit to Reykjavik. They finally signed a treaty to eliminate an entire class of nuclear arms, the intermediate-range nuclear forces. It was the angry impasse over a similar INF treaty that in 1983 had made some top Soviet officials fear that the United States was considering a first strike. Now, as both sides agreed to sign, there was only a shadow of the old hostilities.
Doverye na proverye. Trust but verify,
Reagan said, evoking an old Russian maxim at the signing.
You repeat that at every meeting,
Gorbachev teased, chuckling.
I like it,
Reagan agreed. Who could have imagined Ronald Reagan kidding around with a Soviet leader? These two men were so ebullient that Gorbachev stopped his motorcade on the way to the White House so he could shake hands with the crowd. Reagan answered at the next summit by allowing Gorbachev to introduce him to the Soviet people milling about Red Square. Georgy Erbatov, the director of the Soviet Union's Institute for the Study of the USA and Canada, put it all into words. We are going to do something terrible to you. We are going to deprive you of an enemy. Still, while Gorbachev and Reagan had set the tone, it was going to take both sides some time to accept the enormity of what was happening, to believe that this friendship could last, and that the Cold War was really coming to an end. That much was clear as the top men in uniform began holding summits of their own. Admiral William J. Crowe, Jr., chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, met Marshal Sergei Akrameyev, the Chief of Staff of the Soviet Armed Forces. The Marshal and the Joint Chiefs mixed socially. Crowe took Akrameyev on a guided tour of a U.S. aircraft carrier. They even met in the Pentagon's tank, the secure room where top U.S. military men planned their moves against the Soviets. Still, as Akrameyev sat with the Americans talking about newfound friendship, he could not disguise his frustrations over U.S. sub-spying and tracking operations, which seemed unchanged from Cold War days.
You're the problem,
he blurted out at Admiral Carlisle A.H. Trost, now the Chief of Naval Operations. Not only were U.S. subs still lurking off Soviet waters, but Akrameyev was convinced that he could track all of his own subs by simply following the American P-3 Orion sub-hunters in the air. It was a stunning revelation of just how effective U.S. anti-submarine efforts continued to be. Trost simply tried to calm him down, saying that U.S. strategy was not intended to threaten anyone. But even as he faced Akrameyev, Trost realized he was being given a look deep inside the Soviet psyche, and what he saw was different from what he had long believed. It had once all seemed so clear to him that Soviet forces were designed for aggression. But now Trost could see how strongly Akrameyev believed that he had only been part of an effort to defend his country, a country surrounded by enemies, by NATO ships, submarines, and airborne sub-hunters. Gradually, these men from such different worlds were breaking through to one another. They were connecting and realizing just what a shared experience the Cold War had been. One telling moment came when Admiral Kennard McKee, one of the Navy's most successful sub-captains, Whitey Mac's chief nemesis back in the Lapon days, the man who had later become Rickover's successor as the submarine force's nuclear czar, sat swapping sea stories with a top Soviet admiral at a luncheon at the Pentagon. Also there was Rich Haver. When he was introduced as a naval intelligence analyst, Haver heard the Soviet translator mutter to his admiral, K.A. Makarov, something about CIA. The tense moment seemed to pass as McKee sat with his guest of honor, blowing the old ballast tanks. McKee reminisced about his days as a captain of the USS Dace. At the time, Makarov had his own command of a 671 project sub, the kind, he pointed out helpfully, the Americans called Victor. Then Makarov let slip that he had been near the Dace on one of its patrols, that he had known it was the Dace even then. "I wonder who trailed whom," Haver said, knowing quite well that it was McKee's spotting and trailing of the first Victor during its sea trials in 1968 that had helped launch the admiral's career. Makarov gave Haver an icy stare and continued staring as he offered his answer through his interpreter. "Now is not the time to discuss that." But that look said more. It seemed to acknowledge, "I know who trailed whom, and it wasn't me." These were old wounds, and Haver had supplied the salt. He had reminded the Soviets of the long years when they were behind, when they could have been called downright inept. They may have closed the gap in the final years of the Cold War, but that hadn't eased the humiliation. Haver had broken a rule of this special glasnost, of this still new and uneasy openness among military men, and when lunch was over, Makarov made that clear. "Tell this young man that when veterans get together, it doesn't matter who won or lost," he said through his translator. "It's enough that both survived." Although Makarov's use of the past tense may have been a bit premature, it certainly fit the Soviet perspective. After that flurry of activity off the American coast in 1986 and 1987, Soviet submarines had been pulled back home. On the U.S. side, however, it was business almost as usual. Spy subs had gotten more cautious. Improvements in sonar and the electronics intercept gear meant they no longer had to go quite as close to Soviet subs or shore to capture intelligence. Los Angeles subs weren't as maneuverable in tight spots anyway. The pace of operations had not let up. For instance, Submarine Squadron 11 in San Diego alone sent 8 of its 10 nuclear attack submarines out on surveillance operations in 1988, keeping up with the rate set during the height of the Cold War. The USS Salt Lake City, SSN 716, operated for nearly 7 months in the northern Pacific, followed by the USS Portsmouth, SSN 707, the USS Pintado, SSN 672, the USS La Jolla, SSN 701, and others. The pace of operations was fueled by signs that the Soviets had finally learned to build subs as powerful and more important, nearly as silent as American subs. There was a colossal irony to all of this. Just as the Soviets had finally learned to construct first-class submarines, they were running out of money to build and operate them. But that realization had yet to filter down through the ranks on either side. And so, out on Mare Island, the pace of special projects operations didn't let up much. Seawolf had been retired in 1987, and Parchie had gone into overhaul so that she could be modified to handle a wider array of potential projects. She was cut in half to fit in a 100-foot section that would hold new sophisticated equipment for cable tapping and gear to allow her to retrieve objects from the ocean floor, as Seawolf had. The overhaul was scheduled to take several years, but even so the United States continued cable tapping without pause, having readied Parchee's replacement, the Richard B. Russell, named after the senator whose name had once been synonymous with a wink and a nod, and nearly blank check acceptance of all intelligence operations. From 1987 through 1990, the Russell collected one award for each trip to the Barents, one Presidential Unit citation, and 3 Navy Unit commendations. Her missions went on as Reagan left office in early 1989 and Bush came in, as Bush and Gorbachev picked up where Reagan and Gorbachev had left off, and even after Bush wrote privately to Gorbachev offering to help the Soviets retrieve one of their submarines that had been lost in the Norwegian Sea. The lost boat, the Komsomolets, was a 6,400-ton prototype of a new class of Soviet nuclear sub known as the Mike, designed to dive much deeper than other full-size attack subs. It was the 4th Soviet nuclear submarine to sink during the Cold War. While even more Soviet nuclear and diesel subs were crippled by reactor accidents, fires, or other mishaps, at least 7 or 8 sank outright. Later that year, Trost was invited to Leningrad, the honored guest of the Soviet Navy. On this trip, a month before the Berlin Wall crumbled, he was given a first-hand look at how rapidly Soviet submarine capabilities were dwindling. The Soviets were having trouble keeping their subs at sea, paying for maintenance and running enough operations to train their crews. Trost was stunned by the changes that had taken place since he last visited the Soviet Union in 1971, a time when he knew his room had been bugged, and he and his cohorts followed, so overtly, in fact, that the Navy men had stopped in their tracks to offer to tell their Soviet shadow where they were headed. Now there seemed to be no spies. Instead, there were frank discussions, admiral to admiral, about the difficulties of keeping a navy running, about the futility of nuclear warfare. Indeed, Trost got his first look at Soviet submarine construction and the problems facing Soviet commanders. They saw subs on which sometimes only the officers spoke Russian, and conscripts from the republics were so ill-trained that only the officers could manage much of the critical maintenance necessary to keep the boats at sea. But perhaps the most telling moment occurred when Trost and the top Soviet admiral, Vladimir N. Chernovin, began joking, or half-joking, that their fates were linked. If either side failed to maintain an adequate-sized navy, the other would have a terrible time justifying his defense expenditures. The world was changing from beneath them almost as fast as East and West Berliners had torn down the wall with hammers, rocks, and their bare hands. By now, top State Department officials had begun to worry about anything that could undermine Gorbachev as he continued to move toward closer relations with the United States. Their concern fell on the Russell cable-tapping mission that was scheduled for when Gorbachev and Bush were to meet again. In the end, the timing of Russell's trip was changed. But one changed mission was not necessarily enough. Some diplomatic officials worried that the intelligence community was adapting too slowly from its long-held views of the Soviet Union. There was no doubt that after 40 years, the nation's spies were reluctant to be deprived of their enemy. What would happen to the intelligence agencies when nobody cared about the measurements of weaponry, of force? What would happen in a world when the most crucial information came not from covert efforts, but from the cable news network and its 24-hour reports about the sweeping social changes? That the submarine force faced these questions with concern and some resentment was evident when retired and current officers met at the annual convention of the Naval Submarine League in June 1990. Around the world, shards of the Berlin Wall were being sold as souvenirs, but within the convention halls at a Radisson Hotel outside Washington, D.C., it was certain that nobody would be crying out for a peace dividend, Not a single man would eye the submarine fleet with a scowl on his face, a calculator in hand, figuring the myriad social programs that could be funded, even in one boat's stead. The specter of the bean counters, however, loomed large, even in their absence. The man who was now Secretary of the Navy, H. Lawrence Garrett III, stood before the assemblage and warned that budget cutters are sharpening their knives even as we speak. He failed to mention that the sharpest knife was coming from General Colin Powell, who had succeeded Crow as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and had just announced that the military budget would probably have to be cut by 25% over the next several years. Garrett, taking a far harder line, went on to dismiss any effect that perestroika and glasnost might have on the game of submarine spying. The logic of nuclear deterrence has not changed just because the Soviet leader routinely presses the flesh on Pennsylvania Avenue, he thundered. Other speakers were more moderate, but still called for prudence and skepticism when it came to the Soviet Union. William H.J. Manthorpe, Jr., then Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, posed the question that was quickly becoming the rallying cry of the submarine force. What will be the intentions of the Soviet leadership of the future? Can we depend on those intentions being benign? The answer, of course, is no. I would not bet my country's security on it. Before long, though, something happened that convinced even the most hardline skeptics that the Soviet Union was no longer the most likely candidate to drag the United States into a war. Almost as if he realized that there was room on center stage for a new villain, Saddam Hussein stepped forward from Iraq and, overnight, annexed Kuwait. The United States had a new reason to fight, and this time it stood shoulder to shoulder with the Soviet Union, issuing an unprecedented joint statement denouncing the blatant transgression of basic norms of civilized conduct and calling for an arms embargo against Iraq. Secretary of State James A. Baker III would later proclaim that this was the day the Cold War ended. When war finally broke out in the Persian Gulf in January 1991, submarines played only a bit part. Still, the conflict dramatized the need to refocus defense efforts on regional conflicts, and with an eye to ensuring its place in future conflicts, the submarine force highlighted the role it had played against Iraq for all it was worth. The USS Louisville, SSN 724, and the USS Pittsburgh, SSN 720, together had fired a dozen Tomahawk cruise missiles against inland targets in Iraq. Other attack submarines stood guard for cargo ships in the Mediterranean, protecting vast quantities of war supplies. A string of subs from the United States and its allies, Turkey, Greece, Spain, Britain, France, and Italy, were positioned from the Strait of Gibraltar to the Suez Canal. The war gave the sub-force a chance to show its versatility, to show that it could do more than just chase Soviet subs and shadow Soviet ports. It also gave submariners themselves a sense that they could create a new mission, a comforting realization given the fact that any lingering doubts about Soviet intentions were soon to be wiped out by one dramatic event after another. Bush and Gorbachev announced a new deal to cut strategic stockpiles by 1/3. Boris Yeltsin rescued Gorbachev from a reactionary coup, signaling the last failed gasp of the communist hardliners. And in a richly symbolic move, Bush also grounded the Strategic Air Command bombers that had been on near constant alert for 32 years. The Pentagon began rethinking the nation's military strategy. The sub-force knew it was going to have to recreate itself, just as it had been forced to do after World War II. It needed to find a new job and new enemies. There was no question that for much of the Cold War, submarines, missile and attack boats taken together, could stake claim to being the nation's most critical naval weapons. That made sense when the chief enemy had a fleet that was nearly as formidable. But the 1990s were bringing fundamental change, and it was already clear that the submarine was bound to fall from the pantheon. Like the clipper ships in their day, subs had been perfectly suited to their time, and they had so dominated that they defined an epoch. For its part, the Navy started simply at first, writing new rules in mid-1991 legislating greater distances and caution for U.S. subs trailing Soviet subs. Then the Office of Naval Intelligence recommended that the number of missions off the Soviet coast be cut dramatically. No longer would the U.S. Navy try to maintain cast iron coverage of the largest Soviet naval bases. No longer would one surveillance sub follow in the wake of another to Soviet waters. No longer would they keep constant watch, waiting for something, anything interesting to happen. Not even the vaunted special projects subs were sacred any longer. Desperate to update their fleet of spy satellites, the CIA and the Air Force began to eye the hundreds of millions of dollars still being invested in those subs. Because both Russell and Parche were in the shipyard throughout 1991, neither doing any missions, the rival agencies were able to suggest that 2 special projects boats might be too much of a luxury. The process of attrition was stopped short by the surprising dissolution of the Soviet Union. On Christmas Day, 1991, the Commonwealth of Independent States, a loose federation of republics, formally replaced the Soviet Union. Soon after, reports began coming out of a meeting of 5,000 Russian military officers that painted a portrait of confusion, anger, and abject frustration. Members of the now shattered Soviet Navy yanked the old hammer and sickle standards from their ships and began flying the flag of St. Andrew, which had marked Russian ships since the days of Peter the Great. Now U.S. naval intelligence desperately wanted to know who would get control of the Soviet missile subs and how they would be deployed under the new regimes. Renewed surveillance had its price. On February 11, 1992, the USS Baton Rouge, SSN 689, collided with a Russian Sierra-class boat, among the newest and quietest to come out of the Soviet shipyards. Baton Rouge was tracking the Sierra near the 12-mile limit off Murmansk when the American commander lost his contact, which then struck Baton Rouge from below. Neither sub was damaged much, and nobody was hurt, but the incident was embarrassing. Yeltsin quickly complained, and Baker met with him in Moscow to keep things calm. The next day, in an unprecedented move, the Pentagon publicly announced that the collision had occurred, and the Russian Navy began to complain publicly that the United States was still operating too close to its waters. In the end, this embarrassment was what accelerated the shift in submarine surveillance away from Russia. The President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, chaired by retired Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, examined the Special Projects Program. Shortly thereafter, Naval Intelligence was told that the board had decided that there was no longer any need for more than one Special Project sub, and that if the Navy was going to keep tapping underwater cables, then maybe it was time to find some cables in other parts of the world. U.S. attack subs had already handled reconnaissance off countries like Lebanon and Libya, and in the mid-1980s 2 old missile subs had been converted to carry SEALs. The USS John Marshall, SSN 611, had bobbed around in the Mediterranean for 2 months with 50 SEALs aboard during one crisis in Lebanon in 1989, waiting, if needed, to rescue hostages or mount a retaliatory strike. Now, as part of the Navy's new from the sea military strategy, subs would ride shotgun for aircraft carriers and cruisers and take orders from task force commanders riding on those vessels. But the submarine force would also continue to lurk unseen near potential arenas of conflict and come up with the intelligence to prepare the battlefield before the task forces were ever called in. The term had been borrowed from the Army, but in this case it meant sending subs out 2, 3, 4, or more years before any anticipated conflicts to learn more about nations that loomed as potential foes, to determine their weaknesses, and to pave the way for U.S. victories in conflicts that would have fewer casualties because of these undersea efforts. Iran, for instance, had already taken delivery of the first of 3 Kilo diesel submarines, silent and highly advanced boats built in Russia. A top Iranian admiral had boasted that he intended to use these subs to gain control of the Strait of Hormuz, the entrance to Persian Gulf ports, and the starting point for about 1/6 of the world's oil. That was enough to send the USS Topeka, SSN 754, to the Persian Gulf to observe the Kilo's arrival in November 1992. It was typical of the new era of reconnaissance missions. The new spy missions raised no agonizing debates at the National Security Council or within the White House, which was still approving all sub-reconnaissance operations on a monthly basis. Still, there were accusations from Capitol Hill that the sub-force was merely inventing enemies to keep itself employed. The Navy's answer was simple. Some of the other targets had existed for years, and it was only the collapse of the Soviet Union that had offered the luxury of time and resources to allow subs to do a job they should have been doing all along. The enemies might be comparatively unsophisticated. An Iranian Kilo running on diesel power can't really be compared to the high-speed Akulas the Soviets sent out in the later years of the Cold War. But the U.S. Navy would still need to know how the Iranians would operate the Kilos, would still need to find their blind spots. Can you imagine the embarrassment to the U.S. Navy if the Kilos sank the USS America? Said one high-ranking Navy official. Pausing, he added, "Not on my watch." The shift to these new missions was well underway when President Bill Clinton took office in early 1993. But as he and his administration laid plans for his first summit with Yeltsin, scheduled for the first week of April, they got hit by what seemed to be an anachronistic and unwelcome blast from the past. On March 20th, the USS Grayling, SSN 646, collided with a Soviet missile sub in the Barents Sea. Grayling had been shadowing the Russian sub 105 miles north of Murmansk, smack in the middle of the Northern Fleet's training range. The Russians claimed that their sub had been moving for more than an hour at a steady speed, course, and depth when Grayling left a huge dent in their starboard bow. Nobody was hurt. The incident was everything the State Department had been worrying about since the final days of Reagan's tenure. Yeltsin was in the midst of a political crisis in Moscow. News that his friends within the United States were still sending submarines tooling about Russia's most sensitive ports and bases wasn't going to boost his popularity. At first, the Pentagon said Grayling had been trailing one of Russia's newest missile boats, a Delta IV, but the Russians insisted that Grayling had been hot on the trail of a Delta III, a class of subs that dated back to the late 1970s. This provoked more than a few stinging comments from other submariners, all along the lines that the Navy already had so much information on the Delta IIIs that we could build one from the hull up. Clinton was furious, and so were his aides. In exasperation, one senior administration official complained of the Navy's leaders, "One wonders if they've read the newspapers." The Russian Defense Ministry issued an angry statement expressing great concern. It was one thing to take such risks during the Cold War, but now? As Rear Admiral Valery Alexin, the chief navigator, put it, "We walk on the razor edge. Once this hunt will end up in a disaster. I am sure today, too, that if such a practice doesn't stop, the disaster is inevitable." Clinton offered Yeltsin a formal apology and smoothed things over with him at the start of the summit in Vancouver, British Columbia, where he also pledged $1.6 billion in aid to support Yeltsin's reforms. Declaring the collision regrettable, Clinton said, "I don't want it to ever happen again." He ordered a review of both the incident and the policies of which the incident happened to be an unintended part. That last part of Clinton's promise worried the Navy. There needed to be damage control, and fast. Rear Admiral Edward D. Schaefer, Jr., who was now the Director of Naval Intelligence, along with the captain who coordinated the submarine reconnaissance program, prepared a detailed briefing for top officials, including Clinton's new National Security Advisor Anthony Lake and his deputy Samuel Berger, Strobe Talbot, the Deputy Secretary of State, and nearly everybody, it seemed, within the Office of Secretary of Defense, Les Aspin. The Navy team stressed that submarine spying had indeed changed with the times. Now, only 25% of the missions were directed toward Russian waters. The remaining 75% had turned to Middle Eastern waters to spy on Iran and enforce the economic embargo against Iraq, to the Adriatic to help seal off Bosnia from Western arms shipments, to the waters off Haiti to enforce an arms embargo there, and to monitor potential threats in the Far East. Finally, the submariners marched out their new rallying cry, the one about preparing the battlefields around the globe. It was a briefing as good as any offered up during the Cold War, one that showed how quickly the submarine force had reinvented itself. By the time Schaefer and his staff were done, even they were astonished. Here they had thought the Grayling collision might sink their program, and instead, the Naval Intelligence team ended up chortling that the collision saved our bacon. In their desperation, they did such an impressive job of touting the subforce that several administration officials were practically cheering, saying things such as, "God damn, it's a free ocean," and "There's no prohibition against being outside another country's territorial waters." High administration officials who might never have focused on submarines and submarine spying were impressed that the Navy had changed so much without having to be dragged away from its old foe. The Navy even got the go-ahead to keep watching the Russians, albeit at this greatly reduced pace, as long as the reconnaissance was done more cautiously and judiciously. Since then, the submarine force has fared relatively well under Clinton. Perhaps his biggest favor has been keeping alive the Seawolf program. Clinton agreed to build 3 of the mammoth $2.5 billion attack subs rather than halt the program at 1, as Bush had tried to do. Clinton said he was doing that to prevent the industrial base that builds submarines from shriveling and dying altogether. There was opposition from normally hawkish Republicans who described the Seawolf as a Cold War relic. Clinton also okayed a plan to build another new class of attack submarines, one smaller and cheaper than the Seawolf. Quieter and much more versatile than the Los Angeles subs, this new class, known first as the New Attack Submarine, or NSSN, and now the Virginia class, is designed for the array of new missions in shallow regional waters. Clinton agrees that the Navy will need new subs after the turn of the century to replace some of the aging Los Angeles vessels. His support has taken some of the sting out of a dramatic downsizing of the force. From a high of 98 in the late 1980s, the number of attack subs has fallen to 65 by early 1999, and is now expected to dwindle to 50 early in the next century, and even further as the Los Angeles subs are retired. The fleet of nuclear missile subs, which are still circling quietly in the oceans, will dwindle to 10 to 14 boats, from a one-time high of 41. The Navy is asking Congress for the cash to build the new subs and is arguing that they will be capable of operating not only near third world countries, but also up against Russian shores. The Seawolf is said to be as much as 30 times quieter than the early Los Angeles-class subs that came out in the 1970s, and 10 times quieter than even the newest LA-class subs. Both Seawolf and the Virginia-class will be especially useful for the new missions closer in to shores and for assisting in conflicts on land. They will carry Tomahawk missiles, be equipped with sonar designed to be especially useful in the shallows, and they will be configured to carry detachments of Navy SEALs and other special forces. The Navy also has been pouring money into creating underwater drones and even small pilotless aircraft that could be controlled by these submarines and swim out ahead to look for mines or fly out to do surveillance. The subs in use now are also being upgraded with new microprocessing technologies to enable them to better communicate a variety of intelligence to commanders of task force battle groups, including email and photographs, even video taken through their periscopes. When the latest class of subs, the Virginia class, begin to set out to sea in 2004, they won't even have periscopes. Instead, they will have a fiber optic mast with a digital video system with resolution clearer than the human eye. This same technology is also likely to help subs with some of the other new missions the Navy has taken on since the end of the Cold War. Subs have occasionally tipped the Coast Guard to suspicious trawlers in the Caribbean that have turned out to be carrying shipments of illegal drugs, and subs have been alerting surface ships to freighters suspected of trying to make illicit shipments of arms and other cargo in violation of U.S. embargoes. In the war over Kosovo in early 1999, when the NATO allies needed to make precision strikes against sensitive Serbian targets, U.S. attack subs and one British sub repeatedly fired Tomahawk cruise missiles from the Adriatic Sea. Subs also kept an eye out for Russian activity in the region. Still, the U.S. subforce remains most concerned with countering the threat from other submarines, including new models of both diesel and nuclear boats. Russia has been supplying advanced Kilo subs to Iran and China. Even some Western nations, such as Germany, have been exporting advanced diesel subs to Third World countries. In addition, the Russians continue to view the submarine as the most important vessel in their navy, and they have kept improving the Akulas, their quietest and most sophisticated nuclear attack subs. There are still significant flaws in Russian technology. According to naval intelligence officials, the latest Akulas are very quiet below 10 knots, but they develop audible knocks at speeds above that and become easy to detect. The Russians also have started to build an even more advanced replacement, known as the Severodvinsk class, which some U.S. officials fear could be quieter than the improved Los Angeles subs. When and if a proposed START II treaty is finally ratified by the Russian Duma, the bulk of Russian nuclear might will shift to the sea. As long as Russia still has the world's second most powerful subforce, as long as the bear still swims, as Navy briefers like to say, it needs to be watched, though now it has little money to send its subs to sea. Clinton has agreed to continue the limited surveillance operations off of Russia, and his approvals have resulted in a few lonely sentinels lurking off Vladivostok and Murmansk, at least at times when the Navy has reason to believe the Russians might be engaging in an exercise or testing new equipment. It also is with Clinton's nod that the Special Project Spy program has continued, although its focus has shifted away from Russia. Government officials say that one of the Special Project subs, probably Russell, in 1992, went back to the Barents to retrieve the TAP pods after the Soviet Union collapsed. Russell went cable tapping in other parts of the world before she was retired in mid-1993. That's when Pike came back from her long overhaul, earning 2 more Presidential Unit citations in 1993 and 1994. After a string of Navy unit commendations in 1995, 1996, and 1997, Pike won another PUC in 1998. All told, Parche has now won at least 8 PUCs, by far the most of any ship in Navy history. Details of exactly where Parche is going now have been tightly held, even more so than any of her Cold War efforts, but those awards never would have been given had Parche not continued to pioneer new and dangerous missions. She can still tap cables, and since her refit, she can also retrieve military hardware off the ocean floor. The Navy, it is clear, is also determined to hold on to her. When the rash of post-Cold War base closings rang the end of the Mare Island Naval Shipyard in 1994, Parche was moved to Bangor, Washington, where she is the only attack sub to moor at a major Trident missile subbase. The Navy has pushed her special technology forward and could even be using unmanned drones to swim out from Parche and handle much of the tasks of cable tapping without risking her crew's lives. Her targets are easy to guess at and no doubt reflect the Navy's broader intelligence concerns. Iran took possession of its 3rd kilo in 1997. The cover of one recent issue of Worldwide Submarine Challenges, a naval intelligence annual, pictures a Chinese submarine and crew. Inside is a running litany of nations that present a potential threat, including 2 Asian nations, China and North Korea. China not only used one of its kilos in highly threatening exercises off Taiwan, but fired land missiles as warning shots, forcing Clinton to send U.S. aircraft carriers to ensure that no attack took place. The Chinese are also using Russian technology to develop their own fleet of modern nuclear missile subs, and they have been testing land-based ballistic missiles with ranges long enough to reach U.S. shores. Chinese test missiles fired into the oceans would be invaluable to the United States if they were retrieved. Finally, concerns about North Korea have escalated greatly. The country repeatedly has used diesel subs to try to infiltrate commandos into South Korea. Parche is still out there, as are other attack submarines bent on spying. The Navy has already earmarked a replacement for Parche, due to be retired in 2003. The 3rd Seawolf-class submarine, USS Jimmy Carter, is being made lengthened so that she can carry Parche's unique style gear and continue the subforce's most sensitive missions. The program that began with the first chill of the Cold War continues. Epilogue. A sub-commander and his wife once made a promise. When he was at sea, they would both look at the same star at the same time of night. She would never know when he could dare bring his sub to periscope depth, dare take a peek at the sky. So she faithfully sought out their star every night at the appointed hour, even though she realized that he was probably moving silently through the darkness of the ocean. She did that in the hope that at least once they would be gazing at their star together. She did that every night until he came home. These two were among the lucky ones. The stress caused by long months at sea and the staunch secrecy that submariners were sworn to maintain tore many other couples apart. No final analysis of the submarine war can ignore the human costs. These men traded months, years, and more to become what was for decades the country's best defense against nuclear attack from the sea. Submariners tracked Soviet missile submarines as well as anyone could, development by development and mile by mile. Only another sub could follow a Soviet boomer, hear just what clanked, see just how its crew operated, and learn just where it would be going should the order ever come to fire. This was all intelligence that grew over time, a few facts from each mission, some of it redundant, much of it cumulative. It was intelligence that had to be collected all over again each time the Soviets put out a new class of subs, each time they came up with a new tactic. At their best, submarines did something more. They enabled the United States to get a glimpse inside the minds of Soviet military leaders. A U.S. captain in the midst of a trail could see himself in the decisions of a Soviet commander, just as he could see how the other man was so very different. The special fleet of submarines equipped to tap cables made it possible to listen as Soviet naval headquarters detailed day-to-day frustrations, critiqued missions, and reacted to fears of an American nuclear strike. At a point in time when both superpowers could start nuclear war with a push of a button, this was a rare and crucial look at who the adversary really was. Human agents, satellites, and spy planes, along with subs, all got very good at collecting information about Soviet hardware, what was being built, the technical specifications. It was much harder, however, to get a glimpse into the Soviet psyche. In the end, not even the cable taps could reveal much about what the top Soviet leadership thought, or show the true political and economic crises building in a country so closed. Still, the taps were often the best gauges anyone had, even when what they did record was trapped underwater for months until a sub could be sent to retrieve their tapes. The men who serviced those cables at the bottom of the Barents and Okhotsk knew they faced immense risk. The self-destruct charges they carried on board were a grim reminder. Even men who often stood as rivals to naval intelligence, top officers at the CIA, acknowledged that cable tapping was the most dangerous of any long-standing intelligence operation of the Cold War. That aura of danger awarded the missions respect, just as it made them especially rare. While satellites replaced many of the spy planes and made intelligence gathering safer and more antiseptic, submarines continued to confront the Soviets directly. That not only set subs apart from any other intelligence collectors, but from the rest of the military. Submariners knew they were part of the only force that practiced not simply against allies in war games, but by meeting the enemy, day in and day out. There was always a huge risk of a destabilizing incident, even the risk that a submarine might spark real battle. Occasionally, some critics worried publicly that this could have happened each time a submarine was detected in Soviet waters, each time one risked retaliation, each time there was a collision. There was no question that some skippers went too far in their quest for the big score. But when the Navy and the intelligence agencies weighed the gains against the possibility of a violent response, they relied on one simple fact. The Soviets were sending out their spies as well. As Admiral James D. Watkins, the former Chief of Naval Operations and Secretary of Energy, put it, "The fact that you get caught periodically is historical. So what? You know everybody's in the game." He went on to say, "As long as we're doing it, which you might say in a way that does not clearly violate agreements that we made or international laws we subscribe to, it is a fair game. We should never apologize for it. We've got to get on with it, and if we don't do it, we are not doing our job." There's more than a bit of doublespeak in his stress on spying in ways that do not clearly violate laws and agreements, and in his further limiting his thoughts to laws that we subscribe to. But looking back, it's clear that even the most violent submarine encounters never sparked real crisis, just as it's clear that the Soviets were writing their rules in much the same way. Most of the time, the United States was violating Soviet secrecy with the cable taps. The Soviets were getting the same kind of information, having enlisted John Walker and his spy ring to steal the codes that let them gaze right back at the U.S. Navy's soul. The Soviet Union's efforts to keep up with the United States military, especially its efforts to create a force of missile subs that could evade U.S. attack subs during the opening salvos of a nuclear war, clearly contributed to the country's ultimate bankruptcy. The contest was costly for the United States as well, as hundreds of billions of dollars were poured into building and manning nearly 200 nuclear subs, and expanding the SOSUS net. Still, the intelligence gained also saved vast sums by helping to hone decisions about just what defense systems the United States really needed. Now that the Soviet bear is bankrupt and eviscerated, and the Cold War is over, the U.S. Navy's plans to build new subs have come under fire, and submarine budgets have been slashed. Men will still go to sea, still brave the depths to spy on enemies of the United States. But those enemies are more likely to be found in Third World hotspots, and for now, no other country poses as big or sweeping a problem at sea as the Soviet Union did. When Congress finally gets around to cutting overall intelligence budgets, which have been only slightly reduced from Cold War levels, it is likely that the sub-force will be squeezed some more. Meanwhile, both Russia and the United States are still facing other enormous costs as they decommission many of their nuclear-powered subs and are forced to find some way to dispose of the reactors that powered them. Russia has the most daunting burden. It has the enormous and perhaps impossible job of cleaning up the Barents, of undoing the damage caused by the dumping of a dozen nuclear reactors, spent cores, and radioactive parts from old submarines into the waters near the northern island of Novaya Zemlya. Russia and the United States share something else as well. The secrecy that has been maintained on both sides about all Cold War sub-operations has left lingering pain, especially for the families of men lost in this Cold War under the seas. For instance, neither Navy has yet offered conclusive answers about the disappearance of the subs they lost in 1968, not the Americans about Scorpion, and not the Russians about the Gulf. Soviet officials simply marked the Gulf's men as missing, and were so determined to bury their embarrassing secret that they refused to bestow the honors and pensions that normally went to loved ones of those who suffered a military death, a death that occurred in Soviet parlance while executing the combat task. Instead, wives were given a one-time payment of 1,500 rubles and an annual pension of 58 rubles for each child and disabled relative of the dead men. Irina Zhuravina, who lost her husband on the Gulf, refused to spend those rubles because she thought that would be reconciling to her husband's death on her government's terms. After the Gulf was lost, she was working at the customs office at an airport where foreign newspapers and magazines were collected, censored, or confiscated outright, and she began reading the forbidden pages, risking imprisonment as she did so. Year after year she kept at it, hoping that news from another country could tell her how her husband had died. It wasn't until 7 years after Halibut found the Gulf that Zhuravina came across the account of the Glomar recovery attempt in a Western magazine. That's how she learned that her husband's submarine had gone down, that the Americans had found it, tried to raise it, and brought up at least 6 bodies, 6 men who were prevented by politics from coming home. But when she asked, her government refused to acknowledge any of this. Andrei Kobzar, who was the captain's son, got the same kind of evasive answers when he wrote to several directorates about his father, Vladimir Ivanovich Kobzar. Finally, he went to the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. Surely someone there could tell him something. But the U.S. diplomats held firm to their non-disclosure agreement with the Kremlin, held firm to their conspiracy of silence. Then, 2 years after the Soviet Union disappeared, Robert M. Gates decided to make what he considered a dramatic gesture as he prepared to become the first CIA director to visit the Kremlin. Somebody at the CIA mentioned that the crew of the Glomar had videotaped the burial at sea they had given the 6 recovered Gulf submariners. Gates fought for and won permission to bring the tape with him to his first meeting with Boris Yeltsin. 2 weeks later, the tape aired on Soviet national television. The Gulf families got to see American sailors standing at attention as both national anthems were played and as the Americans added Russian prayers to the naval service for the dead. Kobzar, Zhuravina, and the rest were astonished and moved that Americans, their enemies for so long, would treat their men with such respect. Still, the tape wasn't enough, any more than the declassified pictures of Scorpion's remains were enough to appease the families who lost men on that sub. In the United States and in Russia, families of the dead and of the living have been calling for more. They have wanted their governments to give up their remaining secrets. Some want simply to lay their men to rest. Others want the answers to all of those questions that have been so long forbidden. They want to know, was it all worth it? Perhaps the entire nuclear arms race was insane, but once it existed, spy subs became a crucial part of dealing with that insanity. That subs were lost to technological failures and in a rush to the sea is horrible. But once nuclear missiles were put on submarines, there had to be a way to track them, to threaten them, to ensure that neither country felt safe enough to use them. For the Soviet Union, that meant trying to keep the United States from knowing just how many failures their nuclear subs were suffering. For the United States, it meant trying to keep the Soviets from knowing just how truly vulnerable their subs were. With stakes this high, there were valid reasons for secrecy. But obsessive secrecy tends to feed on itself, obscuring critical lessons from the past, lessons that are being lost forever as generations of men who lived that past are dying. Now, with the end of the Cold War and a new phase in submarine espionage beginning, it's time to look back, time to assess what has so long been hidden.
The End. You've been listening to Blind Man's Bluff, the untold story of American submarine espionage, by Sherry Sontag and Christopher Drew, with Annette Lawrence Drew, narrated by George K. Wilson. Following the epilogue of Blind Man's Bluff, the authors include 2 appendices, one on submarine collisions, and the other entitled From the Soviet Side. We include these appendices here, again read by George K. Wilson.
Appendix A. Submarine Collisions. Throughout the Cold War, there were dozens of submarine accidents as boats that relied on sound for sight came as close as they dared to the enemy, sometimes too close. None of these accidents were as severe as Taog's collision with the Black Lila, but even a relatively minor bump by a 4,000-ton vessel is enough to send men and their craft reeling. Here are some of the other incidents caused when submarines sent on spec ops by the United States and Great Britain slammed into or were hit by Soviet subs and ships or other vessels. This list includes collisions that were confirmed and others considered probable. Some have never been disclosed before. 1960 to 1961, USS Swordfish. While Swordfish, SSN 579, was on a surveillance mission off the Soviet Pacific coast, a Soviet sub apparently attempted to surface from directly below. The American boat was at periscope depth when it suddenly shook from an impact. One crew member recalls that the officer at the con looked through the scope and saw running lights along port and starboard that a sub might turn on as it surfaced. By the time Swordfish itself came to the surface, the ocean was clear. The crew assumed that the Soviet sub had dived back down. Early 1960s, unidentified sub, possibly USS Skipjack. One former Navy intelligence official clearly remembers an incident in which a U.S. sub got tangled up with a Soviet destroyer in the Barents Sea. He wasn't sure, but believed that the sub was Skipjack, SSN 585. He was certain, however, that the American boat came home with a propeller gouge on the sail. This may be one of the incidents that Seymour M. Hersh mentioned in the New York Times in May 1975, when he described an unnamed Holystone sub that was damaged when it surfaced underneath a Soviet ship in the midst of a Soviet fleet naval exercise. Hersh also reported that the sub suffered damage to its conning tower and escaped despite a search by Soviet vessels. July 1965, USS Madrigal. Madrigal, SS-480, smashed into and crippled a Greek cargo freighter that was under surveillance because it was suspected of carrying supplies to enemy forces in Vietnam. The accident happened in the Gulf of Tonkin when the diesel sub was being driven by a temporary commander. Madrigal's regular skipper had broken his neck diving into a swimming pool during a port stop in the Philippines. March 1966, USS Barbel. Barbel, SS-580, one of the last diesel subs the Navy built, collided with a freighter suspected of carrying arms near a port on Hainan Island, China, across the Gulf of Tonkin from North Vietnam. The force of the collision tore the sailplanes from the ship, probably lodging parts of them in the ship's hull. The collision was hard enough that Barbel was forced down, hitting bottom about 100 feet underwater. The Vietnamese later reported that the freighter had sunk when it hit a submerged object. Indeed, the Barbel collision was especially upsetting to Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, because he had earlier instructed Navy leaders to keep U.S. subs out of the area to avoid inflaming tensions. Barbel remained submerged, backed away from the freighter, and left without checking what happened to the sailors on the ship. December 1967, USS George C. Marshall. Marshall, SSBN 654, a Polaris missile sub, was clipped by a Soviet sub in the Mediterranean Sea. The Americans knew the Soviet sub was there, but couldn't move their massive boat away fast enough. Crewmen say the collision was a glancing blow, but noted that it still left a gash in Marshall's forward starboard ballast tank. October 9, 1968. Unidentified American or British attack sub. Russian Navy officials say this was the first collision involving a NATO surveillance sub and a Soviet nuclear boat in the Barents Sea. They told our Russian researcher, Alexander Mozgovy, that the Soviet sub was operating normally when suddenly it began listing starboard, its hull shaking. The crew quickly surfaced, and through the periscope sighted another submarine silhouette. With the conning tower hatch now jammed, the Soviets used a sledgehammer to open it, and it was several minutes before the commander could climb outside to the bridge. By then, the waters were clear. Back at base, repair crews discovered a hole in the outer hull so large that one of the sub's officers said, "A 3-ton truck could easily have driven through." Judging from small bits of red and green glass and metal fragments stuck in the wreckage, the Soviets concluded that they had been hit by a foreign sub. Soviet intelligence later discovered that a British diesel sub had pulled into Norway with a damaged sail around that time. However, the Soviets also believe they could have been hit by a U.S. sub. November 1969, USS Gato. The sail of the Gato, SSN 615, was scraped by the hull of the Soviet Hotel-class missile sub known as Hiroshima when Hiroshima passed over the American boat. The men on Gato heard a dull grind as the subs bumped. Despite Soviet Admiral Gorshkov's wish that Gato's corpse be recovered, the sub escaped, and nobody on board was hurt. March 14, 1970, USS Sturgeon. As Sturgeon, SSN 637, passed over a Soviet sub in the Barents Sea, the men on board could hear crunching. Sturgeon's sonar dome had grazed the top of the Soviet sub's sail, scraping off pieces of steel. The pieces became lodged in the grating under Sturgeon's ballast tanks. June 1970, USS Taog. In one of the most violent collisions of the Cold War, Taog, SSN 639, was rammed by the Soviet Echo-2 submarine Black Lila off Petropavlovsk. President Nixon was briefed that taped sonar sounds indicated the Soviet sub had sunk, though now her captain has come forward to say that his sub survived. March 1971. Unidentified sub. On March 31, 1971, another Holystone sub collided with a Soviet boat, according to Hirsch's May 1975 story in the New York Times. Hirsch cited a memo addressed to CIA Director Richard M. Helms that put the collision 17 nautical miles off the Soviet coast. Mid-1971, USS Dace. After Dace, SSN 607, hit something that rolled her to one side, her men were almost certain they had bumped a Soviet submarine in the Mediterranean. Indeed, naval intelligence later learned that a Soviet sub pulled into a port soon afterward, with the kind of damage that would have been expected from an impact with another sub. Late 1971 or early 1972, USS Puffer. Puffer, SSN 652, collided with a Soviet diesel sub in waters near Petropavlovsk when the Soviet boat took an unexpected dive just as Puffer was making one last surveillance pass. Both subs were moving at slow speed, and crewmen on Puffer say it was almost as if the Soviet boat sank on top of them and bumped. May 1974, USS Pintado. Pintado, SSN 672, collided with a Soviet sub inside Soviet waters in the approaches to Petropavlovsk, according to a story in the San Diego Evening Tribune in July 1975. Both subs were about 200 feet deep at impact. Crewmen said the collision smashed much of Pintado's detection sonar, jammed a torpedo tube hatch, and damaged a diving control fin. The Soviet sub, a Yankee-class ballistic missile boat, surfaced soon after the crash. The crewmen said that they believed Pintado had gone close to the Soviet harbor to check Soviet undersea defense systems. After the collision, Pintado raced from the scene. November 3, 1974, USS James Madison. Madison, SSBN 627, was leaving the U.S. submarine base at Holy Loch, Scotland, when she collided with a Soviet attack sub in the North Sea, according to reports by the columnist Jack Anderson and the Norwich, Connecticut Bulletin in 1975. Madison dove onto the Soviet boat, which was shrouded by the noise of her baffles. One former Madison crew member noted that the Soviet sub was probably one of the Victor class. Late 1981, HMS Scepter of Great Britain's Royal Navy. This nuclear-powered British attack submarine collided with a Soviet nuclear sub that she was trailing in northern waters close to the Arctic, according to reports a decade later in the British media. One officer said Scepter had lost contact with the Soviet boat for as long as 30 minutes before his boat shook. "There was a huge noise," he said, adding, "Everybody went white." October 1986, USS Augusta. In an especially embarrassing moment, Augusta, SSN 710, bumped into a Soviet missile sub in the Atlantic while testing a new, highly computerized sonar system that had promised to make it easier to detect other vessels. The attack happened a few days after a Soviet Yankee-class missile sub caught fire and sank off Bermuda, owing to problems with one of its missile tubes. But contrary to the story told in Hostile Waters, a 1997 home box office movie, Augusta crew members and naval intelligence officials say Augusta did not hit the Yankee. Instead, the Augusta collided with a Delta I class sub. The lingering confusion is the ultimate irony for Augusta's captain, who had once been so confident of his own abilities that he tacked a plaque on his stateroom door endowing himself with the lofty title Augusta Caesar. December 24, 1986, HMS Splendid of Great Britain's Royal Navy. According to Russian Navy officials, Splendid was surveying a Soviet sub in the Northern Fleet's training range in the Barents Sea when the Soviets noticed and tried to get away. The Russians say that at that point, commanders of both subs made maneuvering mistakes, and the Soviet submarine brushed against Splendid, snagging its towed sonar array. The Soviet sub, possibly one of the huge Typhoon missile boats, made her way back to base, still entwined in the array. February 11, 1992, USS Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge, SSN 689, collided with a Russian Sierra-class sub near Murmansk. In an unprecedented move, and in response to Yeltsin's complaints, the Pentagon publicly announced that the collision had occurred. March 20, 1993, USS Grayling. Grayling, SSN 646, collided with a Russian Delta III missile sub in the Barents Sea. Nobody was hurt, but Clinton was furious that the Navy was still taking such risks. Appendix B, from the Soviet side. The U.S. Navy spent decades spying on Soviet submarines, but never really knew much about what went on inside those boats, who their men were, or what they were going through. Periodically, word would come of horrible radiation accidents. The Pentagon was willing enough to share those incidents with the American public, along with constant and seemingly contradictory warnings about how big and dangerous the Soviet subfleet was becoming. Now, with the end of the Cold War, the Russian Navy has opened up and has been willing to offer some of the details about the tense days back when the Soviet Navy scrambled to catch up to the Americans. Former Soviet submariners feel free to say what they never could before, that their commands put more emphasis on numbers and deadlines than on submarine safety. As a result, the Soviets suffered some of the most horrific accidents of the Cold War. A lethal beginning. In the early stages of the arms race in the mid-1950s, Khrushchev called for the Soviet Union to catch up with and pass America. And so a fleet of nuclear submarines was designed and constructed, all in a hurry, all haphazardly. The work was so bad that in 1959 Commander Vladimir N. Chernovin, who would ultimately succeed Admiral Gorshkov as Commander-in-Chief of the Soviet Navy, refused to take one of the first Soviet nuclear attack submarines out of the yard for her first sea trials. He stood firm when his command was threatened, and he stood firm until his sub was repaired. While Chernovin stood his ground, another submarine, the K-19, had already been sent to sea with the swing of a champagne bottle. That the bottle failed to break was one of those omens that every submariner, no matter what his rank, rate, or nationality, knew to be ominous. It was an inauspicious beginning for the first Soviet nuclear-powered submarine to carry ballistic missiles. In the summer of 1961, K-19 was setting out for exercises in the North Atlantic, exercises codenamed Arctic Circle. She was to play the role of an American sub, hide beneath the surface, and make her way through Soviet anti-submarine forces. After that, she was going to leave the rest of the fleet and find a Polnya, a break in the ice. She would surface at the edge of the Arctic and conduct a practice launch of a ballistic missile. The rest of the fleet stayed behind to continue their exercises as K-19 broke away to make a submerged transit through the Norwegian Sea. The waters were calm, there were no storms, Her crew was already counting down to the end of this cruise and their homecoming. On July 4th at 4:15 in the morning, just as the sub reached a point about 100 miles off of Jan Mayen, the small Norwegian island above Iceland, K-19's radiation detection equipment came to life. A reactor scrammed, shutting down. The fuel rods in her nuclear core continued to heat. The primary cooling circuit had failed. A pipe had burst. Pumps had broken, leaving nothing to control the chain reaction, nothing to stop the rods from heating up, nothing to prevent them from getting so hot that they would melt through the reactor itself. As the fuel rods climbed past 1,000 degrees, the paint began burning on the reactor's outer plating. There should have been a backup cooling system, something to stop catastrophe. But K-19 was an early design, a first attempt. Captain Yuri Pasatyev gave the order to surface. He tried to radio for help, but communications had failed. Meanwhile, engineers on board began desperately trying to improvise a new cooling system from the sub's drinking water reserves. They came up with a desperate plan. Several men were going to have to walk into the now highly radioactive reactor compartment and climb inside the boa's mouth. Lieutenant Boris Kirchilov was on his first submarine cruise, and he was the first to volunteer. Others from the reactor team followed. These men, still boys really, made their way into the compartment. There they stood, a team of 8, welding pipes, connecting them to pumps and valves. They remained in the compartment for 2 hours, braving the heat and the invisible particles that shot through their bodies. Each received 100 times the lethal dose of radiation. Ivan Kulikov, a 22-year-old chief petty officer, watched as they came out of the compartment, each man barely able to move, unable to speak, their faces changed beyond recognition. He watched horrified as the first team's efforts failed. As the cooling pumps came apart, it became clear that someone had to jury-rig the jury-rig. Kulikov volunteered. He was certain that he could do the work fastest, and he was just as certain that he was going to die trying. Kulikov's mind played back the faces of those first 8 men, a running loop that wouldn't stop as he walked through a lake of radioactive water, ankle-deep. As the water soaked through his leather shoes, as the radiation began to burn his feet, he thought he saw the walls and water shine, perhaps glow. His hands were burned as he opened valves to draw steam from the reactor. He could barely see, he could barely breathe. All he could do was pray that he could finish, make his way out without falling headlong into the horrible, painful, radioactive lake that was already destroying his feet. Finally, he did get out, only to watch another valve fail, only to know he had to go back in. He had already taken in 5 times the lethal dose of radiation. Outside the compartment were the living dead. Back inside, he was more certain than ever that he was one of them. Then, just as the fuel rods reached 1,470 degrees, the pipes held, the valves held. The makeshift cooling system began to do its work. Kulikov stumbled out of the boa's mouth, and Captain Pasatyev turned K-19 around in a run toward the fleet they had left still conducting exercises a lifetime ago, at least 8 men's lifetimes ago. He knew he couldn't try for home. His entire crew would be fatally irradiated if he didn't get them off the sub fast. The team of 8, those first men into the compartment during the crisis, died before the week was out. They were buried in lead coffins. Pasatyev lingered longer, 3 weeks. Other crewmen who had come too close to the outer door of the reactor compartment lasted a month, some a little longer, before they too succumbed. Kulikov, whose feet and hands were irreparably burned, managed to survive with transfusions and bone marrow transplants. He would always be crippled. Even with all this, Moscow wasn't willing to let go of one of its few nuclear subs. Khrushchev was still racing the Americans. Men would one day be sent back into K-19, back into that reactor compartment. Only now K-19 would bear a new name. She would be known as the Hiroshima, the missile that was never launched. In 1962, the Soviet Navy wanted very much to appease Khrushchev, who wanted very much to see a nuclear submarine launch a ballistic missile from underwater. His naval leaders came forward with a sub that they told him would give him just what he demanded, another success to herald in the Krasnaya Zvezda newspaper. Khrushchev witnessed just such a test, and was so delighted that he declared a reward for a perfect missile firing to the crew of the nuclear sub on display, the K-3, which had also just made a successful transit to the North Pole. Nobody would ever dare tell him he had just offered up an award for a clever illusion. The Soviet Navy was still having too many problems getting its nukes to shoot, much less shoot straight, to risk yet another failure with Khrushchev looking on. So instead of letting K-3 even make the attempt, commanders strategically positioned a Gulf diesel sub near the nuke. Hidden and in anonymity, it was the diesel boat that made the perfect shot. And so Soviet naval history marched on, intermingling the heroic, the tragic, and the comic. The race to the Mediterranean. It was June 1967, the eve of the Arab-Israeli War, and the K-131 had been sent to the Adriatic Sea, outside the Mediterranean, to await orders from command. Those orders came as the first shots were fired. Captain Vadim Kulinchenko was given 15 hours to bring his sub in position to aim nuclear missiles at Tel Aviv. The captain was flabbergasted. He knew he didn't want to fire nuclear weapons at Israel, but he also knew he wouldn't have to. In order to make it from the Adriatic to the Mediterranean, in order to race past Greece, past Crete, and arrive within reach of Israel's coast, K-131 would have to somehow reach speeds of 57 knots. Her normal transit speed was 20 knots. He had to make a show of trying, but when the war ended 6 days later, Kulinchenko, K-131, and her nuclear weapons were still in transit. Eventually he met up with his battle group in the Med, 40 surface ships and 10 diesel subs from the Black Sea Fleet. The K-131 didn't belong with this group. She wasn't from the Black Sea. But for their show of force in the Med, the Soviets wanted one of their new Northern Fleet nuclear submarines. It was a beginning. Soon the Med would be the new battleground in the submarine wars. For now, however, most of the Soviet Navy had little idea of what nuclear subs couldn't do, or for that matter, what they could. Indeed, before the war, when K-131 was on her way to the Adriatic, a supply ship helpfully offered fuel and water. Although the supply ship noted those were 2 commodities it was running low on. "We have fresh water as much as you like," came the answer from the submarine. "We've just cooked it and are ready to give it to you." The Black Sea Fleet didn't have nuclear subs, and the astonished supply crew had no idea that water and fuel were 2 of the things any nuclear boat can produce for itself. Disaster strikes again. One of the next Soviet subs to travel to the Mediterranean was the K-3, the same sub that Khrushchev had awarded for the non-existent missile launch. Only this time, one of her officers, Lev Kamorkin, had a bad feeling. 2 days before embarking from a port in the Barents, he walked with his 5-year-old daughter and a friend, who recalls him confiding, "I don't know why, but I don't want at all to go to this voyage." The feeling was so strong, the urge not to leave so powerful, that Kamorkin swore that this would be his very last trip on a submarine. Sadly, for the little girl who listened as her father talked of his misgivings, Kamorkin was right. On September 8, 1967, at 1:52 a.m., a fire broke out in one of K3's oxygen generators. She was returning from that run to the Mediterranean and was near home, just off the North Cape of Norway, just about where Cochino had suffered her first explosion. Showing much of the honor of Cochino's Rafael C. Benitez, Kamorkin raced to prevent the fires from blowing the torpedoes and sinking his boat. He ordered everyone out of the weapons compartment and stayed behind to let the ocean in and flood the room. As he watched the waters rise to cover the torpedoes, he knew that he had engineered his own death. He drowned alongside the weapons. He would never know that 40 of the men he had tried so valiantly to save would succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning and die moments after he did. The Hiroshima makes a final appearance. The sub, already known as Hiroshima, continued to cause problems for the Soviet sub-command. In November 1969, she ran into the USS Gato with a blow that forced her into a steep bow-first dive, sending the huge volume of navigational astronomy tumbling down off a bookshelf and onto Captain Valentin Anatolievich Shabanov, who had been dozing. The collision also knocked out the sub's forward sonar and crushed the doors of her torpedo tubes. Still, Hiroshima continued to operate long enough for one final disaster. In 1972, fire broke out on the sub when she was about 600 miles northeast of Newfoundland. This time, 26 officers and crewmen were killed. There were 12 others who expected to die, men who were entombed inside the sub's stern compartment, unable to make it through the gassed portions of the sub. They stayed there for 23 days, until Hiroshima limped home. That those 12 men lived is the only happy ending ever written for Hiroshima. She is remembered and memorialized as the submarine that earned her name for fire, radiation, and death. Trawlers and spies. The Soviets added a twist to the at-sea espionage routine by supplementing their fleets of subs with surface trawlers, specially equipped to eavesdrop, known as AGIs. There was a certain genius in this, since it was the cheapest and easiest way for the Soviet Union to post a sentry off all the major U.S. bases, both here and abroad. U.S. missile boats went to great lengths to avoid these trawlers. One sub even grounded in the late 1960s while trying to keep from being detected by an AGI lurking off Holy Loch, Scotland. Mostly the trawlers just sat there, but sometimes they were downright brazen. That was the case in 1979 when the crew of one trawler operating near Guam reached out and grabbed a torpedo fired in a practice round by a U.S. missile sub, USS Sam Houston, SSBN 704. The trawler just rushed up, made the snatch, then began heading in a slow crawl back to the Soviet Union. Operational commanders were dumbstruck. They were also at a loss at just what to do. After some debate, they decided that sometimes there is no alternative to sending an obvious message, a show of military force, to make sure no other Soviet vessel ever tried anything this audacious again. Within 12 hours, 2 aircraft carrier battle groups were sent from Yokosuka and the Philippines to corner the trawler. A day or two later, the trawler was boxed in outside of Okinawa. By now, the Navy had gotten the State Department involved, and messages were flying back and forth between U.S. diplomats and high-ranking Soviets. Finally, the trawler captain, who had stared down the American ships, dropped the torpedo over the side. Attached was a note, written in English, deft and to the point. The captain simply said the torpedo had come alongside his ship. To naval intelligence officers looking on, It seemed as though the Soviet was saying, "Look what I found," as if he had just landed a big fish, and it was the most natural and innocent thing in the world. Death in the Norwegian Sea. In the late summer of 1985, the USS Baltimore, SSN 704, was sent to watch a Soviet Zulu 4 sub in waters just above Norway. The U.S. Navy knew that the 1950s vintage diesel sub was a research boat, one that had been seen loitering in the area before. The Baltimore prepared to make a pass beneath the Zulu when the American submariners saw a cable about as wide as a man's arm dangling from the Soviet sub. Then, through a murky underwater periscope view, they saw the Soviets lowering an open underwater sled with ballast tanks on either side. On the sled were one or more divers wearing suits reminiscent of those designed for outer space, with air hoses connected back up to the submarine. Silence was ordered on board Baltimore as the Soviet sled moved toward the ocean floor. Men were ordered to wear their rubber shoes, not to slam doors. The ice machine was turned off. So was the bug juice machine. The only thing left running in Baltimore's mess was the coffee maker. Soon, sonar reported the sound of what seemed to be digging in the sand, 300 feet below the surface. Listening in on the Zulu's own onboard intercom, the Baltimore's crew realized that the Soviets were looking for an underwater communications cable. Naval intelligence officials knew that there was such a cable there, one running from Murmansk to northern England, that had been laid in the days of the Tsar. It wasn't used anymore, and the Soviets had to have known that. Perhaps the Soviets were practicing. Perhaps they were preparing to try to match the U.S. cable-tapping feat that had been exposed a few years earlier. Or perhaps they were practicing to disrupt the cables that connected the U.S. SOSUS nets. The oceans were rough, with swells reaching as high as 30 feet. Still, the Zulu loitered, and still the Baltimore watched, from one day to the next. On the third day, all sounds of digging, all noise, in fact, stopped. Baltimore was inched closer, and her crew realized that there was now a cable dangling from the Zulu, with no sled attached. It had been lost, presumably with its divers. A stunned silence reigned on Baltimore. "I remember that everyone in the con turned around and looked at each other," one crew member said, adding that it no longer seemed to matter which side anybody was on. "It was more like we realized a submariner was dead."
This concludes Appendix B, from the Soviet side.
In the spring of 1999, authors Sherry Sontag and Christopher Drew paid a visit to the recording studios of Recorded Books to talk to interviewer Denise Langto about the writing of Blind Man's Bluff.
Today we're happy to have with us in the studios of Recorded Books author Sherry Sontag, who with co-author Christopher Drew and researcher Annette Lawrence Drew wrote the New York Times bestseller Blind Man's Bluff, The Untold Story of American Submarine Espionage. Welcome, Sherry.
Hi.
Can you tell our listening audience who just had the pleasure of hearing your book the genesis of the idea for Blind Man's Bluff?
You know, it really came about after the Cold War. Chris began it. It was when he was at the Chicago Tribune, and they just began to wonder, now that it's all over, what did submarines really do? And he started to go out and ask questions, and then I joined him in time to start doing the book, which, by the way, was 6 years in the making. And it was interesting because you could only get crumbs of it at first. These men had signed secrecy oaths. They had not told their wives or their children or their parents where they had been, what they had done. So little bit by little bit, almost like an archaeological dig, we dug this all up, and then we put it back together to tell the story. The amazing thing is 6 years later is the response. We weren't sure exactly how we'd be greeted because this was all based on classified information, but the men have come out by the hundreds, by the thousands, to meet us and to say thank you. Thank you so much. We heard from one man who heard from his ex-wife, who called him up to say, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the pressures you were under. We've heard that families are sitting down and talking for the first time. This has literally changed thousands of men's lives. So what began as just a spark of curiosity has really snowballed into something quite remarkable.
How many stories had Christopher Drew published in the newspaper before he decided, in fact, he had a book and then he sought you out or you sought him out? I'm not sure how the story goes.
Chris did a series of page one stories for the Trib of 6 stories, and the way he likes to tell it is that it was the first series of articles he'd ever done where he realized he had just scratched the surface. We were good friends from a group called Investigative Reporters and Editors, and in fact, while he was reporting the articles, he would call me up almost daily to tell me what it was he was finding out. So I was following this in real time, and by the time it was over, we decided there had to be a book. The nice thing is 7 years later, we've come full circle. Investigative Reporters and Editors gave us their award this year.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, it was
What's
nice.
the name of that award?
It's considered the Investigative Reporters and Editors Award.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. We also got an award from the Navy League. It was the Navy League and the Theodore and Franklin Roosevelt Foundation. And we got their Best Book Award this year as well.
I note that the authorship of the book credits Annette Lawrence Drew as your researcher. I imagine a book of this type entails years of amassing and sorting through pertinent research. What sort of research did she do, and how did you work together with her in collaborating to put together the stories?
Well, Annette did some very crucial things. There were unfortunately very few documents for any of this because, again, the documents were classified. But in some of the early chapters, there were documents, and she was able to get a hold of those for us. She also created a timeline. It was very important to us in telling the story that we always have a sense of what was going on above the waves while we were telling the story under. And we really wanted to put those pieces together. So what Annette did is for every year from the end of World War II through the end of the Cold War, she created a timeline. She went through books, she went through newspapers and everything else. So at any time I was writing, if I needed to see March of 72, I can call it up on my computer, and there it was in detail.
Huh. Now, you are both investigative reporters, so you yourself were responsible for a great deal of research, primary sources, and interviews. Can you share a little bit with us what that process was like for you of finding your sources?
The book is based on interviews. In fact, while many books have 6 or 7 key sources and then other people fill in, we never had that. This was, as I said, an archaeological dig, one little bit at a time, one man at a time, 1 hour at a time. You also couldn't do these on the phone. You couldn't call up somebody and say, by the way, I'm going to ask you about stuff you never told your family. You wouldn't tell your best friends. So basically, we flew around the country. And we would call people up and say, can we come over? We didn't get them a whole lot of time to think about it, but we didn't go knocking on their door without an announcement either. And then we would sit down with them. And sometimes people said, we just don't want to talk to you. And they called the Navy. Sometimes people would have us in, and there would be hours before they opened up, if they opened up at all. And then usually it was only a little bit. There were letters going around and alerts going around as we hit different parts of the country from the Navy, as the Navy warned people that we were in town and reminded them of their secrecy oaths. Sometimes when the people called into the Navy, they were again reminded of their secrecy oaths. Although some of those people did choose to speak to us anyway, others didn't. The interesting thing is we thought the Navy could have been stronger. The Navy probably could have threatened jail time, or, if you violate your secrecy oath, we'll do something terrible to you. It seemed to be sort of a strange in-between response. We started this book with Navy support after Chris's series, which was quickly rescinded when they realized that we were going to talk about events that happened, as I said, late in the game. The Navy defined late in the game as anything past 1950.
Well, that sort of covers the bulk of your book with the exception of the first chapter, doesn't it?
With the exception of the first chapter, yeah. So it was very clear that we were going to have to go forward without Navy support.
I wondered about the cable tapping, particularly the later information of it, how threatened they would feel about exposing that, not just to the readership, but to people around the world? Or is this just something that goes on all the time?
Well, there are really 2 answers to that. First, the fact of cable tapping. The fact that we could do it, that we had the capacity and did indeed do it, was already out. The spy Ronald Pelton told the Soviets there was a cable tap at the bottom of the Sea of Okhotsk. The Soviets sent a survey ship. They reached down and pulled this thing up, and in case they had any doubt as to who put it there, when they opened it up, there was a part emblazoned with the words, property of the United States. What wasn't out is the story. You didn't know there was a Captain Jim Bradley out there who had come up with the idea just because it made sense there would be a cable, and then helped find the cable by remembering the signs he saw along the Mississippi River when his mom dragged him on riverboat rides when he was a kid. Now, the fact that we had a cable tap in the Barrens had not been reported before. But basically what we did, and what we did with most of this, is we told the human story behind it. Any submarine buff could have told you submarines trailed other submarines. Nobody could have told you about Captain Whitey Mack, who trailed a Soviet Yankee sub for 47 days in what we call the near-biblical feat. Nobody could have told you what it was like, how these things happened. You could have known one line, but that was it. And that's not really knowing the history at all. That's like saying, well, we fought the Revolutionary War, end of discussion. So on the one hand, yes, it was very sensitive. The Navy did react. When I was in various states reporting on this, we would discover that some people I had gone to visit had been visited the next day by the Naval Investigative Service. Now, sometimes it left us a little, gee, I wonder if we're being followed. But most of the time we realized that they knew what years we were focusing on by virtue of who we were calling. They knew pretty much what boats by then we were focusing on by virtue of people calling in and saying we had asked questions. So it was probably just a matter of coincidence. They were going to reach these people sooner or later. Again, some people chose not to talk to us, and some people, and some very high-ranking people, in fact, some of the people who were responsible for these missions or for sending the subs out in the first place, were very much behind helping us do this. They realized that a lot of what was still classified was no longer going on. We were no longer tapping cables against the Soviet Union. And Chris and I deliberately did not go after ongoing missions. And we also didn't go after guys who were still active unless they were of very high rank and knew exactly what they were doing. We did that for two reasons. We didn't go after guys who were still active because we wanted to underscore the fact that we weren't interested in compromising what was going on today. So we felt that we were being very careful. It's just that when you have a bureaucracy based on something called the silent service, which is what the submarine service is, it's very hard to turn around and get that culture to break down and realize, okay, now it's okay to talk.
Yet, in fact, the Navy read your manuscript, approved of it, and only asked that
Absolutely not.
They didn't? Didn't I read that? And they asked that only two things be removed?
No. The Navy did not read our manuscript and approve it. What happened was, in order to double-check ourselves, to make sure we were doing no harm, Chris and I went to several of the people who had worked hardest to stop us. And very unofficially, we did not ask for formal approval. We, as journalists, would not ask for formal approval. That is just not something that you do.
Right.
What we did do is we said, here's a chance. You could read this thing. And if you think there's something in here that could do damage, you can talk to us about it. They read this manuscript, all three. And they turned around and said, you know what? This is pretty good. Can you take out the name of that antenna over there? It's old technology, but we don't want people to know we're still using it. Fine. It was in there for color for us. This is a book more about people than technology. And they basically said, and where you stop the story is fine. Can you please not look too closely into what Parche is doing now? If you remember, Parche was the cable tapping boat that's still out there. So what we did is, and we had always intended to only do this, we say Parche's still out there. We say we know she's not tapping cables against the Russians. And then we say, and she's capable of tapping cables, and here's the Navy's assessment of its own hotspots. And out of Navy publications, we pull out China, North Korea, Iran. Yeah. We had never intended to say exactly what Parche was doing now because, quite frankly, if she's found a way to listen in on another set of bad guys, we'd just as soon let her. So then they turned around and said, by the way, now that I'm reading this, I remember this, this, and this. And they gave us another dozen or so details that really helped drive the story along. Now, that was not a formal approval process. That was Chris and I wanting to be responsible and going to the people who would be most likely to give us a hard time.
That was very smart. Is that a professional step that most investigative reporters would take, or did you really go above and beyond the call of duty in doing that?
There's always a debate when you're dealing with any form of story. Do you give people a heads up as to what's coming, or do you let it come out? I think normally you err on the side of not letting it come out because you don't want to put yourself in the position of asking permission, and it can get very sticky. At the same time, we felt that under these circumstances and with this kind of a story, that we needed to do this.
How did you and Christopher work as a team? Did you divide up the various stories, each chapter being its own submarine espionage adventure, or did you pass them back and forth, working on each of them together?
Oh, we passed it back and forth. The tough thing about writing this book is we didn't have the luxury of money or time to go after one chapter at a time, which would have been a lot easier. We broke it up geographically. Oh. When I was in California, I would find every guy I could from every boat we might even remotely be interested in, do those interviews. So later, unraveling all of the stuff became very difficult. I mean, because you repeat that for 50 states and maybe several trips to one state and everything else, and you have all these interviews that you've done. And normally as a writer, when I'm doing a story, I'll interview and I'm almost writing in my head as I go along. When you're doing so much at once, you can't craft it in an ongoing way. So Chris really had a lot to do with unraveling it and reorganizing, and then I would sit down and bang out a draft of this, and then we'd bounce it back and forth until we both liked it.
So you were basically interviewing to find out what stories there were, what additional stories besides the ones that had been published in the newspaper accounts.
Oh, we have several stories that weren't in the newspaper accounts. You could normally tell when one boat was more important in one era than another. Then you could track that. Then what you would do is you would just talk to absolutely anybody on, surrounding, who might have heard in any incarnation that might be related to that era that you could. And then you would then go back, because one guy who was in the engine room may remember things differently from a guy who was in the control room. And you really had to make sure that the person who's telling you the story was actually there, or that you've gotten a hold of the people who were there, and that their memories 10, 20, 30 years ago could then be reconciled. So it was an ongoing sifting process.
And did you have to select stories? Did any fall by the wayside? Or did you use primarily...
No, we didn't use everything that we had. But a lot of stories fell by the wayside. And in fact, we cut out 200 from our first draft to our second draft. We cut out 200 pages. We did that mainly because after we told the story of, say, Whitey Mack trailing the Soviet Yankee for 47 days, how many more trailing stories did anybody want to read? There were some great trailing stories that could have been in there.
Can you do a part two to the book, just more stories? Do you think you'd have an audience for that?
We talk about this a lot. We know there'd be an audience for more stories from Blind Man's Bluff. At the same time, it would be very difficult to do it with the historical integrity that we did this.
In terms of the chronology?
Well, all of these stories, they not only come in order, but that they really help put together the overall picture of sub-spying. It's one of the reasons we try not to repeat kinds of incidents.
Right.
We try to keep the story moving forward, so at any given time you really have a sense of why you're reading what you're reading. So it's a great tale and you've got great characters, but it's also giving you that part of the history that you need to know. Honestly, we think that the best next book on submarines would be what they're doing now, and that we wouldn't want to touch for another 10 years or so, because they're doing it now.
Who was your favorite character that you interviewed or reported on, and why?
I have a lot of favorite characters. I just love the creativity. It's not what you expect when you approach a military book, to find a John Craven who likes to spout biblical verse and maxims of the sea and sing the result out loud, or a Jim Bradley who's going to, figure out a way to do our most sensitive ever mission by remembering that we had signs on the beach saying cable crossing, do not anchor. I love the fact that these men did not fit any kind of a stereotype of the military. So I had a favorite character for every chapter. I love Whitey Mack. Who expects a 6'6" captain to be running around shouting over blueberries, on one of the most crucial missions of the Cold War? I love Benitez, who was on the Caccino, who, against all hope, as his boat is exploding under his feet, is still praying that he could take this thing in tow and bring it home, and literally, like out of the movies, refuses to get off it until it is seconds away from sinking.
How did you take the stories and the facts and then render them with such a dramatic and compelling narrative? You don't often see that in newspaper investigative reporting because there simply isn't the room for it.
Well, there's a difference between news and books. In news, the news story is driven by the news. In books, we believe that the story should be driven by the story, and that the news becomes the details, the same way somebody's eye color becomes a detail in what you're writing. It wasn't a lot of work to tell this in a dramatic way. In fact, the difficult thing was not in over-dramatizing. It was in letting the story speak for itself. And we just remembered that we were storytelling, and we remembered how we felt the first time we heard these stories, and we let it go from there.
It's just an excellent job.
Well, thank you.
It's very cinematic, even.
We did think about movies a lot. We did think about movies a lot. Well, and if this were a movie, could we have a scene that flashed back to Washington? And it was written that way.
This is a little bit about the post-publication of the book. I understand that there was a town where you and Christopher had hoped to have a Barnes & Noble book signing, but the Barnes & Noble decided there wouldn't be enough buyers in attendance. Could you share with us the story of the former Navy man who rented the hall for you?
Actually, it happened a little bit backwards from that. What happened was we had a very small advertising budget. The original printing of this book was going to be 25,000 copies, and Chris and I thought I could do better. So we started to try to do whatever we could to push the book forward. And I got on the internet and I wrote this letter that basically said the book was coming out, and here's the first 4 or 5 towns we're going to on book tour, and please show up. And on top of the letter, I wrote, please forward to whoever you think would be interested. Well, on the 5th forward, and an email you can count because it keeps adding FWD, 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 it reached this old spook called George Knudsen. George emailed me back, and he said, why are you going to Seattle? All the submariners are in Bremerton and Silverdale, which is about a couple hours away, and you can't expect people to drive 2 hours just to go to a book signing. So I wrote back, fine, get a bookstore in your area to host me, and I'll be there. I had an extra day on tour. He wrote back that he'd spoken to the Barnes & Noble, but they had never heard of either me or Chris, and therefore they weren't interested. So I wrote back to George that, well, maybe if he can get 5 guys together in his basement, I'd read for them, because quite frankly, I thought it was a lot more interesting to spend time with submariners than it was to sit in a hotel room. Well, he got a little carried away. He rented the community center out, and then he went back to Barnes & Noble as he began to get responses from people who wanted to attend, and they agreed that they would bring 50 books to the event. Well, they got these 50 books in a couple weeks in advance, and they sold out that day. Then they got another 50 books for the event, and another, and another. The night before the event, they were again down to 0 books. The manager of the store drove around Washington State and literally cannibalized Blind Man's Bluffs from every other store she could, every other Barnes & Noble, and showed up with, I think it was another 250. And all but 50 of those went. And I signed about 500 books that night. Later, the Barnes & Noble decided it wanted to use this book in a contest. Each Barnes & Noble is allowed to back a horse. They're allowed to pick the book that they want to hand sell that month. And the store that sells the most of the books it had picked wins this contest. So they decided, the same Barnes & Noble that didn't want to host an event originally, decided that they would pick Blind Man's Bluff pre-Christmas. They sold 2,000 copies out of that one store in 1 month. I then later came back to Silverdale. George re-rented out the community center. 300 people showed up. And I don't even remember how many books I signed. What I do remember is at 11 o'clock at night, I started to timestamp. At midnight, I changed the date on the books. That people at the end of the line were being served coffee and cookies from what we call the church ladies, the women who were running around and feeding everybody and keeping everybody in good cheer. And the signing, I think, took 6 hours.
That's wonderful. Now, was he Knudsen a former Navy man?
Yeah, he was a spook. He was a Navy spy.
So often these days, the story behind the story of how a book came to be is as interesting as the story itself. And in your case, I understand a large publishing house had initially been interested in the book, decided they couldn't find an audience for it. You went with a small press, ended up on the New York Times bestseller list. Can you tell us a little bit about that journey?
How delicate of you to say a large publisher. We originally had a contract with Simon & Schuster. And we worked for 5 years, and we dutifully sent Simon & Schuster a copy of every chapter we wrote. In the middle of this, our original editor, the fellow who paid for the book, took off for another publishing house. So we were now an adopted book from another editor. There came a time when a lot of the publishers began to dump titles. They all decided that their lists were too fat. HarperCollins made headlines for it, but everybody else was doing it too. And Simon & Schuster looked up and decided that they were going to cancel our book. They already had the first draft. They had already called me up to say that the writing was terrific. We called them to tell them our second draft was going to be in within days. And they said, well, it's too late. We've canceled you.
Do you have to give back in advance in an instance like this?
Well, it's funny. The contract says if you're canceled for market reasons, and they said they were canceling us because the Cold War was over and nobody would care what these guys did anymore, under those conditions, we're not supposed to have to give back the advance. But the publisher could always argue that the book was somehow not satisfactory. And so we ended up with a deal where we would give back the advance as other money came in, as the book began to sell. Simon Schuster ditched it. Our agent, Esther Newberg at ICM, basically declared war and found us another publisher in 2 weeks. In this case, she found Public Affairs, headed up by Peter Osnos, who was the former editor at Random House's Times Books. And Peter had started his own imprint because in a world where Paulo Barbieri was getting a $3 million advance, he realized there was not a lot of room left for books by journalists and historians. He decided good books should and could be written if somebody just created an outlet. And so he created Public Affairs. He took us on as pretty much a leap of faith. He liked the book, and he thought, okay, we'll see how many it could sell. But now we're with the smaller publisher. It's their first list. There's only so much advertising anybody could do, although Peter was remarkable in the creative ways he found to advertise our book with us, and in how long he kept us on the road. We had a 7-month book tour. That's unheard of. And he just was very supportive of us, and the book began to take off. Now, Chris and I always knew that the submariners would want this. Nobody had ever told their story before. I mean, Hunt for October exists, but it's fiction. These guys had never been able to look and say, yes, I was there on anything in print. And so we used email, we used postcards, we used absolutely anything we could think of to reach submariners. The only thing that surprised us was how quickly this book jumped to the general audience. When we started selling out in Phoenix, where there are very few submariners, because submariners tend to settle around water, not desert, and in Manhattan, where there are also very few submariners, we knew that we had something. We ended up staying on the New York Times bestseller list for 21 weeks. If you count the time on what's known as the extended list, the top 35, it's really closer to 8 months.
How has this changed your life as an investigative journalist and as a writer, this success?
Well, aside from the fact that my family no longer considers me unemployed, I don't know. Honestly, I'm just looking for the next book. I think I have a basic understanding that this will now no longer be an if, but a when. But for the most part, the book was the book before the success. If we had sold 500 copies or close to 400,000, as it turns out to be the case, it still would have been the book and the best I could have done. I'm glad it did well. I am so glad that these men are embracing it and that they're coming to meet us and everything else.
Well, that's an element which many things don't have anymore, of catharsis in real life because of what you've written for these people. It's a cathartic event that they can share with their families. And, you say yourself, I think in the notes, you talk about the wives who didn't know where their husbands were all this time.
Or the men who couldn't talk about it. It's amazing when you meet these men and you ask a question as simple as how old are your children, and it engenders tears, and you realize they're crying because the question also says to them, how many years did you miss? So I always said that as a journalist, I wanted to write things that wouldn't be written if I weren't on the planet. And then you go into a newspaper and you're basically chasing the latest headline, the latest tidbit, and the latest scandal. It's sort of like Monica's belt. And suddenly I found I was in a position to write something that wouldn't have been on this planet if I didn't exist, and if Chris didn't exist, and if Annette didn't exist. It is why we became journalists in the first place. And it's so rare that in real life it actually plays out that way.
What are some topics or issues that are of personal concern to you that might fit that category of you just spoke about?
What I'm looking for in the next topic is something that makes me feel the way I felt when Chris and I first started talking about Blind Man's Bluff. And in a word, I just wanted to say, Cole. What a great world. What an interesting world. There was just something that I was just fascinated by from the minute he said submarine spying. And there's a mystique to submarines. It's not just a military book. There's something special about men who would give up the sun, their families, go under all that water and take these kinds of risks in these machines that have caught the imagination since Da Vinci. I mean, it's just fascinating stuff. And I really wanted to explore that. I'm looking for the next thing that makes me just go, wow.
What was it that Da Vinci said about submarines?
He drew a proto-submarine, what he called it, in one of his notebooks, and then said he would not say how it would work because he feared the evil nature of men who would use it to bring death from the deep, or something. That's not a direct quote, but it's close enough. The Seawolf storm was one of the hardest things to dig up, and that was because these men were not only bound by their secrecy agreements, but they had come very close to dying, and they come back from this, and they can't tell anyone, and the resentment about not being able to tell turns inside out until it's a badge of honor. They won't tell no matter what. You know how that could happen. You resent something so much it becomes your badge of honor. And we had heard from somebody who wasn't on the boat that Seawolf had gone to tap the cable, the Soviets were there waiting, and divers died. Now, we knew instantly that wasn't the story. The guy was not on the boat. It wasn't the story. But we also knew there might be a story somewhere along those lines. So we started contacting people on Seawolf within a certain number of years that this man had pinpointed, or not quite pinpointed, to just sort of pointed out. And people were hanging up with the phone on us right and left. Finally, I make another call, and the voice on the other end of the line says, I'm not going to talk to a reporter, and I'm getting off the phone. I'm going to do target practice. And I was a little desperate. So I said, are you going to give up your chance to teach a 5-foot-tall New York City woman journalist how to shoot a gun? Well, he couldn't resist. He invited me over for target practice. So we shot a Colt 45 and a 9mm Beretta and a .357 Magnum. And by the way, when they go boom, boom, boom and keep pulling the trigger, it ain't true. One pull of that trigger and your finger is tired. But it was over the rifle that this man just let me know that nobody had died, and the Soviets weren't waiting, and that Seawolf was stuck. Well, to me, stuck meant gudgeon. Destroyers overhead dropping depth charges. What else does stuck mean in a submarine? It took another dozen or so interviews before we realized that Seawolf had become buried in the sand at the bottom of the Kotsk. A few more interviews before we had a sample of the sand, and I actually was given one of the rocks from the bottom of a Kotsk on book tour.
Did you meet the man who had thought to cut the anchors? Wasn't that what finally freed them?
No, they did cut the anchors, but they also rocked themselves out, small emergency blows, and it was the chiefs that took over. I won't say who I did and did not talk to specifically on any of these things. I can't.
There was only the one story, maybe you can tell me before I ask him to cut it, was the second cable tapping mission, was it in the Barents Sea, where the crew was disgruntled because they realized it wasn't wartime. They were doing something that was illegal.
It was actually part of the first. Halibut goes and taps the cable, and then they pull back for a little while, and then she goes back. And the crew we love the story about Halibut and the crew becoming concerned, the chiefs becoming concerned, because it was one of the things that made us totally understand that these men were thoughtful men.
They were conflicted.
They were not blind automatons, and they were conflicted a lot about what they had to do. In the end, they decided it was the most important thing that they could do, but they wondered, could they be starting the very war they were there to prevent? I mean, how would the Soviets react if they found our submarine tapping their cable within a sea that fit as neatly into the Soviet Union as our Chesapeake Bay fits into our own eastern seaboard? In the end, only one man chose not to go back out, and the other men did. But it's a very funny thing. If you look at the history of this, we're asking a lot of these men, but what they're confronted with is the reality of nuclear war in a way that almost nobody else is. For most of us, nuclear war was this sort of fear somewhere in the background. For these men, they were following the submarines with the nuclear missiles on them. They can't tell their wives and families why they're gone. The wives and families may even resent it, but they know that in the most direct way possible, they are literally in the position to protect their wives and families from being hit by a nuclear weapon. So how do you come home? The question's always been, what else? After Kachina goes down, we lose remember, this is our first submarine spying mission. We're not ready for it. We lose the submarine. We would have lost everybody on board had there not been another sub to transfer these men to, and even so, the transfer is so dangerous, we lose 7 guys. But the minute this all happens and Tusk comes back toting Kachino and Tusk's men, The other thing that happens is the Soviets explode their first atomic bomb. So the question becomes, what else are we going to do? So we keep sending spy subs off the coast of the Soviet Union. Then you come to the Gudgeon, right? And what happens? Gudgeon gets held down. I mean, she's supposed to surface for every 12 hours, and she's held down for 64 hours without air.
The carbon monoxide.
With carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide building up, and Gudgeon is forced to come to the surface. Now we know in no uncertain terms, we're vulnerable. At least the submarines we are most using for spying are vulnerable. Because remember, we have not yet used nuclear submarines. These are diesel submarines. So you could question the mission then. But the next time we surface a Soviet sub, we do the same thing to it that it did with the Soviets did to Gudgeon. Well, what comes up? The first Zulu that the Soviets had modified to carry nuclear weapons. All of a sudden, that fear we had had since the end of World War II that the Soviets would develop the bomb and find out a way to put it in missiles and carry it on submarines is true. So again, the question becomes, what else? You start tapping cables. You are listening to literally the Soviets' own assessments of successes and failures. You're getting an ear to their intentions, an ear to who the other guy is. It's enormously dangerous, but there's no other way to get this intelligence. What else?
Now, did you think...
This was a mission built on necessity.
Did your own views of war and espionage change after writing this book?
Well, yes and no. I think... As a journalist, I really try to approach everything without any form of preconceived notion. But at the same time, I'm a New York City kid.
And you're a child of the 60s, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but very much a child of the 60s. Usually you'd figure a teenager in the 60s would be what you'd consider a child of the 60s.
Right.
I was 8 years old during the 68 riots. But you grow up with the discomfort about war. You certainly don't. In New York, you don't really know a lot of military men or military families or military women in this day and age too, although there are no women on submarines. So I didn't know what to expect. I did know that I couldn't automatically make the assumption that these guys would all be out pro-war and out for blood and everything else. I had already worked for the National Law Journal. One of the first things you think when you go in is that the government's going to be the big, heavy-handed government and the defense lawyers are going to be the good guys, and then you realize the government lawyers are trying to do the best job they can with almost no resources, and the defense lawyers are the ones who are the fat cats. So I've already had my world turned upside down enough to know I can't know what to expect. What I didn't realize is just how thoughtful these men would be, just how unbloodthirsty and caring they would be. Another pivotal moment for us was realizing that after the Taog collided with the Soviet sub, that the men on the Taog were just bereft of the idea that Soviet submariners may have died. They were just intelligent, warm, kind people who were doing the best job that they could.
For all of us.
For all of us. And so I didn't realize just how much I would come to respect and like them. But I really did. I think they did a really good job. Now, that doesn't mean that things didn't go wrong. But it was okay.
There's great honor in their stories.
And sometimes men are at their best when things are at their worst.
I know that I, for one, will look differently at the oceans after having read your and Christopher's book. I never knew that so much was going on underneath the oceans, for one thing. One of the things that I had a question about, though, was in terms of what happens to the nuclear warheads that find their way to the bottom of the ocean from these submarines. Are they automatically diffused? I mean, what happens to the environment with all of this?
There aren't that many warheads at the bottom. I mean, when we retire a submarine, we don't send it to the bottom.
No, but some of them had been irretrievably sunk, like that had warheads, I thought.
Well, the only missile submarine that was sunk was the Soviets' Gulf. Our two submarines that were sunk were attack subs, Scorpion and Thresher. Well, the bigger danger is what happens to the reactors. The Soviets dumped a lot of reactors into the Barents Sea. That cleanup is still facing them. There's enormous pollution there. I'm a lot less afraid of the one intact Gulf warhead that's 3 miles down than I am of the Soviet reactors rotting in the Barents.
So they do just rot at the bottom of the ocean?
Well, normally you don't put reactors to sit in the sea. I don't quite understand why the Soviets chose that way to dispose of some of their old subs. I mean, they're rotting dockside and everything else. They didn't, so there's a mess there that needs to be fixed up. Normally, reactors are removed from submarines are broken apart for scrap, at least on our end. We don't have that same kind of cleanup. But no, there are not a whole lot of nuclear missiles lying on the bottom of the ocean.
Did you use the Freedom of Information Act as a primary source for research at all, or was it not really that important?
We used FOIA to try to get the documents in Scorpion, which don't seem to exist. But there's not a lot you can FOIA when things are classified. That's a perfect reason to say no. So no, we use FOIA to a limited extent, but for the most part, this was just sitting down man by man, person by person. It's why it was a 6-year process.
Did you ever ride a submarine during your research?
Yeah, I went and toured the Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean, and I got to go down on the Billfish. I also got launched off an aircraft carrier and got to swoop down on a P-3 Orion Sub-Hunter as it swept right over the waves.
Well, there's not many women in Manhattan who can claim that.
Oh, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background as an investigative journalist? I understand you've written for the Times and you worked for the National Law Journal. And
then I met Chris.
And then you met Chris, and
then I met Chris.
Happy ever after.
Yeah.
Your book gives the sense that this part of the submarine saga is over. The spying, the danger, the imminent threat of nuking each other via the seas. And yet you mentioned this, I think, in the last page of your book, about Iran having 3 kilo subs, and I believe that China has recently ordered, or will have 10 subs by the end of this year.
Actually, submarine spying isn't over. There is still spying going on.
It's escalated and changed its geography? Or?
Well, what it is, it's less of it. We no longer have to trail Soviet missile boats around the waters. But we're keeping an eye on Russia, about maybe 10% of what we did against the Soviet Union. We're keeping an eye on other countries. The submarine force is indeed reinventing itself. Now it's trying to integrate better into carrier groups. They were used in Kosovo. For example, submarines shot Tomahawk missiles while we were bombarding Kosovo. They kept an eye on the waters in case the Russians decided to send submarines in. They could shoot the first missile from a given area before anybody realized we were going to go to that area, because everything else has to bring its whole, surface support fleet with it. A submarine is totally self-contained. It makes its own air. It makes its own fuel. You don't need anything but the submarine. They're reinventing themselves right now. They did that at the end of World War II, which is how, during World War II, submarines were basically surface ships that could dive long enough to shoot a torpedo and evade capture and had to come up for air. They only became spy boats, significant spy boats, after World War II. So now we take what we know about being battle boats, and we take what we know about being spy boats, and we take what we know about the world, and we see where they come up next.
Did anyone allude to the fact that China is of great concern to this country with their 10 subs coming up?
Nobody is going to be the kind of adversary that in the near future anyway, that the Soviet Union was. The Soviet Union outnumbered us in submarines, and they had a lot of submarines bringing nuclear missiles near our shores, or certainly within shooting range. As the years went by, that was further and further from our shores. But one submarine, even a diesel, even not a new diesel, can do a lot of damage.
I had no idea until reading your book.
So you need to keep an eye on them. And there are other ways that you can keep an eye on your adversary, even if you're not just tracking their other submarines. Remember, you've got a totally hidden platform. China is a concern generally, therefore, our submarines are probably hanging around.
The saying goes, a good offense is the best defense. And yet I found while reading your book that the American Navy seemed to be perpetually on the defense. Is that a misconception?
Yeah, it is. We were way ahead when it came to spying. We were much quieter. We were much more effective. We spied on the Soviets a lot more than they spied on us. In fact, we did it with technology and subs. They did a lot more with human spies. At one point, until the very end of the Cold War, we were so good at tracking Soviet missile boats that had there been a World War III, we probably could have taken a good number of their missile boats out before they could have ever fired. That began to change toward the end of the war, when the Soviets realized they could hide their boats under the Arctic ice and it would be very difficult to follow them. No, but we were very much ahead. We were watching out for nuclear missiles on submarines before they exploded their first atomic bomb, and certainly before they put them on submarines.
Had any members of your immediate family or Christopher's family or Annette's family been involved in Cold War activities in the armed forces?
No, none of us. Annette's father, I believe, was an architect. My dad's a professor. We came to this just out of curiosity. We were not military brats, and we were not children of spies, little spooklets or anything like that. We were just curious.
Your book reads almost like a collective biography told in episodic vignettes. I mean, how would you describe your book?
A really good yarn, just a fun read.
Just a fun read.
Something that'll tell you something you didn't know.
After reading your book, I being somewhat of an optimist, like I'm sure many of our listeners are, I started to have question my faith in peace accords, SALT talks, and other agreements between warring countries. I mean, your book really put things in perspective. While we were... Can you talk about that and what that was like encountering that? When we were having the SALT talks, there's all this espionage going on underneath the waters. Or is that just business as usual?
It's business as usual. You come to realize first that our government, not even any one branch of your government, is a monolith. That, you can be talking peace on the one hand, on the other hand, you could be keeping an eye on the other guy. And at first when we were writing, we wondered, well, is this the right thing to do? But then we kind of came to the conclusion that it probably was. Because I think a lot of what we did help bring, a lot of the submarine spying helped bring about the end of the Cold War. In part, it helped to bankrupt the Soviet Union as they tried to keep up with, with us. The other thing that it did is it actually at one point eased tensions. If you remember, Reagan came in and the Cold War rhetoric was very, very hot. It was through a cable tap in the Barents that we learned that the Soviets, reacting to a military exercise we were having, thought we might be readying for a first strike. The rhetoric had just gotten crazy on both sides, all that evil empire talk. And the next thing you know, both sides have pulled back. They're both being a lot more careful with one another. We realized when we finally hear these tapes that, because remember, they sit at the bottom of the sea for a while before we go and retrieve them, that the Soviets, one, thought we were capable of first strike, and two, that their response was totally defensive. Gorbachev was not yet in power, but he was very close to the center of things while the Soviets were readying for what may be our first strike. So both Reagan and Gorbachev now have a real good idea of what the rhetoric can do, and they both pull back. I think that you just can't assume that because we're negotiating peace that everybody's going to sort of shake hands. It does become more dangerous to spy in those times because you could shake the peace accords. But to a large degree, I think, it became very clear that both sides realized what the other side was doing. And they weren't going to be all that shocked by the fact that they were being spied on. As we like to say, it did not start World War III. We get to see this in retrospect. And in retrospect, SALT could have been discussed, we were spying, and it wouldn't have shocked anybody.
One of the things your book does is sort of expose the sibling rivalry between the CIA and the Navy and this incompetence that seemed to happen at the hands of the CIA. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, back in '69 through the 70s, there was a definite rivalry between the two. And the CIA, at least when it came to projects involving the Navy, did not keep its secrets very well. I wouldn't want to comment on the CIA right this minute, right now, because I haven't done the reporting there, but I could say in that point in time, the Glomar Explorer episode, the entire Project Jennifer, was an example of CIA incompetence. It was also a bad idea. They were told by Craven and Bradley that trying to reach down 3 miles and lift up a Soviet submarine that was probably already quite fragile was a bad idea, especially since that submarine was also quite antiquated, and we knew that it was antiquated, and we knew that there was very little on board that would help us, and there was an easier way to get the code books and the decoding machines that would. So it was a $500 million mess. It was also one of the few spy missions that made headlines all over the United States, which also suggests that maybe something went wrong.
Oh, you mean it was a cover-up, essentially? No, that once a spy mission makes headlines, then somebody didn't do their job, because these things are supposed to stay secret, certainly while they're going on. Did you ever, this is completely a ridiculous question, but did it ever cross your mind, or did you ever wonder if Nixon got his idea to tap the Democratic headquarters after 7 months earlier he had given the go-ahead to tapping the undersea cable?
No, it never crossed my mind. I don't know when Nixon started tapping the Democrats. I don't know when
We
Nixon
don't know
started.
when he started.
I mean,
That's
Nixon
true.
kept tapes his entire presidency. So I somehow I think these two are probably not related. But
it was a
you
great
never
sort of
know.
juxtaposition of historical events. While on one hand we were doing a great noble
Oh
thing,
yeah, right.
on
We
the
do
domestic shores, it was a criminal act.
And we do point out the juxtaposition, and maybe I shouldn't say no so quickly. I just haven't given it any thought at all. I mean, honestly, I'd have to research that.
It sort of seemed to be the thing to do, how to.
Crazier things have happened. Honestly, I would really have to look at it really closely. We can call Chris, ask him.
Have any movie companies approached you, or do they not option books of this nature?
No, we're talking, and we'll see what happens. It is.
I mean, it seems to me
because it's somewhat episodic, it's a little bit more complicated to put on film.
But each chapter is a movie.
Or you find ways to draw them all together. So we'll see what happens with that.
Well, good luck with that. Can you tell us what you and Christopher are working on now, or what you're working on individually, and what we might look forward to?
Well, I think Chris right now is going to spend some time at the New York Times, and I'm basically looking for the next book idea.
Good. Well, we're delighted that you came down today, and we look forward to your next book.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
That was Sherry Sontag and Christopher Drew, with interviewer Denise Longtoe, talking about the writing of Blind Man's Bluff. This book is copyrighted 1998 by Sherry Sontag and Christopher Drew. This recording is copyrighted 1999 by Recorded Books. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends The Candy Bombers, the untold story of the Berlin Airlift and America's Finest Hour, by Andre Czerny, narrated by Jonathan Davis. On the 60th anniversary of the Berlin Airlift, Andre Czerny tells a remarkable story with profound implications for our time. Bringing together newly unclassified documents, unpublished letters and diaries, and fresh primary interviews, he tells of the ill-sorted group of cast-offs and second-stringers who not only saved millions of desperate people from a dire threat, but also changed how the world viewed the United States, setting in motion the chain of events that would ultimately lead to the dismantling of the Berlin Wall and America's victory in the Cold War. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. Call us toll-free or log on to recordedbooks.com to learn about our latest releases and special offers, order another recorded book, or to read author interviews and narrator profiles. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.